Show me 'cause, hey, don't you know that I'll do anything you say? That and more, you know I never even dare leave you alone. I need you in my space. I know you feel the same, 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 same. Hey, don't you know that I'll do anything? I'll do anything you say, baby. Oh, yeah, I never even dare leave you alone. Leave you anything. I'll do anything you say, baby. Oh, yeah, I never even dare leave you alone. Leave you anything. I'll do anything you say, baby.
Huh? Huh? Something like that is just. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here in nice Lisbon and Nfc Summit. I'm going to present a Daphne Plus project. What is Daphne Plus? We are a research project, and we propose a decentralized platform for fair creative content distribution. We aim to empower creators and communities through new digital distribution models based on digital tokens. We are a research project, and we are funded by the European Commission. We are 10 partners doing this within our consortium. We are educational institutions, research institutions, but also companies, both technical and technology raised, but also artistic and educational. So what is the objective that we have here in Daphne Plus? We aim to empower artists, and how do we do this? Daphne Plus aims to help digital content creators find new forms of creation, distribution, and, very important, monetization of their works of art through blockchain technology. For who are we aiming to do this project? Mainly creators and artists, but also other content creators, like we can have digital media professionals. But also art lovers or collectors can benefit from this platform. And we also aim to address our project to policymakers or researchers. Why? Because the project has a line of legal issues that need to be addressed, and licenses and rights. Okay? Okay. How are we going to do this? Well, we do it providing new services and tools that they will allow to create piece of arts and co-creation of pieces of art and content through the blockchain in a very intuitive and simple way, so that artists don't need to have a very technical background to actually use this technology. And also that will need to be on blockchain and NFTs, which has a quite difficult barrier that we need to manage. And also these tools will be obviously compatible with the tools that they already use, so that this jump is actually easy for them to do, and also that they don't lose quality on their own pieces of art. Okay? So this platform covers all the aspects of creating and selling digital pieces of art, and from the creative processes, governed by creators through a decentralized, autonomous organization. So now I will give the floor to my colleague, Ferdinando Bosco from engineering.
Thank you, Cleo. Can you hear me? Yes, I think. Yeah, I would like to give a little bit of context about how we implement this using blockchain technology, because the Daphne platform is not only an NFT marketplace, but includes an entire ecosystem for the content creator based on blockchain. And what is the main idea is that the content creators can create or insert new content within the platform using blockchain and certify their own digital asset into the blockchain. So the first step is the digital asset registration. After the creation and the ownership registration into the blockchain, the owner, the creator, can also create a new business model for their own contents. In particular, defining which are the contributor of the contents that can be created collaborative, and defining which is the revenue model for sharing the revenue among all the contributors. And also this part is registered into the blockchain. Third part is, of course, selling and creating the NFT from the digital asset. So I can mint my NFT, publish the NFT into the marketplace, attaching a license, so not only a price, but also how the people can use or can buy my NFT into the marketplace. Last but not least, when an item is sold into the marketplace, all the sharing are automatically shared among all the contributors in order to perform the automatically revenue sharing within the blockchain. And this is our ecosystem, the Daphne Plus platform, that includes not only the blockchain core feature that I shown before, but also the creative tools in order to facilitate the content creation for the creators. That includes, for example, stylish arting based on AI, or 3D human pose estimation, avatar generation, and so on. And of course, a set of Web3 front-end application that can be used using MetaMask, linked the wallet, and for example, the marketplace, the DAO application, and the content creation. So here you can directly sign up into the platform if you would like to test it. It's open. We are using a testnet at the moment based on Polygon and Ethereum, Sepolia and Amoy network. And you can try both the content creator tools, the NFT marketplace, or only to certify and import your own contents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferdinando. For the project, we have foreseen 3 use cases that would be interesting to prove the platform. We have a user-generated heritage content, which is for cultural heritage projects, and also the creation and use of the lending of the content and the software, but also purchasing of work. We have a second use case, which has to it's about experimental music and production, which it has to do with creation and use of the contents, the use of creation and use of repositories in music, but also the creation and use of audio, music, work, and private spaces. And the third use case has to do with novel forms of art content, and it's focused on alternative economic models for open source projects. Here I have my colleagues. Each one of them is a representative of these use cases, and we are going to ask them some questions so that they can speak a bit more about how they are implementing the platform on their use cases. So I will start with Toby Hayes, which is a professor in Manchester University in the Digital School of Arts. And I would like to ask you, what value
sound and music to AI, XR, animation, video, photography, etc. So what we are looking forward to, or what we're looking to going forward, is more like thinking about convergence, about how convergence works in the school, how it works across courses, how it works across fields of knowledge. And for this, the Daphne platform was really useful because it's a sense of, it's got organization, it's got modes of production, dissemination. So it's a platform, it's a really convergent platform. And for our students, that was really, really useful in terms of thinking about how you can produce work, but how you can distribute IP, how you can claim IP, how you can think about content differently. So for us, it was really, it's an incredibly useful platform in and of itself, but also as a precursor to what's going to come for them going forward.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. And now I would like Hughes Vinet from IRCAM, the Research Institute for Music in Paris, to actually tell me what they foresee in their community with Daphne platform.
Yes, so as Clio said, I represent IRCAM, which is a research and music production center in Paris, associated to Centre Pompidou. And so our community is made of musicians, both composers and performers, who prepare pieces to be performed live, including computers generating sound, but also real instruments playing. And there is a combination of these instruments and this electronics generated by computers. And what was interesting for our community is not what you can find usually in NFT marketplaces like stereo audio recordings, but really to put as assets the patches, the algorithms that the artists develop for their own piece that enable to reproduce the piece. So if you know this software, it's Max or Pure Data that enable artists to produce a patch, an algorithm that will be performed live. And what was also, so it's a kind of asset that was being enabled by the platform. And another one, for instance, is AI models that artists generate for creative tools. And we organize a competition for such a tool called Wave, developed at IRCAM, where artists propose some learnings of their own tools, some models for this software. And there was a competition, and the originality was that the people could vote on the best models, and there were prizes that were given last March in Paris. So these are very specific aspects that were made possible through the DIO. Actually, the competition was work with the DIO tools.
Thank you, Hughes. I would like to ask Jessica Guy from the Advanced Architecture Institute of Catalonia, exactly what have they done with their community?
Thank you so much, Cleo. So yeah, as already mentioned, we're at the Advanced Architecture Institute of Catalonia, and actually I'm from a department which is called FabLab Barcelona, so we're FabLab, a makerspace. I don't know if any of you knows what that is, but I'll let it be there, and we can talk after in case you have questions. But yeah, basically we are a flagship organization for a maker movement, which is very much in the physical world, right? We produce things, we design stuff, and that is often very physical, but there's many digital components that connects to that. Like, for example, the open source repository in which we put the code into the 3D files and all of the things that connect to our physical objects that we make, the artifacts that we make. So for what for us is incredibly interesting here is that oftentimes for those open source physical projects, there's very little alternative business models that can fit to that. So one of the things that we've done in Daphne Plus is actually looking into how can new types of business models or new types of licenses actually work for such open and decentralized communities that work on projects together around the globe. And I think specifically as well what we've done is similar as we heard in the opening speech is also looking into how we can have and create a DAO that is very suitable for our community. How can we ensure that a community that is all around the globe can connect and make decisions together over something that is meaningful for all of them. So I think especially in this regard we were able to develop and build some of these things that is so beautiful to see how we can address these different communities with different tools and needs and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, I would like to ask Toby another question. It's just you in the university you work with students, and how can this new technology be introduced to new generations, and how can they benefit from it?
Yeah, just to follow on from what Jess was saying in terms of DAOs, it's really useful for us to think about different models of pedagogy, different models of teaching and content production, IP generation, IP sharing, etc. So for a DAO, it's kind of a quite radical idea within education, because we are meant to teach students how to collaborate, but we don't do that at all. In reality, we don't. Well, not really. You can't do a collaborative BA. You can't do a collaborative master's. You can't do a collaborative PhD. It's really, really tough. So for us, from this project, one of the things that we've taken, to heart and really researched a lot is how do we implement a DAO within a university context? How is that possible? How can we assess students in a collaborative context where it's not all individuated? That's the beauty of a DAO, is that you can still understand how people have socialized, how people have created, how they've distributed their work within a wider context. But you can also think about that holistically as well, and what is produced between students. And that is something, like I said, is quite radical within a university context. So I think that's one of the main kind of takeaways from us from this project.
Yes, that's a very interesting point. I would like to ask Hughes just very, very quickly. IRCAM has developed some tools in the platform. What are they and how they can be useful?
So please stop me, because I have a lot to say about it, right? So I mentioned the Rave tool. So Rave is a tool for electronic music that is based on learning. And so when you input a sound, you get another sound which is made from the first one, but with the sound that has been learned. And it works in real time, and it is used by performers. And any music material can be put in it as a model, and then a sound that you will input will be transformed into that model sound. And we have developed it thanks to the project support, and now it has a very important user basis. It's one of the top software used by the electronic music community. It has several thousand users, and we are very glad of it. Another tool that we developed is a tool called Reality Check. Is for the patches that I just mentioned before. When OS changes, etc., people have to change also the algorithms. And this is a tool that enables to check if the musical research at the end of the updated version is the same as the original one, so that it respects the original work. This has been developed by Milo Puckett, who is the creator of Max and Pure Data, and who has been working with us for Daphne+.
Thank you, Hughes. And just the last question now for Jessica. How can this novel technology be introduced to craftsmen and traditional artisans?
Okay, I'll try to answer really quick, but it's impossible probably. I mean, there's a massive digital divide between craftspeople and artisanal workers, and what we've been trying to explore over the last 3 years, and we're going to continue to explore in the next years, is how we can utilize new emerging technologies to bring new life to traditional and ancestral kind of techniques, because we are all aware that they are slowly fading away and slowly dying, and we want to make sure that they are continue to be contemporary and create value in all of the ways possible. So to bridge that gap between physical and digital continues to be one of our most important line of work.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all of you for hearing us. We have a booth, so if you have questions, feel free to jump in and ask. Thank you.
Sound of rain on my window. I told her not to worry. All the gloomy poems I wrote when she left me in a hurry. Pain sometimes unbearable, and I keep forgetting who I am. feelings oh so memorable. I just wanna play pretend. No romantic hideouts, no nights of sweaty love. I guess that's all we're coming, but facing truths is hard. And I know what I'm supposed to do. And I try to take it slow with you, but I lose my self-control with you. You left me feeling so confused, 'cause I don't wanna get over you, but I know it'll be over soon. I keep pretending that maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can work it out. Is this the ending? It's all I ever think about when you're not around.
First, I was under the impression we were kind of in a mess, but we were making progress and we would work it out. And now I'm second guessing, 'cause I know it's got you stressing, and it ain't my happiness that you're concerned about. You say you feel these feelings that you can't describe, but I can hear it in your voice, see it in your eyes. Is it planned obsolescence, bad design? Are we holding on to nothing like it's pantomime? I ain't ready to accept that. We ain't need to call it off, it's just a setback. Maybe we just need some rest, no calls and no texts. Maybe you just need some space and I respect that. But I know that you'll leave me, whatever the reason. So maybe next lifetime, or maybe next season, or maybe this weekend. Just give it some thought. Are we taking a break, or are you breaking my heart?
And I know what I'm supposed to do. I try to take it slow with you, but I lose my self-control with you. I just lose my self-control. You left me feeling so confused, 'cause I don't wanna get over you, but I know it'll be over soon. I keep pretending that maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can work it out. Is this the ending? It's all I ever think about when you're not around. I keep pretending that maybe we can work it out. Maybe we can work it out. Is this the ending? It's all I ever think about when you're not around. Think about it many times, but it's gone. The memories shoot in front of me, and what we shared and what we said still means the world to me. And I wait for this love to come back. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything you do. Is there someone else loving you? Gives you a smile and loves everything
Panel
you do.
topic.
'Cause true love is lost away from home.
Alright, we'll make it chill.
A true love will never be alone.
Yeah.
A true love will always be strong.
Yeah, they filmed this, yeah. But they were saying, like, they'll probably be, it's recorded too, so act like there's 10,000 people here. I don't think that makes me more nervous.
Really?
Okay, perfect.
You should be clicking.
Yeah. Two different PFPs, nice.
Wait, what's the other one?
I'll sell it
You are? It's a lot of.
though. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm selling. Hello. Wow. All right, how's everyone doing today? My name's Jonathan. I'm our head of ecosystem at Rarible. Excited to chat today about custom marketplaces, the scope marketplace with Eclipse.
Hey everyone, my name is Veronica. I'm our head of consumer at Eclipse, also primarily working on scope with the Rarible team.
Cool, so I'll give a little background on our custom marketplaces. So Rarible, a lot of you guys know us as an OG marketplace. We've really transformed on our offerings over the last couple of years. One of them being our white label custom marketplaces. So we have Rarible.com proper, which we've had since 2019. With our white label marketplaces, we really want to give the ecosystems that we're working with an opportunity to own their entire platform and kind of collab with them on what they can build. So we own all of the tech behind the scenes. Depending on our partners, we allow them to and build out what their brand could be. We collab with them on the brand as well. And I think a really, really great use case here is what we've built with Eclipse and Scope. It's been such a fun year, such an exciting journey, and it's a lot of their team and our team really collabing really closely together. So wanted to talk a little bit about why custom marketplaces. I gave you my why, but would love to hear from Veronica on why Eclipse and why custom marketplace for you guys.
Yeah, I think for us, right, we've been around for about the better part of 3 years now. We launched, Eclipse mainnet last year in December, right? And we've actually been tinkering with the Rarible team through our testnet and also devnet. But we definitely wanted a more bespoke experience on the marketplace front, right? I think there's a lot of marketplaces around. A lot of them have also started doing cross-chain. The features are very generic. We definitely wanted something that appealed to our consumer base and community. So that is why we went the bespoke custom route. We've branded the marketplace to look, very unique, very Eclipse-like. And yeah, we've added features as, the community has requested it, which are all things that are not possible, I think, when you're working with a non-bespoke marketplace.
Yeah, I think that's a great point with the way that we collab with our partners in Scope specifically. Any features that they're looking to bring to market, things that we think would be a great fit for them as well, we collab and try to make sure that we make those things a reality. So being very focused on what the chain needs, the tech that we need to bring this to life, what the creators, the artists, collectors need. So there's new iterations weekly, I even would say, because obviously the space changes so fast, and we want to make sure that we're giving the best opportunity to those that are participating. Eclipse is a rather new chain. I think we should dive into what Eclipse really is, why Eclipse. It was exciting for me to learn about it for the first time. So yeah, if you want to share a little bit more about Eclipse in general.
Yeah, so Eclipse is a Solana virtual machine layer 2 on ETH. Very new as a concept, but the easiest way to describe it is Solana on ETH. For anybody who's interacted with Solana, right, you, I hope, enjoy the fast transactions and cheap fees, but you're also cognizant that, with crypto, right, ETH came first. A lot of the current users are also still on ETH with also their respective liquidity. So for us, we wanted to combine the best of both worlds, right? So we brought Solana to Ethereum. And with Eclipse itself, right, I think we've been around now, we've been live on mainnet since December. And since then, right, we've hit in production around 10K TPS, which is more than any of the L2 combines. And this is a number that's been live, right, not, in a testnet environment. We've hit about, 21 billion transactions thanks to TurboTap. And with Eclipse, right, I think it's very exciting because, it's frontier tech, but there also comes a lot of growing pains, right? I think we were the first SVM chain, so there isn't a lot of, infrastructure already built out, right? I think there's been countless EVM chains already in the market. It's very easy for, infrastructure to be ported over. So for us, right, what we were also thinking around the marketplace component, it was a new conversation for a lot of people, right? So going back to, the custom marketplace question, right? For us, right, it made the most sense just to go native with Rarible, given the new product that you guys were building out, and it's been smooth sailing since then.
Awesome. Yeah, it's always interesting when we chat about Eclipse and how it's, you know, the marriage between ETH and Sol, which is such an exciting ecosystem. So that excitement, I feel like, it gets ported over to what you guys are building. More on Scope, you know, I'm curious why Scope in general. I would love to hear just like, it came from nothing, right? Can you tell us about like that journey, the ideation, like why NFTs on Eclipse, right? A lot of chains come to be and focus on other things like DeFi, but NFTs obviously is very close in all that we do at Rarible, so it's always exciting to see when a chain wants to jump into NFTs wholeheartedly. So we'd love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, so I think for me, right, NFTs was important because I always believe that, you know, DeFi in itself is really interesting, but there needs to be another component to it, especially for us, right? We're also really interested in, you know, bringing on board new users that aren't necessarily crypto native. And I think a concept such as DeFi is a little hard to understand, right? Whereas NFTs is something you can relate to, right? You can tie your identity to. And there's also the whole digital art side of things, right? I think I'm personally a little biased, right? Because I'm very interested in this space, right? I really love what digital art is really bringing to the world, right? So for me, right, I was the one that personally pushed a lot for NFTs. But to me, right, I think with the way also the Eclipse community is built out, I would say it's very unique in the sense that the community is very strong, and there's actually a couple art lovers, right? I think we saw high interest in terms of, you know, PFP collections first, right, with the after school club mint, right? I think the community in itself really enjoys this aspect, and so I definitely wanted to build a little more upon it. But one of the other things that I was also focused on as I was thinking through NFTs was that, you know, there is already a lot of interest around NFTs or PFPs, but there is a big hurdle for current artists, right, to really make it, to really spread their wings in the blockchain space. So when we were building out Scope together, I did want to make it artist-focused initially. So that is something that's, you know, very dear to my heart. And now we have Scope Pro. We have, you know, all of these great features that are made for different types of users and also different types of, I would say, content creators / artists.
Yeah, I love the idea of creating the space to let them experience and kind of grow. I think it's important when anyone's building something new in crypto or NFT space in general, do it with some sort of intention and less extraction. And if you start to build for people that are there or people that you want to be there with you, I think it goes such a long way. Would love to dive a bit more into the real specifics on how Scope came to be, right? So we're talking like what was required from you guys technically, the design side. Can you share with us like some of your goals when we started the conversation about Scope, and then we can dive into some of the more technical details and requirements?
Yeah, so I definitely wanted a marketplace with both primaries and secondaries. Initially on the PFP side, right, because that's what was interesting for us. I think we were looking to line up our mainnet launch with also the launch of our Genesis PFP collection, the After School Club, right? So for us, right, we definitely needed primaries on the PFP side and then later on secondaries as close as possible to that launch date. That is what we launched with, right? And then from there, we wanted to grow the platform into, you know, different features. I think this is what you're bringing up now, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And to touch on the initial launch, obviously, like it's hard to jump into a new space without the community, without something that people are looking forward to. And I think what Eclipse did with Scope and with ASC is a great example of like how to do it right and building that community first, being able to have the artists, future collectors involved for such a long time, and to be like deeply ingrained in what the process looked like. And I think that's really important versus just throwing something out there and hoping it sticks. So it was very intentional, and I think it was great move for you guys to do that. From our side, I would love to hear a little bit about the features, like how did you prioritize these features, and what did that build process look like with Rarible X? How did Rarible X help bring those visions to life? Move for you guys.
Yeah, I think when we had initially started, right, as I said, we wanted 2 main features, and a lot of the other additional features revolved around those, and making sure that the user experience is very smooth and seamless, right? But also users could do everything that they wanted. And what I mean by this, right, is does the website break, right? That is priority 1, right? We have these 2 features. Will anything that we add help the website work well, right? And then, the second kind of tier of priority would be, does this make the user's life better? And so we kind of went through those, we ideated through those, right? I think for some people, right, some minting features weren't working, so we kind of worked around that. And then we worked on adding, collections, bid, different types of, buying mechanisms on secondaries, right? Like sweeping, we recently added bids, we recently added as well. So all of those things were, additional features that we got added. And the way we thought about it as well, right, is there was, our personal Eclipse thinking, but also the community, right? I think one thing that was integral to the entire process was also community feedback. As you said, right, the community has been so ingrained in the process. So for them, right, they're very actually open to sharing feedback, which I think has been really great for both of us. They've also requested, a bunch of features that we've passed along, and we've gotten those implemented very fast. So I think that's the way we've gone about it with features.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think there's one thing of like trying to build everything first and then putting it out there. And I think there's something special about building with the community over time and getting a real product out there and allowing people to play with it, toy with it, and bring features to life as time goes on. And it's different, but I mean, that's an approach I enjoy, because why build something completely and not understand what your users want versus building something beta, right, and then building with your users over time. I think that's something great that we really collabed on. What would you say surprised you the most? Could be positive, could be negative, about working with Rarible?
Let me think. I feel like the relationship has been really good for us, right? I think when we were initially approached, right, what's actually funny with this was that this all actually happened through a LinkedIn cold DM. So
that's old school for this space, huh?
Yeah. So I was curious, so I responded to it, and I never knew that we were going to build such an amazing product from just this cold DM. I think the product has grown tremendously to the point where it's even gone beyond my expectations, right? We came in wanting, a marketplace, a small marketplace with primaries and secondaries, and we've now come to a point where we have multiple marketplaces, right? We have Scope that's more artist focused with one-of-ones, limited editions, open editions, right? We have now Scope Pro with a better trading interface for, more PFP type traders, right? So, yeah, I think this very positive, right? But we've come to a point where everything's kind of exceeded what I've hoped for.
Nice.
Yeah.
That wasn't planned answer, by the way. That was all real. And I guess to jump a little bit more on that, like how does Rarible help support that like techno and creative vision? I mean, from my perspective, I'd like to think of us as being like fast-paced, helping be visionaries together, and I think that's a great thing about the space is like when you have the right partners that have the right mentality alongside you guys, like it allows you guys to build the right thing together versus having very separate mindsets. So from the creative and technical perspective, would love to hear like how Rarible has helped bring that to life.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of partners for so long that I think we also understand each other's work style and also vision, right? I think you and I meet on the weekly, right, to talk about new features we'd like added. It's great to be in kind of a startup mindset, right, because I think the product is never good enough in our eyes, right? We're perfectionists at heart, right? So for us, every week after a new feature gets pushed out, we're ideating on the next feature, which is amazing, right? It's not something you would find in the corporate world. So we're working alongside, pushing these features, trying to make Scope the best it can be.
Awesome. You mentioned Scope Pro. So for those that don't know, there's OG Scope, the Launchpad, but through these ideation phases, like the next iteration of what Scope is has come to life rather recently. So can you tell us a little bit about what's different with Scope Pro? Why did you expand? We can start there.
Yeah, so with Scope Pro, right, I would describe it as a more trader-oriented, faster-paced type of launchpad versus Scope, right? I think Scope started out to be more artist-focused, right, with the one-of-ones, the limited edition, the open editions. But for everybody who was coming in looking to trade, the after-school club collection or any of our other major NFT collections, right, the interface was not really great for them, right? So with that, right, I think it definitely lowered the amount of volume that could have happened on Scope. So we definitely wanted to push a different product that was more akin to, the bigger marketplaces that are out there, Magic Eden, Tensor, right, OpenSea. And we did not have the right set of features to attract those types of users. And so that's why Scope Pro came about. It's a cleaner interface for traders, right? There's more charts, more analytics, more, general features like bids, sweeping, right? All of those things, being able to buy multiple NFTs in one go, right? You have floor buys. That's Scope Pro in a nutshell, I would say. And very excited about it. I think we've seen, volumes also pick up.
Yeah, I think, with Scope Pro, there's obviously the Scope Launchpad that we just discussed, Scope Pro, the trader's interface. Going back to the Launchpad, would love to chat a little bit about the creator side, the curatorial side. Like, we now have permissionless drops. We talked about the dev and design work of the platform, but I want to dive into more the creator, collector side, and the marketing side, right? Like, the go-to-market that we kind of collabed on to really push what Scope is, to help out these creators. From your perspective, we'd love to hear more about how do you onboard these creators and what kind of support are we giving them together?
Yeah, so on kind of the creator side, right, I think what Scope has done really well, right, was actually the open edition spotlight. I do want to bring this up, right, because I think that was a really huge factor in the growth of Scope on, I would say, more of the artist-focused side. But when we actually went live to mainnet, right, we were highlighting open editions on a weekly basis. At the end of, the process of TurboTap, we had highlighted over, I believe, 70 artists. And for them, right, a lot of the way we were thinking about it was that we wanted a standardized format every week so that it was not only accessible for our users, but also memorable, right? So every week, between 5 to 7 artists would drop an open edition, and they would all be priced at, $2 mint fee, $2 platform fee for Scope. And it was just running. I think some artists got along the lines of 20,000 mints, which is pretty incredible, which kind of also helped us grow, our brand. I think with a pricing so accessible, you're also able to get so many more collectors, right? So that is the ethos of Scope in itself, right? We want it to be, very open to any types of creators with any types of background. And that's, what we've seen, right? With Eclipse being at the intersection of both, Solana and ETH, right? In the modular ecosystem. We've seen artists from other chains, from Solana, from ETH, Tezos. We even had someone from Bitcoin come over, just, play around with the chain and, drop art. So it's been really amazing to be able to curate, but also open the doors really to all these people. And in terms of support, right, we've been, I think, doing really good in terms of, highlighting their work, especially on the open edition front. I think being able to get your work displayed, or even in a tweet, right, with some, more more recognizable artists has done a lot for some of these smaller up-and-coming artists. So that's the way we've kind of played around with it. I'll also touch upon, our creator fund really shortly, if there's a question on that.
No, that's perfect segue.
Okay.
I was going there next.
Okay, cool. But we've also, worked really closely with Rarible on a creator fund where, a majority of our fees have been going towards the Eclipse Creator Fund that we've now, named the Neighborhood, and it's being led by Duke, our esteemed after-school club artist and multi-chain artist, and I. And we are looking to, support existing Eclipse artists and onboard traditional artists. And we really are looking to kind of push this program out with, a residency program. We also do a lot of open calls, but the ethos of the neighborhood in itself is that it's meant to feel like a neighborhood where people come and meet up, right? And you have different backgrounds and everyone is different, but everybody can hang out together. And I think Scope, right, also emulates that, right? We have, newcomer artists, more well-known artists who are coming to drop art. And yeah, we hope to kind of keep this going.
Yeah, I think it was a great way to kick things off. Like collectors, creators, the platform fees were going directly back right into the ecosystem. And I think it just goes back to the discussion of a really strong community ecosystem focused inaugural initiatives where it allows everyone to feel like they're giving back or they feel like they're helping build this with Eclipse, with Rarible as well. And when these collections come to life, for example, this is the launch pad. These are us highlighting the various NFTs that are dropping, whether it's a one-of-one, open edition, limited edition. But these artists are getting an opportunity to really shine, I would say, in a new ecosystem. It's not easy to jump into a new chain. So obviously, being Solana, Ethereum, mixed, right, in a way, allows some of those users, collectors, artists to come on board. But they're seeing maybe a different type of support that they might not have seen on these other chains. And we're really proud of that. We build out all of the contracts in-house. Shout out to Vadim, who is crushing it on our engineering team. And these artists submit their work and submit their descriptions, submit things to us, and we take care of the contracts. We're able to build out and the mint page, highlight them properly, and then work very closely with Eclipse on the strategy on the releases. So it is a very tandem effort. I think that's where it's a strong suit for Rarible, being in the NFT scene for so long. When a new chain comes along with a very strong community, it's a great match. So excited to keep that going. We can jump into Scope Pro as well. If there's anything specific that you're excited about for Scope Pro, would love to hear that, and then we can jump into some Q&As, and we'll call it a wrap here.
On Scope Pro, I'm very happy with the product right now, so I don't have much to say. I think it is good enough in the current state to be able to compete on UX with some of the other marketplaces out there. I do hope to see more PFP collections, right? Because I think I've been I've been spearheading the artist side a lot more. And with that, right, I think we're getting a lot more, open editions and one-of-ones right now, but I do hope to see more PFP artists, test the waters of Eclipse, given, how strong the community has been.
And you said you wanted to jump into the neighborhood. I'm excited about the Creator Fund and the opportunities that it can really bring to new users that are trying to explore a new chain like Eclipse. But yeah, we'd love to hear your perspective and where it's going.
Yeah, definitely. And being at an NFT conference, right, I think it's only wise to speak a little bit more about the neighborhood. We're really grateful to have it up and running right now. We'll be sharing a lot more information, right? But we officially launched it, I believe, in April, where we've already since then done 3 open calls for artists to be able to display their work anywhere in the world, which I think is incredibly important, something that you can only really do with, digital art, right? And we are currently in the process of launching our first residency, which will be going live in July with, our partners at Linda. And it will be a 7-week course, online only, for 16 artists to join, with mentorship, where every week they'll be covering anything from, art history 101, starting from the Renaissance to the modern day, but also different types of, stylistic, artistic workshops, around different types of tools, but also just, panels with established artists coming in. So we're really excited about these. I think the main purpose of the neighborhood is also just to provide tools for artists, whether, already existing in the space or new to the space, but also provide more opportunities for, visibility, but also just to, come hang out with a good community. I think you'll see that the Eclipse community also really enjoys collecting art. So yeah, definitely a good place to start, and we hope to onboard more people.
Yeah, definitely check it out. A lot of the NFTs will be minted on Scope, gives artists the IRL opportunities around, and allows them to have conversations with us. We love to have the conversations with creators that are looking to drop as well, provide feedback, additional strategy. I think that's where a lot of our expertise can come into play. Yeah, I guess from the custom marketplace side, there's so many people out there, businesses, Web3, Web2, whatever, that are looking to come on-chain, build their own marketplace. But question for you, what advice would you give someone that's looking to launch their own marketplace? Obviously, I think about Rarible X, I think of people trying to do it themselves, but we'll leave you with that.
I think for me, the best advice I can give is just, try it out, right? I think you may believe that you have too many requests and your idea is impossible to build out, but it is possible, right? I think I came in with a very long wish list of requests, and we're getting there. So I wouldn't be scared. The space is so new, right? I think everyone's a builder, everyone's still tinkering at the moment, so everyone should be willing to give it a go, right? I think it's better to have multiple minds thinking on a problem. You might even think of new solutions. So yes, don't be scared. Just try it out.
Yeah, and to add, I always tell anyone that's looking to build their own marketplace that is focused on something else, come to Rarible, use Rarible X, give it a try. Focus on what you're great at, and let us, not to sound cocky, but let us, the experts who have been doing it for 5-6 years, help build that out for you. And I think that's a big way to allow just the ideation to flow kind of together. From that, I'd like to open it up to any questions anyone might have about launching your own marketplace, about Eclipse, about what Rarible's up to nowadays. If anyone wants to have the floor, we're ready for you guys. If not, it's okay also. Yes. I'm sorry, practical. Yeah.
I can answer this. I mean, personally, I would love that. I think it's also a question that I will reroute to you, right? I think we've had a couple requests from, domain providers on Eclipse who would like to have secondaries trading on their domains, right? I think we've been working really closely with all domains who have minted, I think, over 500K domains on Eclipse. 500K .turbos. A lot of people have hoarded a couple rare ones that I imagine would want to list. So this is also something on my list that we're working on right now.
It's a great question. I do have my own internal wish list as well as like leading and working with a lot of creators. There are plenty of asks that I bring to the table, and I think we work and collab on our asks to our product and engineering teams. You know, but it takes time, and I think it takes interest, right? I think we want to build for things that will get use, right? And I think it seems like this will, but there are with so many things going on, there's definitely priorities that need to be put in place before everything comes and is shipped. So yeah, it's a great question, and I think it should be on the roadmap. Any other questions? Where are we here? Okay, cool. Well, if anyone wants to explore a little bit, feel free to scan the QR code. You can learn more about what it takes to launch your own custom marketplace. We have our booth as well, the Rarible booth. We have mint passes, a really fun art installation where you can have your own outputs and explore what you know, the IRL activation side can look like for the art world. Want to thank Veronica, of course, thank Eclipse for honestly giving Rarible a chance to help build this out. It's definitely one of our most important strategic projects at Rarible, and it's early stages, right, in the grand scheme of things, so super excited to see where that can go. But whether you're an artist, whether you're a collector, whether you're a builder, there are plenty of ways to explore how to work with Rarible and Scope and dropping art, building out your marketplaces, and everything along those lines. Thank you for everyone's time, and we'll see you around the conference.
And if you really wanna stay, I won't waste your time. Oh, 'cause if everything has to change, yeah. No, I don't wanna do it, oh no. Oh, well, of course, loving isn't made by force. And there's a choice, you can either keep it or you can go. Oh, well, of course, loving isn't made by force. And there's a choice, you can either keep it or you can go. What's this feeling? It's holding me in. You like it easy. It's addictive. What's this feeling? It's holding me in. You like it easy. It's addictive. No, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not on you. No, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not on. Oh, what the hell you've done to me? I can't read my mind. Oh, 'cause before I choose to leave, yeah. Now I don't wanna do it, oh no. Oh, well, of course, loving isn't made by force. And there's a choice, you can either keep it or you can go. Oh, well, of course, loving isn't made by force. And there's a choice, you can either keep it or you can go. What's this feeling? It's holding me in. You like it easy. It's addictive. What's this feeling? It's holding me in. You like it easy. It's addictive. You know that I cannot let you go. I'm feeling so mad, unbreakable. I want you so bad, I can't ignore you. What's this feeling? It's holding me in. You like it easy. It's addictive.
To make me act a fool, I'm breaking all my rules. I only tell you this one time. To make me act a fool. I'm breaking all my rules. I only tell you this one time. What's this feeling that's holding me in? You like it, it's addictive. What's this feeling that's holding me in? You like it, it's addictive. Lost on you. Lost on you. Lost on you. What the hell you done to me? What the hell you done to me? And now I'm stuck. What the hell you done to me? My hands, your skin, my fingers, your lips on mine. I love you for forever, so I'll take my time. And now I'm stuck on you. And now I'm stuck on you. Now I'm stuck on you. I'm stuck on you. Picture. Ooh, 2020 vision can't get any clearer. Yeah. Who's the man with all the flaws and all the errors? Oh, don't even recognize who I am in the mirror. Yeah. 'Cause lately I've been floating, trying to keep myself from drowning. But now the sun is shining, I can see the world around me. Oh. I seen you walking like that, like that. Can't help staring at the way you move your hips like that, move your hips like that. You know you got me looking dumb when you smile like that. Smile for me, baby. Yeah. I think I finally found the one that's my girl right there. Wanna know everything about you, yeah. I wanna know everything about you, yeah. Wanna know everything about you. You keep me on my toes when I come around, yeah. You'll be there to pick me up when I get knocked down. Oh, oh, oh. Don't let nothing come between us, we gon' burn it down, And it don't matter where I go, you gon' hold me down. Yeah. Caught up in your love and I can feel it all around me. Don't know what I would do without you. I'm so glad you found me. Oh, I've been looking when I seen you walking like that, like that. Can't help staring at the way you move your hips like that. You move your hips like that. You know you got me looking dumb when you smile like that. Just keep on smiling. I think I finally found the one that's my girl right there. Wanna know everything about you, yeah. Wanna know everything about you. Wanna know everything about you, yeah. Everything about you. Wanna know everything about you. I can give you what you need in the summertime. Summertime. You feel like a warm breeze in the summertime. 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 Tastes like sweet tea in the summertime. Summertime. Living young
I'm tired, I'm stressed out about the lack of money that's in my account. Counting pennies, counting days for the next paycheck to come my way. I've no more cash to show. Gas and bills, that's where it flows. Seems to me that's how it goes. Will I find a way out? Now what do I own and what do I owe? Not sure I know. 'Cause I've got bills here and I've got loans there. I try not to care. Oh, I'm tired, I'm stressed out about the lack of money that's in my account. Counting pennies, counting days for the next paycheck to come my way. Oh, I'm tired, I'm stressed out about the lack of money that's in my account. Counting pennies, counting days for the next paycheck to come my way. It's the bank, they've got to say today's the day we must pay. How come we are minimum wage? Will we find a way out? Now what do I own and what do I owe? I'm not sure I know. 'Cause I've got bills here and I've got loans there. I try not to care. Oh, I'm tired.
Okay, yeah, test, perfect. Thank you for coming. I'm David Mühlbacher, and it's nice that you noticed my talk. I want to tell you today why Eve is gonna win and how you can participate in it. And I thought if everybody is shilling their chain, I think there should be one setting a stage for Ethereum, the EOG. And I want to clarify, I don't want to tell you about winning Ethereum, winning over others. It's just, I think in 10 years I'm still be able to talk about Ethereum, and it will one of the chains that will be there. So no battling. I think we are not in this stage. I think all of us will win if either blockchain wins. So why ETH is gonna win? And I think I don't have to convince you. Most of you are in the space, most of you are Ethereum, so I want to celebrate with you together. Maybe you know it, in 2 months there will be a birthday to celebrate, and it's the 10-year anniversary of the Ethereum blockchain. So it's really getting in its teens soon. So bravo here. So let's see how our birthday child is currently evolving and what are the stats. So, yeah, we are currently at a market cap of $500 billion, which makes it the second biggest blockchain, and I think it will need some time to get flipped. There is a big validator count of over 1 million, so I think we are really safe on this chain. We have over 80 billion locked, total value locked, which means, yeah, in smart contracts, in DeFi, in NFTs. So you probably all know. And something you have to think about it, since merge, Ethereum is the only blockchain under the top 10 which is really deflationary. Bitcoin is inflationary currently. So it's the only top 10 deflationary blockchain, and it has, even only on mainnet, it has only over 5,000 developers, and if you count the whole ecosystem all over, it's much more. And of course, it always set the stage for new token standards. So everything you know in classic DeFi, you see the normal tokens and NFTs, they all were invented on the Ethereum blockchain. And probably most of you know it's scalable over L2. So I think really bravoing to our birthday child, I think it's really looking good. So what's new? Some of you might have missed it. Some of you have really waited long for it, the Pectra upgrade. It is, in my opinion, the biggest update since the merge, and people were really longing to seeing it, and people were doubting if it's coming. There was a lot of uncertainty, which you could see at the Ethereum rates. But last month, it finally was deployed on mainnet, and there nothing happened. When we deployed the testnet, everything wasn't that looking good, but I think now it's completely stable running, and we even introduced a new testnet, which is, you might know, as Hoodie, and I will talk about this later. And what that brought is smart accounts. So for all of you who have a wallet, your personal account now can act as a smart contract in some specific scenarios. We have higher staking limits, which means that there is a compounding effect on your stake. So you don't have to have only the 32 ETH, and the rewards get compounding on the 32 ETH until 2048 ETH, but this amount is highly liquid and you can easily retrieve it. So it adds a lot of liquidity and makes stuff much more easier. And of course, they developed, they enlarged the blob size, so we have now even more fast and even for more cheaper L2s. And of course, for everybody who wants to come, maybe a validator, that's basically our background, it got much, much easier. And if this wasn't enough, we saw this 2 days ago. The Ethereum Foundation was under a little bit of attack in the last about since merge, I would say, and people thought, okay, where is it going? Nobody knew, and I think they're wrapping things up now. If you follow their Twitter, I think it's, or X, I think you really say, and they completely refocused and said that their main priority is scaling L2, scaling blobs for L2s, and improve your X. And the first time in history, they really announced people who are in charge. And I think the name, if you're in the space, speak for themselves. If you're not in the space, I can tell you they speak for themselves, yeah? And they have teams that will lead this. And there was also an announcement that they include new ecosystem partners like Lido and L2Beat. I think there are good things coming up, and I think the community, and they're calling and listening to the community more again. So that's what if our birthday child is looking, and what I want to see. I know most of you who are already in Ethereum. I don't want to tell you about DeFi, about NFTs, a little bit maybe, but most of you know this stats. But I want to show you what is currently doing, how the big corporates going. So BlackRock entering the space and bringing tokenizing things on chain, on Ethereum chains. Wiser tries to make stable coins and make a launchpad for fired-back stuff. Even PayPal now released their own stablecoin, and I heard that Trump also has something like this planned. But what happened for the retailer? If you're from US, you have a bright normal stock market exposure of over ETF, of a huge amount of ETFs that launched in the last 2 years or last year. The biggest one, BlockRec probably. What's also interesting is Franklin and Templeton. And if you look outside the US, Kraken launched now a tokenized stock exchange, or will launch a tokenized stock exchange on their own L2 chain, which makes US stocks basically tradable 24/7, which I think will be very interesting. But if you think about it, it's just this tokenization of real-world asset of stocks. And with MiCA, which is the crypto regulations in the European Union, there happened something really new, and it's really new. It's 2 weeks old, or 1 week old. 21X is the first company who starts a really regulated on-chain crypto stock exchange on Ethereum. Which basically, what is the difference? Yeah, you just not only can onboard, you can really emit the stocks from there, and they're really planning to do this so that it's not more tokenization of something that already exists. It's really emitting it blockchain first. And it's completely regulated, and we will see a lot of coming. And I think it's kind of the atomic bomb for the TradFi stock market. And I'm really curious where things will look out. So, what about the art and culture of Ethereum? I think I don't have to say much. Here are the pros. You're here. But yeah, if it's either if it's art, which is more and more is adapted by museums, by funds, by galleries, or if it is community, I think the biggest thing that is really something where mainnet is really strong about. You probably know these ecosystems. I'm part of almost all of them. But what makes Ethereum that strong? And that is my opinion, and you might ask your questions afterwards. I think one of the core values is decentralization. We are with this many values. I think there is always something to discuss, but I think the main purpose of Ethereum, and they made it clear, is that it's really an access for everybody, and nobody should be excluded from that. And with that decentralization, with the over 100,000 different entities that attest to the blockchain, there comes sensor resistance. And I know this is also something that's under combat currently a little bit with block builders, censoring transaction, but Ethereum always made clear that their goal is to make it more sensorless so that everybody can access it no matter what. I think the third thing is always R&D. I think there are a lot of approaches, very research and development based. So I'm pretty sure that whenever quantum cryptography will start, there won't be a problem. Ethereum has already a roadmap for that, and for much other things. So I think we're safe for the next 10 years, whatever is happening. And I think what is coming back is always the community aspect. And I think what I want to give you as a picture is if Ethereum would ever break down for days, we see this in other blockchains currently or in the last year, and if we think of all the VC is gone, who will still develop? And I think Ethereum is one of the chains that has enough developers that will sit down and until they fall off, they will develop Ethereum and bring it back to life. I'm pretty sure, and I think that's something very good to build on. So I hope I have you convinced, or maybe we have celebrated what Ethereum is like. And now, of course, I want to tell you how you could expose yourself maybe more. Maybe you have traded, but maybe it's more about you. And I know everything has to start small, so I try to make a daily workout for everyone, and I know time ranges are very different. So I think we start with the longest rate, it's 10 minutes, and that's where you should, maybe if you want to develop or whatever, you should find an infrastructure. And yes, of course, there are these big players, but I also want to say that we just started in the European Union web hosting platform, which really gives you root access and which is really crypto friendly, so no quarrels and no fear about turning off your thing. So that's launching in the next week. It's currently up, but we will we have redesigned everything, and we will show everything. And I think you can start with very cheap plans. I think it's the place to go if you won't go with the big players. your 5-minute setup, and I know it's now you think, okay, I'm not a technical guy. It's very hard to set up your Ethereum node yourself. And basically we solved this too. And no, I don't want to sell you this because it's open source and free. And now I'm doing something, I think, in an NFT stage was never done before. I really want to set up live an Ethereum node, and I will show you how to do this. So nobody has an excuse afterwards. And I'm really looking forward to this for a long time. Now let's look if this works. So, you basically need a server, or you can run it on your own system locally. If you have a Ubuntu setup, you just connect to it. And you see we have nice animations, so we are in the art for a long time. And now, for everybody, it's really easy. You choose one-click select. And the cool thing, if you want to start, I really recommend you, don't start with Ethereum mainnet. If you just want to deploy your first smart contracts, go with the Polar testnet or with the new Hoodie testnet if you want to stake. I mean, you can also deploy your smart contracts, but then you don't have all the other protocols that live on blockchain. So you basically choose staking, and everything is set up. You can choose different clients. I won't get into it that much. You don't have to need that to know about it. We have YouTube tutorials where we explain a little bit more. You can sync your node faster, so that is even something you can front run and have really fast setup. And I'm pretty sure I get a completely running testnet node within the end of this presentation. So I'm clicking next and let the thing work, and hope to show you now how you're perfect. And now I should have, I have also included this in my presentation if the internet wouldn't work. And 1 minute we should always think of get high exposure on Ethereum. That's not more than 1 minute. You need get into staking, stake your ETH, stake it on centralized exchanges, do it on decentralized exchanges, do it on Lido, or if you really want to high, we are spinning up now a vault where you really have a high Ethereum exposure with quite some good APY. And think of it, yeah, if you now start investing, there is something, and it will start over the next month. Just look at it, follow Steerum, follow funnel.com, and basically it's an automated rebalancer that gives you exposure to different protocols. We run everything for you. I think that if you're interested, come to me. So basically, I wanted to show how Ethereum is going to win. I think how is it standing very good, how we could celebrate this birthday, and how you can get exposure to it from our side. I wanted to tell you what we are offering, and we have a very vivid Discord community. Come to us, ask me if you need help. I think it's now the time. I think we see a lot of traction coming. I think it's the last real cycle. So basically, subtitle, sell me this pen. It's Pen Eve. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Okay, thank you.
words I need you to say. So sick of all these games we play. Mixed signs causing stress, sending my mind toward disarray. Hope the stars do align so I can maybe get a chance. We'll not count on deja vu, hoping we are on a different path. If there's one thing for sure, you're someone that I do adore. Not a person I can lose. I hope that I'm who you choose. No one else but me. Cause I'm telling you, oh, I'm telling you, I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, you look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, you look so enticing. You are a part of me, something I wanna tell myself. Hold me close, don't let me go. Want you with me and no one else. Tread soft and walk with care. Some say I may be hard to break. Things aren't always as they seem. Make sure it's extra mile you take. The grass ain't always green, it's always somewhere in between. Love and a little of lust. Make sure it's someone you trust. Have to ensure I'm safe. But I guess it's a risk I'll have to take. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see that you're grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, you look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving, my heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding, you look so enticing. love and a little of lust. Make sure it's someone you trust. Have to ensure I'm safe. But I guess it's a risk I'll have to take. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving. My heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding. Look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see that you're grooving. My heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding. Look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving. My heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding. You look so enticing. I had a vision of the way that you're moving. I see you grooving. My heart rate is rising. I see planets colliding. You look so enticing.
Testing. Hey everyone, thanks so much for coming along. A lot of very familiar faces in the audience. Don't know about that guy with the white hat, not sure who he is, but thanks so much for coming along. My name is Dan. I'm really excited to be talking to you today about a number of projects we've got going on, specifically VV. Should that be working? Oh yeah, there we go. So today we're going to be talking about VV and beyond, powering the future of digital collectibles. And I'm going to be covering three major things, VV, Stackr, and the VVverse. So VV is a digital collectible and digital comic platform. It was founded in 2017, all those years ago, even before NFT was really even a word. And it was founded for fans, basically by two nerds, me and David, up on screen here. And that's David in the white hat, by the way. We really started with one mission, and that mission was to basically bring the physical world of collecting into the digital age. Since we did that, we've sold over 6 million digital collectibles. Sorry, the clicker's a little bit behind. Where should I be pointing this thing? Here we go. 6 million digital collectibles sold, 4 million digital comics. Sorry, this is not working too well. Where should I point this? There we go, before it's coming up. 4 million digital comics sold, $1.4 billion through the secondary market, and we've sold to users in 150 countries around the globe. So how did we do this? We basically started off by bringing on some of the world's largest brands, which should be coming up on screen at some point. Sorry about this. Our mission, in the collectible space was really to bring on all the brands that people know and love. Everything from Marvel to Disney, even Lamborghini, Coca-Cola, as well as a lot of other artists that we worked with around the world. And our main objective was to really create an amazing digital collecting experience, which is going to come up in hopefully a moment, which is the VV app. Sorry, I'm not sure. Here we go. The digital collecting experience, which is the VV app, and it's comprised of a whole digital collectible experience. Number one, starting off with digital collectibles. Number two, digital comics. So we offer digital comics from some of the world's leading publishers. VVverse, which is our digital collectible playground. You have features like augmented reality and interaction with all of your branded digital collectibles. We also have a very, very strong community. I think there's a couple of them here. I'm not too sure. And we have our secondary marketplace where users can buy and sell and trade collectibles amongst each other. So overall, an end-to-end collectible experience. So what do we actually sell in VV? On the left, as you can see, we sell beautiful, premium, high-end 3D collectibles from your favorite brands. On the right, you can see some examples of some of the thousands of digital collectibles we have from brands like Marvel, Ablaze, Humanoid, the biggest popular collectors in the world. And of course, everything is backed and minted on-chain as NFTs for the scarcity and authentication. So today I'm really excited to talk to you guys about StackR. StackR represents the next evolution in VV's collecting experience. And it's backed by the OMI token, and it makes OMI accessible to both Web 2 users as well as Web 3 users, allowing them to trade VV collectibles on the StackR marketplace. It leverages the base network, everything on L2 network. And it breaks down barriers by bringing the Web 3 space into the virtual. Sorry, I lost my thing there. Breaking down barriers. It is the first platform that enables cryptocurrency to be purchasing premium digital collectibles from VV's licensed brands. And it also bridges the ecosystem by bringing VV's 10 million plus digital comics and digital collectibles into the Web3 community. Through our peer-to-peer marketplace, users can trade using OMI to OMI with no barriers. We offer on-chain payments. All transactions occur on the base network. Fully decentralized, so there's no intermediary required. Users can just trade directly with each other. And it unlocks real value in the sense that you can sell VV collectibles directly for cryptocurrency and then realize those profits as monetary value. It offers a simple and powerful interface with some advanced collecting capabilities and trading capabilities. So all payments are processed on the base network, providing super scalable payments. We have seamless connection between VV and StackR, which basically means that it maintains all of the security and the connectivity with your network. Everything syncs with VV, so as soon as you do a transaction on StackR, it will automatically sync with your account, offering a unified collection. Through the StackR platform, all of the transactions fees are sponsored. And this is really important for us. It eliminates all of the barriers and makes it really easy for people to participate in the platform. You can sign up with your VV account, and you can optionally connect an external wallet to the platform. One of the really cool things is that it offers really detailed analytics, it offers market trends, it allows you to make informed decision-based discovery around what you can purchase and what you're looking for. You can trade, you can analyze, and you can engage with the VV assets across both platforms. It's also linked in directly with Vivi's Master Collector program. So as you participate on Stackr, you buy and sell, it allows you to redeem those MCP points and preserve those benefits all the way through. So as you're earning these MCP points, you can then interact with them on Vivi and on the Stackr platform. All of the transaction fees done burn OMI, creating a deflationary token. And I just want to talk a little bit about OMI. So OMI is the token that backs Vivi and also backs the Stackr platform. And with OMI, you can basically purchase Vivi NFTs on Stackr from some of the world's leading brands, as I've mentioned before. As you spend or stake your OMI, you can earn even more MCP points, which can be used in the platform itself. And through the OMI utility, OMI utility offers payments on Immutable X and Stackr, as well as offers token rewards for some of the OMI-based games, such as Epico Rego. Some of you guys might know that. And one of the games we have coming out in the future called Tengoku. All of the token features are all built on base layer 2 blockchain. And OMI is accessible on a number of globally recognized exchanges. Feel free to take a seat, guys. And obviously, we've just brought out the Viviverse, which I'll be discussing in a moment, and OMI will become the token for our metaverse. So really excited to talk about some of those features coming up in the future. And for anybody here who is new to OMI, new to Vivi, new to Stackr, you come to our booth at G4. We're going to be offering 100,000 OMI to anybody who signs up today, so you can actually start buying and purchasing your digital collectibles. Together with Stackr, we are working on a game-changing framework for collectibles. Now, this is something that will essentially enforce royalties for licensors, but it will also allow for self-custody and interoperability as we move into this Web3 space. We want to help enable licensors to bring their licensing agreements on-chain. That will also help give them a lot more control over their digital assets, both on and off the Vivi and Stackr platforms. Help to decentralize Vivi's content, and that it also includes backup of the high-quality 3D assets that Vivi provides. And one of the things that's most exciting for me is allowing people to be able to sell Vivi NFTs through any sales platform. So you might have a Shopify account, or Disney might have a platform. It's going to allow them to integrate Vivi into their platform, so people can buy digital collectibles and digital content through these expanded sales channels. And the great thing here, what we're really aiming for, is to bring Vivi and our licensors directly into the Web3 space while maintaining our true collectible authenticity. So super excited about Stackr. Come down to the booth if you want to learn more about it. Lastly, I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about the Viviverse. So this is the latest release that we've come up with. It has been in the works for a couple of months. And it is basically our metaverse for digital collectibles. And ultimately, it is your digital playground for your digital collectible content. It allows you to create virtual spaces. In those virtual spaces, as you can see in the image there, you can place your 3D collectibles, you can place your 3D comics, and you can customize, decorate, whether that's with furniture or plants or paintings. It's highly interactive, so you can share and you can socialize. You can also bring in your own custom avatars, like you can see my one here. Tried to make it look as close as possible. Right now, Viviverse is available as a desktop app. It also has VR headset support, so if any of you have got one of those, I highly recommend trying it. And we have our mobile app coming very soon. I'm going to be giving some demos down at the booth if anybody wants to see that. So the really cool thing here is that, as collectors, we love to set up our collectibles. I mean, for me, I've got shelves all throughout my house with my collectibles on it. And however, there's always limitations with space. So the great thing is, in the VVverse, you can create your unlimited, basically virtual showrooms, design them how you want, put your collectibles everywhere. As you can see in the image, we've got some comics, we've got collectibles. You can add furniture and decoration and X-Wing up there if you want. Even add all your own lighting effects to create a really, really immersive and beautiful environment. And we also realize that some people are really talented at 3D, or they're happy to sort of dive into that and build their own, or you can choose from some of our really cool space templates. And in addition, you can bring in all your own shapes. So you can either bring in, we've got furniture libraries and all that kind of thing, but if you want to build something from scratch on your own, you can bring in a shape, whether it's a cube, you can apply materials to it, and really build up your whole environment. And the really cool part is that it's a social experience. For me, people love to share their collectibles. I mean, in some ways, it's a bragging right. If you've got a VV Gold and Silver card, you're obviously going to be bragging about that. So it's highly interactive. You can invite people in there. We've got audio, we've got video, we've got text chat. The other cool thing is that, and some people in this room will know, is that you can invite people in with certain permissions. So if I'm not really good at creating my own environment, I can actually invite people in, and I can give them access to build up my whole world for me and have access to my collectibles. And this basically leads into collaborative building and interaction. We've seen people creating games in there, and we have some really cool gaming features coming up in the future. You can import avatars from platforms like Ready Player Me, and we've already seen people, create their own really cool merch. So, if anybody wants to send me some of that, I'm open to it. But I can basically talk about the features all day, but what I really want to do now is show you guys some examples from the community. And the majority of this stuff has been built by scratch. So here's the showroom that one of our collectors did. Everything here is built up from simple shapes. They've applied materials and then brought in all of the collectibles. This one here is a massive comic space, and I just want to confirm we do not have Pokemon. Somebody built that in the VVverse before people start tweeting about it. So as you can see, you can do some really, really creative stuff, and it really is limited purely by your own imagination. I mean, this one here is particularly impressive. Somebody has created the Arc de Triomphe, put his Maserati in the front, all the collectibles around. This one I also really like. It's a beautiful Star Wars themed environment, which is super cool. This one I wanted to put in, this is a recent release we did with Blackpink, the K-pop band, and it just shows some of the cool things you can do with the lighting. With some spotlights on the front, the characters in the back, slightly in the dark. Within the VVverse, we also have features like depth of field. Like you can just see the amazing depth of field in this shot if you want to really highlight something amazing. And also sticking with the Lambo, I just put this in here because it makes the Lamborghinis look so realistic. I mean, and these are digital collectibles. It just goes to show, this is the type of effort that we put into our digital collectibles to make them super realistic. And finally, in the VVverse now, we can really realize, the beauty of these collectibles. So, thank you so much for coming along today, guys. Again, we're at booth G4, and just keep your eyes peeled on our socials. We do have some very exciting announcements coming out in the next couple of weeks that I think is going to make everybody, especially in our community, really, really excited. If you want to learn more, please scan the code and come and see us in booth G4. Thanks very much.
Just everything you want to be. Now I'm just coming in the eye. Baby, I'm coming alive. Yeah. want to be, to be. Every now and then I smell fire burning. It's like the earth ain't turning. I'm just everything you want to be, to be. Now I'm just coming alive.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold tight, give me all that place. Give me that time. Nobody knows, no, my time. Everywhere I go, I think that I always see you running closer to the future. Mirage is showing us too. It's been forever and a day, rehearsing words that I'm meant to say, jumping stages where I'm meant to take, skin set conscious in purgatory. Oh, babe, intensity's been waving like an ocean. I took the antidote and can't feel the effects of your potion. New realms they have shown I'll be alright on my own, reflecting on you, reflecting on us. Now I'm sure we're turning to dust, reflecting on you, reflecting on us. Now I'm sure we're turning to dust. Sometimes easy can't be greeted. Let's create while we're ahead. Unanswered questions, feelings floating, better left unsaid. Residing where I'm meant to be. It's been hard being front row to see. I'm gonna need to cast you away. Intensity's been waving like a...
Please take your seats. We're gonna begin.
The effects of your potion. Realms they have shown I'll be alright on my own, reflecting on you, reflecting on us. Now I'm sure we're turning to dust. New realms they have shown I'll be alright on my own, reflecting on you, reflecting on us.
So we've all heard about the future where we're going to be flying through the metaverse, holding hands with Vitalik. Satoshi Nakamoto's spirit is going to let us do all the amazing things that blockchain is going to solve. But that hasn't been the reality, okay? What we're kind of stuck with right now is this crazy world where we're in Discords and Telegram groups, everything's full of spam, scams, rug pulls, meme coins. But that doesn't mean that the amazing future is not going to happen. So my background is I started off as a dot-com kid, okay? I left school, I saw Bill Gates give a speech about how this new thing called the internet is going to change everything, and I was immediately hooked. So I did all the dot-com stuff, I was a Flash animator, I was developing websites, and this was all good. And then my music career took off, and I spent quite a lot of years as a DJ and a producer, as an artist. I worked with some of the world's biggest artists, Skrillex, Flume, Marshmello, some European artists like Tiesto. And one thing that I saw in the music industry was your agreements, like your recording contracts, your digital rights, and your ability to create fans matters so much. So what I didn't realize is how much this little area was going to come back later on in my career. So my music career was going really good, everything was great, this was going to be my future until the pandemic hit. And I'm from Australia, so that's where I flew from to be here today. And in Australia, you couldn't go anywhere, shows were cancelled, my career was dead. So what did I do? I started looking at crypto. Crypto was the next hot thing. I dabbled with it a little bit in the past. I played cryptocurrency trading, but this time I looked at what can blockchain actually do and what can it do for me as an artist. So pretty soon I stumbled on a project called LTO Network. So LTO Network is a layer 1 blockchain project. Somehow they ended up employing me because I used to be good at hyping stuff in the music industry, so this became useful in Telegram channels. But what LTO had was something that made perfect sense to me. I was like, yeah, this is what it's going to be about, okay? This blockchain has what's called a private layer. The private layer lets you do ownership. You can own anything on the blockchain, and it's got this public layer where you can prove what you own. I was like, this is awesome, and they worked with the United Nations. They worked with Dutch government. I was like, this is the serious stuff. Let's go. So I worked with LTO Network, and I started to think about what the digital future is going to really look like with blockchain, okay? So everything that is valuable in the world, everything is going to end up being on blockchain. We've heard about this. We call it tokenization, real-world assets, okay? All your legal agreements are going to be on the blockchain because you can truly prove things in the most accurate way on the blockchain. Proof of ownership will happen through blockchain, and will all the financial products, your insurance, your loans, all this stuff is also going to happen on blockchain in the future. And now we've got AI, which is going crazy. AI needs blockchain because AI needs verifiable data. Why does AI need verifiable data? It's because AI has to make decisions based on fact, okay? So anyways, we looked at all this stuff and we came up with some technologies that we created. We created 3 things. One's called Proofy. Proofy lets you identify yourself to Web3 projects and do like a KYC without sharing your personal details. This is really important for Web3 because you don't want to be giving your passport, your wallet, your license details to some random casino or a Web3 game. So we made this technology that acts as a middleman for that. We then created the world's first RWA wallet. Okay, we launched it in December. We've had 13,000 downloads so far. We've done some cool activations. We tokenized the rare Michael Jordan basketball card, and this is actually going to be the host for our tokenized assets. We also created, and I wrote the light paper for a technology called Ownables. So Ownables, they're kind of like NFTs on steroids. So what Ownables are, they're a complete digital asset which are decentralized and they live in your pocket. So the actual asset, whether it's art, media, anything like that, they don't live on like a random server. They can get 404'd and disconnected. They actually live in your wallet. So I'm going to show you a couple of things that Ownables can do, and we've got a little demo if Killian in the back can switch to the tab. So these are some of our Ownables over here. They will live with you in your native iOS app, but here this is like our SDK. So this is for developers and this is what they'll see. So I've got a few examples of Ownables. We've got this potion. So this is dynamic, and this is what's called a consumable ownable. So what that means is that every time you interact with it, the interaction, it's recorded on the blockchain, it is forever. Okay? And this can be used in gaming, in all sorts of assets, and this is all the interactions that have happened. So if we can click drink, and do it a couple more times, even until it's almost depleted. So each time you drink it, this is recorded. Each drinking of that potion is recorded on a blockchain. And once that asset is used up, it's gone forever. So think of it as like a health potion in a game or some other kind of thing that you know, crazy boffins will come up with. Then we've got the cookie, which uses the same thing. Nom, 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 let's eat the cookie. let's have a couple of bites. And that cookie, each time you take a bite, that's recorded on the blockchain. And this is all embedded into the actual asset package. So another type of demo that we've got this robot over here. So this robot is like a master ownable, and it has these other two ownables, which are all separate assets, and they can be consumed by the robot. So this shield, we're going to consume that. And that shield has been consumed, and now it is gone forever. No one can consume that ever again, okay? And same with this paint. Yeah, so all these assets, they're there. So we looked at this and we started to think, what else can we do for music, okay, which is where my background is, and what else can we do for fans and collectibles? So we created, and we're launching this today, it's we call it the Tay Ownable as our working thing. We'll probably get sued, but it's got a couple little functions. So an NFT can usually be one thing, but here, if you actually see these two little dots, you can click that, and that can contain other things from the musician, which when I grew up, you would buy a record or a CD, and inside the CD, you would get like stickers, a little booklet, and some stuff that made you feel really connected to the artist. You know, you had true ownership of something that made you feel special. And we've also got some music, which you probably don't really want to hear, but that's also embedded in the package as well. And this type of asset, you can use it to create some sort of fan connection, you know, in a decentralized way. So going back to ownables, we've got an upcoming platform called Equity. And now Equity is going to be a full RWA tokenization platform. It uses ownables as the backbone. So what you do is you get assets from the real world, you tokenize it using ownables. How is that done? We have a law firm that is the Netherlands' largest legal notary, and they are run by our founders. They underwrite every asset that we create. So the assets that go on our blockchain are legally verifiable. They actually matter, and you can claim back and have legal ownership of them back in the real world. So it's a bi-directional layer. So we're launching our NFT platform, RWA platform there. And to kick things off, we've tokenized, if we go to the next slide, a little package from a famous Dutch artist called Joseph Kubanski. He has custom made a commissioned artwork for us called the LTO Tree of Life. And if you come to our booth, we'll be able to give you guys fractions of this real artwork to store in your wallet when you download the LTO wallet. So look, at the end of the day, we think that the artists of the world, they're going to need tools like this to create real connections between the decentralized world and the real world. And we hope to be the technology layer that does it. Thank you.
that I feel like I'm sinking further down. No matter how deep I breathe, I still can't find a moment. And it feels like I'm running, but my feet can't touch the ground. Been feeling weight down, going nowhere, but I can't see light, it's so near. No more waiting now, cause it's so clear. Those days have been and gone. Leave behind a place I always thought was home. Now I found a power in the letting go. Letting go. Take them out of my mind. Don't wanna leave behind those days have been and gone. Leave behind a place I always thought was home. Now I finally found a love within my soul. In my soul, take them out of my mind. Don't wanna look behind.
Never mattered to me. I've avoided all of this now. I'm facing the troubles, only they could show me how. Although lately I've been finding all the pieces of me I never met before is the reason, all I needed. Please don't fail me now.
Been feeling weight down, going nowhere, but I can't see light, it's so near. No more waiting now, cause it's so clear.
Those days have been and gone. Leave behind a place I always thought was home. Now I found a power in the letting go. Letting go. Take them out of my mind. Don't wanna look behind those days have been and gone. Leave behind a place I always thought was home. Now I finally found a love within my soul. In my soul, take them out of my mind. Don't wanna look behind.
Speak your piece, man, but you make it quick. Why can't we just all run and hide from all of this? Cause for all my planning, I'ma stay within. Why can't you open up and try to let me in? Cause I'm feeling like I'm out of hell. Then you come complicate things when I'm doing well. Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. Oh no, I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. I'm already ahead. Like embarrassing that you're keeping me under. off days, 'cause I know that you'll be home. And now I'm feeling like I'm out of here. Then you come complicate things when I'm doing well. 'Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. No, I can't say anything. You're giving me under wraps. I'm already there. That embarrassing. 'Cause you're giving me under wraps. Yes, you can. You'll be home by 10. 'Cause I told you once, but now I'll tell you all again. 'Cause all my planning, I'm the one with sin. Come on, just open up and try to let me in. 'Cause you're keeping me under, you're keeping me on. You're making me violent, you're making me soft. You're making it easy, you're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. I'm already there. That embarrassing. 'Cause you're keeping me under wraps. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. I'm already there. That embarrassing. 'Cause you're keeping me under wraps. 'Cause you're keeping me under. You're keeping me on. Making me violent. You're making me soft. You're making it easy. You're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff. All day I'm thinking of you, babe, and saw you. All week my mind is on you, babe, but what you do. You fill my sky so wonderful. You feed my mind and my heart too. You know that's why I stick with you for all my life. You show me love I never known. You make sure I don't walk alone. I'm gonna give you all you want. It's all for you. You brought the moonlight. We got the moon right. Whisper to my side, baby, for all my life. We can do it all night. Baby, give me all you got. Stick here to my side, baby, for all my life. I lay back in us. It's the sign of trust when it all comes back again. You got me down so comfortable. You got me think the guy's above. Without you in my arms, I don't know that I'd be alright. Never known. You make sure I don't walk alone. I'm gonna give you all you want. It's all for you. You fill my sky so wonderful. You feed my mind and my heart too. You know that's why I stick with you for all my life. You brought the moonlight. We got the moon right. Whisper to my side,
for all my life. We can do it all night. Baby, give me all you got. Stick here to my side. Baby, for all my life.
You're my one, you're my only. I'm starting at this with you. Without you, girl, I'm just lonely. That ain't just cliche, it's true. You see, I searched and looked all over, and yet I couldn't find a girl like you, there's no other. You're my reason why, and you're the reason why. 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 If I had another option, I would still choose you. See, girl, you're like my compass. Yeah, 'cause I found the truth in you. If they put my heart on trial, you would be my proof. Now I have the answer. My answer's always you. And you're the reason why. You're the reason why. You're the reason why.
top of the world today. Loving you takes my stress away. Fresh glow like I'm on holiday, yeah. You are my girl with all the sauce. Turn the lights down, let our bodies talk. Ooh, I just wanna feel what you say. I don't wanna front, this ain't just a crush. I just wanna be your go-to for that type of touch, yeah. I don't wanna rush, let's lose ourselves in us. I just wanna be the one you're next to when the sun comes up. Oh, oh. Every time you whisper down the phone, I've been giving everything I own to make you love me, or to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I've been giving everything inside to make you love me. It's hard to make you love me, making you love me, yeah, yeah. Making you love me, yeah, yeah. Anything to make you love me, yeah, yeah. Make you love me, yeah, yeah. I was on top of the world today. Loving you takes my breath away. Troubles ain't nothing but a memory, yeah. Ah, you were my girl, black and white. Loving you lets me see the light. Ooh, I'm feeling your energy, yeah. I don't wanna front, this ain't just a crush. I just wanna be your go-to for that type of touch, yeah. I don't wanna rush, let's lose ourselves in us. I just wanna be the one you're next to when the sun comes up. Ooh, oh. Every time you whisper down the phone, I've been giving everything I own to make you love me, or to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I've been giving everything inside to make you love me. It's hard to make you love me, making you love me, yeah, yeah. Make you love me, yeah, yeah. To make you love me, yeah, yeah. Got to make you love me, yeah, yeah. To make you love me, to make you love me. This is what I'm trying to say, is when you come my way, it's taking me so high. So I'm trying to make you love me. Every time you whisper down the phone, I be giving everything I own to make you love me, oh, to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I be giving everything inside to make you love me. Said it's all to make you love me. Oh.
Oh. Oh. You closed the door on me lately, like you've got secrets to hold. How long can I keep waiting to know the things that you know? Oh, it doesn't feel like home when we're outside alone. Never wanna let you go if we say that we've grown. Why do we still fly so low? I never wanna let it go. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so low. You're something of a symphony, more than just a mystery. This is not the way it should be going so low. We find ourselves in these places
Sometimes we can't find the words to say it. And I know temptation won't face us. We've been through this before. Oh, it doesn't feel like home when we're outside alone. Never wanna let you go if we say that we've grown. Why do we still fly so low? I never wanna let it go. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so low. You're something of a symphony, more than just a mystery. This is not the way it should be going so low. Oh yeah. Hey. Oh. I never wanna let you go. Oh. I never wanna let you go. Oh. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so low. You're something of a symphony, more than just a mystery. This is not the way it should be going so low. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so low. You're something of a symphony, more than just a mystery. This is not the way it should be going so low. So low. So low. Going so low. So low. So low. Going so low. Staring at the ceiling, heart's a record spinning round. I've been loving with no meaning, running from a feeling now. You know that I want you. Don't get me started at this time of night. Hard to keep my guard up when the feeling's right. I don't need nobody but for you are mine. You know that I want you. I just wanna see you. You could come over. I know you're shy. You can be shy with me. You know I need to. And I'm not quite sober. I know you're shy, baby. You can be shy, it's alright. I just wanna see you. You could come over. I know you're shy. You can be shy with me. You know I need you. And I'm not quite sober. I know you're shy, baby. You can be shy. You can be shy with me. Met you back in August, thought you were standoffish, coy. But you don't have to try. I'll read between your lines. Oh. 'Cause all that I want you. Why? You ain't gotta hide who you want tonight. No, take your time. You show with your hips on. Hey, you're so shy. Won't you come around here and waste my time? 'Cause all that I want is you. I just wanna see you. You could come over. I know you're shy.
but I know you're shy, baby. You can be shy, it's alright. I just wanna see you. You could come over. I know you're shy. You can be shy with me. 'Cause baby, I need you. And I'm kinda shy too. Maybe tonight, baby. You can be shy with me.
Music's blaring, I'm still stepping from the corner of my eye to the corner of the room. I'm waiting for a message from you. Gotta make sure I pay enough attention to the people in this room. Vibrate, 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 go on and light up. Vibrate, 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 go on and light up. I'm waiting for a message that's been sent this way by you. What am I supposed to do? Time is pacing, got me thinking. Should've left my phone at home so I'd be in this moment instead of sat here waiting. I'm waiting for a message from you. Gotta make sure I pay enough attention to the people in this room. Vibrate, 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 go on and light up. Vibrate, 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 go on and light up. I'm waiting for a message that's been sent this way by you. What am I supposed to do? Music's blaring, I'm still staring. Oh baby, I'm staring. Send that message, send that message, send that message all the way from you to my take that message, please, my dearest darling. Holla at me, holla at me.
Way down in my heart is where you found the key. My soul is on fire 'cause you bring the heat. There ain't no love without insanity. It's more than enough to know you want it too. And I ask to spend our lives together, 'cause I ain't never letting you go. And maybe we can fly together. Yeah, I wanna be free with you. That's all I wanna do. I feel it, baby. Wanna be free with you. That's all I wanna do. 'Cause I can't get enough of you. Let's go to places we've never been before. Got my eyes locked into you 'cause I am yours. I can't live life without this peace of mind. It's more than enough to know that you are mine. Can I ask to spend our lives together? 'Cause I ain't never letting you go. And maybe we can fly together. wanna do, 'cause I can't get enough of you. I wash it down like a glass of wine. I think that's real, 'cause then you won't forget me. And it's the reason why I hold you tight. And I will pray that day doesn't come. You know I wish you were here all the time. You know I wish you were here all the time. Living my fantasies out in real life. Everything I'll give to you, darling, but until we reach morning, you're mine. And don't you worry now, baby, I'm the man you've been craving this time. Everything I'll give to you, darling, but until we reach morning, you're mine. Don't you worry now, baby, I'm the man you've been craving this time. It's alright when it's just us two. Daylight, playing by the rules we know won't lead to change. We unfazed, working for the wrong man. Unpraised, working for the hand we know won't ease our pain. And baby, I know you're mad, so we don't talk about it. Don't even wanna think about the way we could be living. So baby, let's float away, ease your mind. No better than to waste your time. I know we both been thinking that when the night comes, I feel home. I can find the place here, I can let it go. And when I've lost complete control, I might find a life here, momentary low. You find me in the night. 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 It's alright when we're playing our game. 2 days, then we do it your way. I can't see an end.
stay up, only just to realize. Wake up when I hit the sunrise. I just can't pretend. And baby, I know you're mad, so we should walk away. But talk about terrible timing. First I gotta get paid. And baby, I know you've had enough of everything you say, but we gotta keep on climbing. Then we do it our way. Then when the night comes, I feel home. I can find a place here, I can let it go. And when I've lost complete control, I might find a life here, momentary low. You find me in the night. You find me in the night. You found me in the night. You found me in the night. Yeah, baby, won't you find me tonight? Yeah, I've been aching for the sight of you. Yeah, baby, won't you find me tonight? Yeah, I've been aching for the sight of you. You found me in the night. You found me in the night. Oh, no. You found me in the night. You found me in the night. Oh, no.
Took a backseat role just one time, something I should never have done. Now I'm outside in the sunshine, happy but wondering where are you gone? Is this how it's gonna stay for a very long time? Should I chase something else? Something that I know could be mine. Mine. Where do I go to find the crown? Where do I go to find the crown? And I spend my time thinking that I was there already. Yeah, yeah. And I wrestled with my spine, took it far too steady. But I'll try again, again, again. Where do I go to find the crown?
the cards, but cash is king. Fancy cars and diamond rings. I won't get caught in all that greed. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Take a walk in peace and hear what I'm saying now. The world is obsessed with material things. It's time to throw away your selfish needs. Let's let your words agree with how your actions speak. I'm here to talk, not trying to preach. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. Go spread your love for the people's greater needs. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't let yourself get lost in all that greed. Oh no.
Finally, I've got a reason. 'Cause she's keeping me up. Finally, I'll have a change of season. Maybe even have enough in me. But I'm sorry I called your name. Didn't wanna fuss about it. Suddenly, I'd rather cross it over and lose the moment. I know what's to come, so you better not fuss about it. No, you better not come right back to me for some reward. Why not just hear me out? Oh, if just this once, I don't care if you do now. Just show me you got that love and feeling, the one that keeps me feeling. Just show me your I don't wanna talk it out. Show me what it's all about. Come here, maybe we can just pass the time. I ain't got this close before, but you bet I'll sanctify. I ain't got this close before, but you bet I'll sanctify. I ain't got this close before, but you bet I'll sanctify. Why not just hear me out? Oh, if just this once, I don't care if you do now. Just show me you got that love and feeling, the one that keeps me feeling. Just show me your why not just hear me out? Oh, if just this once, I don't care if you do now. Just show me you got
need to be. I'll be coming. I want that fire. I want that burn. I feel desire. I've got that yearn. Can we go higher? Let's not stop now. I want that fire. I won't come down.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Raiko, and I'm joined here by Mo and Jerry from Animoca. And welcome to the Tokenomics Clinic. So today we're going to be having an open discussion with you guys. If you have a token, you're planning on launching a token, you want to discuss anything with us, we'll be having Q&A, opening it up to questions, and just giving you some insights and feedback from our experience.
I think something to add from feedback from previous sessions that we've done. Can everyone hear me okay? Is that sometimes when we talk about tokenomics, we have to try and generalize so there's an understanding for everyone. But in most instances, projects need that deeper dive or something a bit more curated, which is why we've changed up the way we're presenting today. And more the onus is on you to ask us questions and really try and get as much out of us in the time we have together. So again, if you have questions, please put your hands up. Please don't be afraid to ask.
I think they're a bit shy at the moment. So before we start, I think it's important to set the stage, as you said, and some common grounds. So what I always like to do when I start conversation on tokenomics is defining what, for me and for us, is the core reason to have a token, which is to incentivize or disincentivize desired or undesired behaviors, and that's it. Anything else is just essentially add-ons, noise that comes from doing a correct job. So I always put Bitcoin as an example, because Bitcoin only has to incentivize the miners. Then becoming a source of wealth, custody of wealth, hedge for inflation, so on, is a byproduct of that incentivization process. So I think that is one of the most important things that we look at the beginning, and don't know what your opinion is.
Well, I think other ways to look at a token is what can you do the token for? Because tokens are used to bootstrap an ecosystem or your own product economy. So it's very important to think about tokenomics not just as the allocations and vestings you normally see, but also on the utility aspect and also what value can it generate for your project. So how does value accrue back into this fungible token? Or if other people have NFTs, that also counts. How does value accrue flow into those assets you have and generate a positive flow for your whole ecosystem? So all the different pillars and touch points that work for your product and that may touch upon Web3 tooling or any other traditional aspects that allow your business to operate. So tokenomics is very broad, and it should be thought of as strategically as well, a position of the brand that you're building for your company or project.
And I think I have a question for you guys, and I'll bring the mic round, but it would be good to hear what some of you in the audience think tokenomics means, just to see if we can reach consensus on a definition today. So I don't want to point anyone out, but do we have any takers? Okay. So please introduce yourself. And then...
Hi, everyone. My name is Logan. I am an early core contributor to Eliza OS, the AI agent framework from AI16Z. We're working on DeFi rewards. DeFi summer, just 3 weeks away. I guess to the question, what token economics mean is that incentive structure, whether it's the human participant or this new market participant of AI agents. It's the ability for you to be a part of the ecosystem and show that, if you're buying something, if you're holding as a whale, if you're inclusive of a community, or if you're using an NFT tokenomic structure, exactly the same thing. My question to you, do you want me to pass around, or do you want to...
Maybe let's get a couple more
definitions,
and then
more
we can ask
definitions.
Questions. If not, I'm going to pick people at random if no one puts their hand up. So
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Logan. Let me see. Let's go introduce yourself and then give us your definition of tokenomics, please.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Solo. I was head of BD for Galaxy for 2 years. I would say tokenomics would be the distribution of the supply for a token in one way. And also how is the cliff and the vesting handled for that token, but also how much that token has utility for the user itself as well. It's important that it has some kind of value wheel to it. I've seen so many projects just launching a token and using it as a governance token initially. I think that's the meme for everyone. And then eventually they're like, okay, we're going to give it a utility, because a token is what you need, or the promise of the token is what you need to first get growth for your project.
Couldn't agree more. Oh, excellent. You can go next after. You go for it.
Hi, I'm Tilo. I work with Light Protocol, and for me, essentially, I mean, you guys summed it up pretty well, but I guess what a token essentially is for to incentivize a certain behavior and to sort of also disincentivize the wrong behavior for the network. So, and the tokenomics part is just that this is balanced, I guess, with the supply, the distribution, the faucets and the sinks for the token. That's.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm Julian, and co-founder and CEO of The Source. And been said to the degree, incentivize the community, create a community, but eventually it's about sharing the value in a fair way.
True, and I think from what we've heard from our 4 different contributors, gives us an idea of how wide and far-reaching tokenomics is and the layers of complexity that are there. I'm going to just go back on stage again. And does anyone else want to give us a definition of tokenomics or something that we might have missed?
Want me to do it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bart, and I want to have a definition of ownership, because I think ownership has 3 parts, and that's about the common. If you have a house, the house is something, what we call ownership. Then somebody can decide about the house, who can paint the house, and finally who can use the house, the utility, governance, and the common. And I think the token, your question, is all about all the 3 parts of the ownership, how you can use, govern, but also the common, who's the real owner or not.
Thank you. Want to go? Oh.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Antoine. I'm the director and co-founder of the Wakwali Foundation. We do decentralized certification, and for me, tokenomics, it's all about offer and demand and how it aligns with the utility of what you are creating as a token. So cliff vesting is part of it, total supply, and of course, like the fundamentals behind them.
And I think a general question to everyone, and it'll be a binary question, but not a yes or no question. Do we think tokenomics are static or dynamic? Hands up if you think tokenomics are static, and once they're designed, they should never change. Hands up if we think they should be dynamic, and it should be something that's constantly iterating. And hands up if we've fallen asleep because we've bored you. Okay, no hands up, but we're doing well, So I think we've heard from us up on stage, but also from so many different contributors in the audience. But I think maybe the next step is we have a few questions, maybe from different projects that want to ask questions around tokenomics. And the way I want to approach it is not just us that will be giving answers. If there are people in the answers who feel they can contribute, to also maybe put their hand up and be able to contribute some value to this discussion. I think Logan's clearly shotgunned the mic, so.
Yeah, I have a question about just, I guess, unduly whales in an ecosystem, something I'm dealing with right now. I guess, is it just, it's the way of the market, open market, considering a situation that I'm in, where it's not, they don't have governance play or something to that nature of, dealing with and recognizing whales in the ecosystem.
I mean, for me, if a token is pre-TGE, then you can quickly identify who your whales are, and it's a problem that can be circumvented at that stage from the initial distribution. If it's post-TGE, it becomes a lot more challenging because of the ownership aspect that was raised over by the gentleman over there. Because now that they have ownership of those tokens, it's their choice whether they want to acquire more, whether they want to sell, unless an incentive or a disincentive is created that might actually reward more value to users with less tokens maybe versus the whales, or having different token games that are segregated for those who hold above a certain amount or those who hold within a specific range. So there's then different ways depending on what the underlying product is trying to achieve. It doesn't have to be the same game for everyone.
It's also hard to identify whales. So in NFT communities, you can have a forum to reach out to them, let's say on Twitter or in Discord. But if it's a fungible token, then you would have to investigate who this person is and what their holdings look like. But actually from that activity, you're able to deduce what kind of persona they are. Are they a trader in it for an ROI? What's the ROI they generally exit at? And then you can attune yourself to your token design around what these whales generally do. So that's one aspect, but of course that touches on privacy. And then does your project have enough resources to go and investigate who your major holders are? Are those holders dormant or are they active? And then of course it's then dropping a message to them if the amount of tokens they hold would impact your ecosystem. But I guess in Web3 there's lots of ways this can be done. It's just how far are you willing to do that to identify your most notable holders?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that as well, following on Mo's comment. It is very important to understand that each project is very unique and the objectives of a project is unique. I mean, let's say you have 2 gaming projects launching. And they're both shooters, FPV, similar to COD or Fortnite or whatever. Even though they might be launching simultaneously and very, very similar games, the dynamics can be completely different, and the objectives of each team in the short, medium, long term are different. So you cannot look at it as, oh, this worked for XYZ, it'll work for me. We see this a lot, and probably you guys as well. And it never works like this. As also Jerry was saying, like, you need to identify who the whales are, what their objectives are, and so on. I mean, for a VC, it's very easy, right? They just want to make money as fast as possible. But then other participants might just want to have more power in the community because they enjoy the game or they enjoy the project and things like this. So it's very important to analyze from this critical perspective how the objectives are and what they are and how can we achieve them actually. Yeah. So I think we have a question down there. Yeah. All right.
Hey, G. Question. So we all know you, Mo, you stand for brand and quality. How do you choose a tokenomics brand company? Because I bet there's a lot of competitors now grown. How do you know which one to trust? You know, how do you know that these guys are not going to write you a ChatGPT tokenomics document and go, good luck? Apart from you, we know you. You're the face. We can trust you. But how is a small startup, let's say?
I think it's by building a relationship, as in the same way, if you're a project raising and you're genuine, you want to make sure the investors coming in are good people that are not necessarily going to dump on you. You build that relationship. I think with anyone who's coming in to provide a service, what they're fundamentally providing is value, and you have to make sure that there's, on a human level, that there's elements of trust are there. And it might be difficult to do that if it's just like a Discord chat or a Telegram chat. So it might be meeting people in conferences. It could be going on Googles or Zooms where you're doxing one another to each other, if that makes sense, and build up that trust that's there. But then on the technological layer, you can also have the funding in terms of, right, you're being paid if it's in tokens, if it's in stables, or if it's in a mix of both. You can have that gated through the smart contracts to make sure, okay, once the deliverable is hit, then something can be released, so at least you're protected from that perspective. But it's business, and you cannot blindly trust in business. So I think that's like the core thing that I would say. And being a mathematician, like a lot of what we're seeing in the space, it's hypothesis testing and experimenting. And if an experiment goes wrong, it happens as well, versus someone actually trying to rug or trying to be nefarious in their activities.
I mean, yeah, the experimenting part, I mean, just discussed it before. The approach that we take on tokenomics is data-driven. We model protocols one-to-one scale, run tests before they actually launch. Because a lot of things are very experimental, as Mo mentioned. And there's a lot of innovation going on in this space, a lot of very cool things happening. And, I mean, some are a bit crazy, but not in a necessarily bad way. They're just crazy and make sense for the project. And when you're testing out new things, things happen, right? So yeah, it's normal, but then, as we were saying at the beginning, being able to be dynamic, responsive to situations and being pragmatic, and going to founder's point, something I think it's part of the pill for success is being very, a founder has to be unwavering, like optimistic, pragmatic, and being like willing to put his ego on a side and admit when things have gone wrong to be able to solve them. And I think that is something that links into the tokenomics then as well when they're designing it, and you can see it in certain aspects as well.
And also, I would just like to add that when you look for a tokenomics advisor or an advisory firm, it's really important to look at the team and how knowledgeable they are about the space, because it moves very fast. So is the person you're speaking to attuned to what's happening, the newer innovations, the new metas that's happening, because that's directly related to how they would design your ecosystem for the timing you want to launch at. So a team needs to always be live and have people who are in the trenches, I would say, that are looking at where the liquidity is at. So are people going into utility tokens now? Are people going to stable coins more? Is it meme coin market again? Or is there this next shiny new thing? Like maybe InfoFi is hot for now, but is it going to continue for the next half of the year? So we saw these metas expire very quickly, like I guess Bitcoin, like ordinals was very hot last year, and then it's kind of withered away. But it may come back in another season, or people just move on to the next new thing. So I think knowing the team and who you're talking to and working with, and how attuned they are with your vision as well, and how you see the space is very important to look at.
Yep, and
next question.
Next question, yeah. Go for it.
Hello, my name is Yuri. So my question is, like, I've been thinking about it, for years. Like, we all know that, on the market right now, we have a huge amount of tokens that still holds value, and they are mostly governance tokens. But at the end of the day, these governance tokens do literally nothing. It's mostly useless governance proposals that means nothing. But at the same time, they still hold value, and they still are being traded for some reason. So what do you guys think about this type of tokens and this type of, we call tokenomics, and why do they still hold value?
I can take a stab at that. Yeah, so I think you're right. There's lots of tokens that say governance as a key utility, and some may hold value, but most don't, because in reality, they're not governing over anything. And the rights they're willing to give away, the project, they've not been upfront about it. It's not clear what they're promising you. And even though they do promise it on Twitter or in their light paper, where is the regulation that allows a holder to enforce this? So I think that's one aspect to look at it. Another is governance over protocols that have a forum, so a discourse where things are being managed, so you can put up improvement proposals, you can look at where the discussion is, and there's like voting tooling that you can actually use to commit your tokens. A lot of projects say they are going to deliver governance, but there's nowhere you can go in or stake, or nowhere where you can assign your token rights or delegate your rights away. So a lot of this is ultimately missing, hence the tokens trend to zero, because the value of holding that token, the governance promise, was not there. But the value in maybe holding Bitcoin as a stable growth of, not stable, like a volatile growth of asset might be a better play than watching my governance token draw down 90% like a slow rug. So I think that's the issue with the space, and it's identify those protocols or projects that are delivering something with the governance they promise.
To add to that as well, I think someone mentioned before ChatGPT. Yeah. When you put a ChatGPT like, hey, I want to do a utility token, first thing it will say is like governance. And I think it falls also because a lot of projects, when they're building the token, they're not looking into their objectives, how they can create the mechanisms for the token. And there's like, hey, I want to have a token to help my project finance myself, grow, create a community, and so on. But I'm not looking to the utilities and that are also objectives. I'll just say it's governance. And eventually we'll try and figure it out, which never happens, or rarely, I would say.
Yeah. In crypto, it's always about, or in Web3, it's always, the token is about the promise of something in the future. And that speculative element is very often priced within the valuation of the token itself. It's less so about the product you're building and how well or how many customers you have, because I feel in reality, a lot of these projects can just take the revenue in fiat, in dollar. It's much more stable. But a token just allows them to explore much more network effects, the way you're able to seed an economy. It's like a voucher system in a department store. If I give you $10 in voucher, you're likely to come back and use that, but most of my things might cost 15 or 20, so you're topping up, and that's the retention mechanic a token is supposed to provide. But not a lot of projects design their token this way, and it's probably anchored due to there's not much I can do with it, so let me throw in governance first. But am I willing to give away 50% of my revenue share back into the accrual of the token? That's uncertain, and it's not always, enforced or done in a promised manner. So I think that's why there's this dichotomy about whether governance is good, whether it works or not, or should we just stick with traditional board of directors and just do things in the more traditional manner? Yeah.
I think if we ignore the projects that label themselves as governance tokens for the sake of regulation and look at projects that genuinely were trying to have DAOs and governance, I think the time horizon is very important. Earlier I said that every token that's released is a hypothesis, it's an experiment. And we also agreed, I think unilaterally within the group, that tokenomics have to iterate and improve over time, and that governance is part of the token economic framework as well. And what we've seen so far, maybe DeFi is where we saw first governance outside of maybe the Ethereum, the DAO hack with Ethereum, but we've started to see the iterations in governance in DeFi where maybe they're at V2, V3, and things are stabler. They're not stable as of yet, but there's been improvements within those ecosystems. When we look at maybe more raw DAO tokens, when I say by that, where it's not underpinned by DeFi, again, I'm wearing an Ape t-shirt, so ApeCoin being a prime example of a governance token. There have been many failures within that ecosystem, but that's also meant there's many learning points. And I think this is, as a space, is something we miss, is if something's gone wrong, we now know how not to do something, but it also gives us opportunities to learn and iterate and improve. And one of the big things, in my opinion, missing with governance is actually reputation, because we're in a decentralized space where a lot of people are anonymous, and it's one token, one vote tends to be the governance structure. So you don't have maybe some of those personal connections to know who's voting in what way, and what the reasoning for their voting is. But if you add in a reputation layer, maybe my governance power changes based on how I've been voting previously and the outcome of those votes, and have these votes provided value, then we start to see a very different dichotomy starting there. The other aspect, which is what I'm really a firm believer in, is actually the community itself. Because what you've done is you've given the community a pot of money, and the onus is on you as token holders to go and grow this pot of money together by creating and providing value back to the ecosystem. And that's what we are slowly starting to see within ApeCoin DAO. We've seen this within EDU Coin as well. We have Open Campus, which is an education protocol. That launched in 2023, and I'll spend a minute maybe just going deeper into that, because the approach, again, having seen what had happened with ApeCoin in the early days, we knew that the fully decentralized approach is very challenging when there's no reputation. So we went for a mixed approach, where actually, as opposed to giving out much smaller grants, we were giving out bigger grants to the tune of $5 million or $10 million, where there's accountability. And we had a $10 million fund or grant as a global educator fund to incentivize teachers to create content. We had another $10 million fund for an accelerator to onboard 100 educational technology companies into this ecosystem. So it's a very different approach to how a DAO can be run. And I think it's more the case of, again, the time horizon is very important. We tend to look at success from the price perspective. If an asset is priced higher than what I brought it for, that is success. We look at value purely from a monetary perspective, but there are other forms of value within token and digital ecosystems as well. Well, that was a very good question, by the way. Thank you.
I'll sit here. I think you guys, we've been through this rodeo for several years, and I think what you guys are talking about is also the narrative that changed, right? So you had your token, which you mentioned about, you have your shitcoin. You launch it, great, it goes down. That used to be your future, right? You're betting on a future. Now you got the market for the last 12, 16 months, you're seeing it's all about IP. And it's still based on the same idea that you're building a culture. The whole idea of giving them tokens or giving them NFTs, and even look at you guys, you're both in the same brand, but you're representing different cultures behind, right? You got a different NFT from Mo. Mm-hmm. Why? Because something is related to you. Before it was great, you could launch a token in the promised land, but now it's all about, as you said, the retention, the memberships, being part of the culture, supporting the culture, and being part of something that feels related to you. So narrative change. I think that we're moving from IP to retention. Now we've got a little bit gambling narrative coming on, 4 or 5 months, but I think it's going back into IP and bringing and rewarding your users coming back in a retention plan. So the token, if you launch any new tokens, it's more about the model of a subscription model, where your token represents a access, or your token represents a membership, or amount of points you have. Am I right? Am I on the right track? What do you guys think?
What you could do, you could replace the tokens with dollar or any currency, and the same service can be held.
Correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't justify the use of a token. So I think a lot of projects need to think about why they're issuing the token, what can be done with it, and I guess the space needs to innovate in that way, because that hasn't been sticky and that playbook hasn't been written out. That's why we see a lot of tokens launch, and then in 3 or 6 months you will see the chart is down 90%. It doesn't matter if they're on Binance or on DEX only. It's just the nature of how it works, because the product market fit of the token is not there. And I think the way we should start thinking about token design is, yes, I have my business with the product that's being built, but the token itself is also a live product, and it has more liquidity than normal. So again, back to the department store analogy, the voucher given by your favorite department store, it's not that liquid. You trade it within people who also shop in the same place, and they might take a discount for it, or there's an expiry date. But a token is different. You can convert it immediately to any other ecosystem you have more affinity to. So let's say for me it's Doodles. I can convert it to Doodles and spend it there within the merch they have or whatever syncs that they're going to offer in future. But very often there's no other option than to convert outwards to something you would use like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, or even stables, and hence the product market fit of the token that you're launching is not there. So I think it's important to think of the token as the product, another product of its own, and it requires live ops just as much as your own business that you're building in Web3.
Yeah, and actually would like to add, even sometimes more attention, the token. Because we have a lot of players, right? You go to the go-to-market strategy for the token. You have market makers, which can jeopardize your project very quickly if you don't use them well. Mm-hmm. You have your marketing strategy only for the token launch, the community, managing them. So sometimes it's even more sticky than the business itself. Yeah. And you mentioned gambling. Gambling is very ABC when it comes to a business, right? Come, pay, play the game. You have some odds of winning or losing. That's it. 2% in Europe by law, depending on the country more or less. But then you add a token to that, and then you start getting all these caveats that have an impact as well.
But gambling, the only reason it became narrative is, well, I love different ecosystems, but Ton, proven gamification, brought users online. Gamification turned slowly into gambling, started turning into addiction, and it turned into narrative of gambling, right? It's just evolving. And the finance part that I was talking about, I think this is all back at school 101, your finance lessons. It's the same thing. Web3 is not innovative. It's just the same financial models, remodeled for Web3, and just doing it in a, I call it a little bit Degen style. That's it, and then path your way, right? But go ahead, Mo. Go ahead.
Like it's an issue in a space because we've attracted and fostered a culture that doesn't actually provide value. It's very extractive, it's zero sum. And that's why, sort of going back to the earlier point of DAOs, why a lot of tokens have failed and a lot of DAOs have failed, is a lot of token economies have failed in general outside of market conditions and sentiment, is the utility that's been designed is not actually being used. So people holding a token are not using that token for the utility. They're not using it for the governance. They're holding it to speculate. So to your point, gambling. Speculation, gambling. And that's the issue we have right now. And it's sort of, it's like if you zoom out, there's an even bigger problem we have, which is why a lot of token launches have been failing. It's the system is designed to fail from the offset, especially if you go down a centralized exchange listing, because the exchange will say, okay, we need 100,000 followers on Twitter, we need X amount on Discord, these are the metrics you need to hit. So a project will then go, they'll do some kind of farming campaign, they will get the metrics that are required to list, but what they've attracted are real users who will use the token in the way it's meant to be used. They've attracted people who are looking for free money.
Yeah, zombies.
For zombies, for farmers. And we've seen it. You then, okay, you won the list, you're going to have to then go do a raise to get the different deposits you have to give to the exchange, the tokens you give to the exchange in advisory. And this isn't all exchanges, of course. and the token launches, believe what you if you want or not, and on the timeline, sometimes the exchanges dump, it launches at a high valuation, the token price crashes, rinse, repeat. So actually at this point, we've spoken more about exchanges and about farmers than we have about the actual product, or about finding product market fit. And for me, that's the challenge right now, is the user base we're appealing to is not the correct user base for a lot of the products we're trying to release. If you're releasing a gambling-based product or a DGEM-based product, then this is exactly the game to play. But if it's not, then we're playing the wrong game.
I think it's also the cultural teach. So that you're right, but I think if they zoom out and actually build a product or build a culture around it, so not the aim just okay, I'm going to launch a pump it and dump it.
A lot of these founders are first-time founders. And
yeah, that's the biggest issue. I'll give them my Nora, man. You're the G.
Yeah, I was going to say as well. So,
sorry, there's a question. Okay.
So just to add to this point very quickly, isn't part of the problem then just the projects launching the token in a lot of cases is to raise funds? And then it's the VCs also who ask for certain, hey, where are you going to get listed? So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I want to raise funds to build a product for users. I don't have the funds. Then I go to a VC and the VC is like, wait, where are you going to get listed? Then you start looking at all of this and then you enter this cycle where you forget about your initial idea.
True, but a lot of the genuine VCs are happy to be locked up for a period of time as well. And I think that's a good way to distinguish between a good investor and a bad 100%. Investor. Yep.
No worries. Okay, so also picking up on the point and what the man in the middle said.
Can you hold the mic?
Yeah,
Jerry.
Yeah, I can't read your name. Sorry, Jerry. No. So you mentioned that most tokens fail or tokenomics fail and drop 90% or 95%, whatever, after half a year or a year, and this is mostly true. Yes, but. Getting to my point, what would you say is a good example and how was this example designed that avoided this, if there is any? Like, there are a few examples in the space that sort of maintain the stable value or whatever and have a well-designed token economy. But yeah.
I think, like, for me, Hyperliquid, like more recently, and the main reason is they found product market fit. They had the users using the platform prior to there being any token. They were using the platform because it solved a genuine problem for them, which was user experience when it came to decentralized trading. And then you do the airdrop. Now, these aren't farmers, or these aren't zombies. These are people who are genuinely using the platform. And with the right tokenomics, we've seen what Hyperliquid was at, what, $1, $2 for a period of time. And then it exploded. The rest is history. So for me, that's an easy answer. But again, that's because the product is aimed at the casino, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the token has a real utility and the project has real users that are not just zombies or farmed products. So, yeah, okay.
Which also justifies them to launch their own chain, like Hypercore EVM, because they already have that distribution base. Whereas a lot of projects say they want to launch a chain on like Arbitrum L2, because there's a lot of one-click solutions, but there's no need for it. We should just aggregate all the users into something that's existing, that way you can benefit off network effects.
Yeah, maybe that's also the go-to-market, find product market fit, and then launch your own layer one. Yeah.
Another example is, I was going
to say it raises the valuation as well, or it did for a period of time.
Oh yeah, the chain valuation. Another example is CRIPTO. So CRIPTO is quite new, and I guess the token price is around $1.70, $2. So it's done well post airdrop, and I think it's also found that product market fit, because information is data for us, and it's very useful. And as one of the first movers to build something of this scale and adoption, and the token utilities it's promised, that has actually formed a good ecosystem loop where you get governance over tokens given from other projects to have their yapping or that attention. So I think Kaito is a good example to look at as well.
Yeah, I like a lot Chainlink, to be honest. Chainlink. The Link token. I think they're doing a great job. I mean, they've always been, not only as an entity, but token-wise. And they recently announced the staking for their build program. I think it's a very interesting mechanism, which was in the making for some time.
Yeah.
And accrues a lot of value to their ecosystem and the projects within the ecosystem as well. So I think...
VR is popular.
I think just going back to Kaito, because like Kaito, like the three we've given was more product market fit than token. But Cookie, being a competitor to Kaito, actually had the token out first, and then they found product market fit, and then we saw the impact on token price as well. So there is the opportunity to have a token or an NFT or something out, then find product market fit. The challenge then comes down to your user retention, in terms of who's actually holding your assets to then be converted into users. So I think there is hope the opposite way around, but the conversion that way is very, very low. If it's token first, then PMF.
I think man behind you had a question. In grey.
Yeah, I had the same question. Could you give an example of a good tokenomics and why? But yeah, you said it.
Great minds.
I'll go. I'm working out here, just going up and down. Before I sit down, any more questions on the subject?
As in any questions you guys might have, if you're working on a project and you might need some advice on your tokenomics, I think this might be a good time for us to go down that route. I can see a few founders in the room as well. So you've got Here we are, excellent. We'll go one at the back and then we'll come to you
start at the
afterwards.
back, with permission. I haven't spoken yet.
Hi there, I'm Simon. I'm the founder at Goat Gaming. Question for you. So you've been talking about different mechanics of tokens and things like decentralization and giving people governance rights. Like, how relevant do you think governance is for games and gaming more broadly?
It's a really good question. I think it depends what they have governance over and if that's meaningful to them in terms of the gamers. So it's a semi-cop-out answer for now. But if we're talking about governance over, let's say, marketplace fees and there's a high volume, then something like that becomes interesting because it might become one of a revenue stream. So, but is that for every single gamer? Most definitely not. So I think it's then down to the different personas you have within your ecosystem as to whether governance is meaningful or not.
So to follow on from your response, do all governance paths just lead to the fee switch eventually? Is that really the only thing that governance matters for?
I think that's what we've seen work, which is why it leads there. Until we have more active community members who are actual gamers and actually taking part in ecosystems for the right reasons, not just to extract, then we'll start to see more interesting governance reasonings, if you like, or models coming out. Again, I think it's the time horizon on where we're at as of now, which is why we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, maybe a meta game is needed around governance so that these gamers within your community are interested in the extra carrot you're providing. So maybe power, those that are interested in governance are normally seeking power and influence. So if a meta game around that could be designed, then perhaps you'll see more uptake for governance in there.
I think the perception of decision making also comes into play here. So from a founder's perspective, maybe you don't have to go the full governance power route, but then use that governance, or let's call it semi-governance, to simplify operations within your ecosystem. So if you're launching a new skin or you're A/B testing, there's several skins, not sure which one might fit best, why don't you put it out to the community and ask them? Yeah. But you're limiting that decision making, and that's why I was saying the perception, right, of decisions. So I think that can be a route for gaming, which is quite interesting, and not giving just the full-blown control over the ecosystem.
Thank you.
I think there's actually one more thing to add quickly from that. I think when we think about user base, we think about value or capital, there are different types of capital. There's what we tend to see is economic capital, which is the actual dollar value. And there's also the social capital. And I think we have symbolic capital and cultural capital. And I think on the governance side, for some users, it might be the symbolic value that actually I have a large amount of governance power. It's more the flex, if you like. We know gamers like to flex. And then you get the gamers who want to follow the gamers who like to flex, and it begins to give you network effects. So it might not be for the sake of governance, but it might be an additional alleviator for network effects to actually come into to a token ecosystem. For now, at least.
Thanks. You mentioned, so if we have projects, so I can pitch mine, and So we founded the source with the 5 instead of the S. So the idea is basically to geolocalize artwork, digital arts. So it can be image, video, or audio, music. And you have to go to that location to listen to the music or to view the photography or these kind of things. And we offer the minting capabilities. So there could be NFTs and could be limited edition, like you got 10 listens of this song, no more. And if you connected your wallet, then it's transferred to your wallet automatically. So we've got a smart contracts for that. The whole idea here is to have an overlay of art and creativity on top of the real world to drive strong engagement, because all the people going to a specific location to get access to some artist drops, in exclusive content is very high engagement. So you can imagine all things about token gating later on. Like, okay, I've been, I went to get this single from this artist, and now suddenly I get access to the backstage, etc. So we did a few things. We tested photography, music. Music works very well, to be honest. We worked with Agoria. I don't know if you know the guy. I'm sure you know. So dropped the single the day before he released the single, somewhere in Paris, and people, they were coming. And it's all about reconnecting to others, actually. It's just the digital is an excuse to reconnect to the world, to go to physical locations and to have a discussion with people around. And we've taken it from the angle you said, like, it's not about the tokenomics, so we're building a community and the value prop. There are NFTs behind the scenes, because they could be either traditional digital art or NFTs, Web 2 or Web 3. And we have these tokenomics in mind when we think it's the right time, typically how you incentivize your community. So there are 3 angles. The more you engage with the application, of course, and you engage with the artist, you're rewarded. So this token is called a spark, like sparking, sparks of creativity. So you get some sparks. There's also things about reporting content, because it's user-generated content. Everybody can be, creative. So obviously you want to incentivize the nice behavior. So it's back to your point on the behavior. And the last one is about sharing the value. You can stake on the artists in some ways, like you can give him sparks for a given set of digital art, and if this art is sold, because you can distribute these arts like at a location, you get a fair share of that. So I would say it's the 3 mechanisms we have in place, and then you've got things like the number of likes, and you're rewarded and these kind of things. But that's the mechanics, I would say, overall. So happy to get your views on that. If you've got any comments.
So I actually, just so you guys have a bit of context, I actually read the tokenomics before the call, and I do have some comments here.
Great, thanks.
I'm concerned, and I'm actually very curious to know also Mo and Jerry's opinion here. I'm very concerned that you have a fixed rate of sparks being given for minting in certain actions. So for instance, minting an NFT granted 1 spark, right, to the creator, and certain like kind of like set in stone. And I'm very worried when at least personally, when I see stuff like this, because, okay, today you have 1,000 users and they're minting 1,000 NFTs a day, you're giving them 1 spark. Suddenly you blow up, you're massive, and you have 10,000 people, your inflation went up the roof. And that has a very strong selling pressure then on the ecosystem. Obviously, you're rewarding those users, so on. But curious to know what you guys think on having fixed numbers for fixed events, and more when it's something like this, where
for me, it has to be dynamic, but you have to start somewhere at the same time. So I think there's a balance to it. It might be fixed maybe for the first 5-10 drops, because the amount of tokens that are being given out are still too small to have an impact at the beginning, but you're bootstrapping that adoption. But if it remains fixed, like the points you were making, then it breaks very, very quickly.
But then
I think that's really important, dynamic, because you want each design to be scalable. So you probably have some levers you can pull if your customer base scales, let's say 5x or 10x. And that way you don't have to keep going back to adjust your metrics. And so dynamic is important.
Thanks, that's very clear. Noting that actually these tokens are moving, are circulating amongst the community. I mean, the sparks are moving from one to the other. You're right, it's a fixed number. You're totally right, so I get that point, and that's great. Thanks for that. But the whole idea is also to make sure that this can circulate nicely, although it's fixed. But got the point, yeah. Thanks.
I think another aspect very quickly as well is once you have a community or a user base, you actually have a lot of power, because you can go to adjacent maybe projects or to other businesses where you can say, well, I have a user base of X amount, what can you do for us? And all of a sudden you're able to plug them into, could be maybe they're buying or they get first access to tickets from the artists that they're enjoying, and it gives you more sway. And so we're linking it back to governance. Maybe that's where governance can come in, where, well, these are the artists we're speaking to, who would you like to see us partner up with, get maybe some free merchandise or some signed merchandise and things like that. And then you begin to really grow the ecosystem, and that's where the network effects can really kick in.
I guess in a world of like pumps where everything, all the coins are out, I mean, people are bundling. The question is to kind of vesting schedules and the emissions. Like I have a yield project, so the emissions, is it more appropriate to just try to get circulation out within the first, couple weeks, a couple months, or stretching out into the 12, 18 month cycle?
Depends on your growth.
And the project. Look at Bitcoin, 140 years to get minted everything. And then Ethereum was, 70 years staking? So it really depends on the project. So we go back to that. What is your project? What are your objectives? And then how does everything fit in?
So some context is ensuring that you and your agent have sort of a financial symbiosis, and that it can be rewarded as well with the yield. So we want to give a UBI to the agent as you perform in your portfolio alongside with it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a business, right? Business is business. So you have to have your plans, your growth, you know how much you're going to be burning at any given moment in time. And actually, the way we describe it a lot of the times is in the intro, the Powerpuff Girls, when they start putting everything in, then something happens and it breaks. Then you're adding all of this into the mixture. You have to be very careful on.
So I guess to work against like market making and work with the groups that do that as well to ensure that they can handle the onset of tokens that'll be introduced into the market.
So on the market making side, it is a complex subject. At the end, business is done between people, and this appeals a lot to, I think, market makers and the way they interact. We all know the role of the market maker and when they appear, right? And it's something that's been going on for like 140 years already. It's delicate, I'd say. I'm not too sure what to reply. Is
the dark magic side of the?
Sorry?
It's dark magic, really.
It's complicated because, as I said at the beginning, like a good market maker can help your project a lot. A bad one can fuck it up. Sorry for my English, but it's the reality.
It's French.
And then you mix it with having mechanisms that may be over rewarding certain actions or that, and then you start coupling everything, and that's when the Powerpuff mixture breaks. In this case, well, you get the Powerpuff Girls and they're cool, but in a token, when that plumps 99% in one day, it's not that cool.
I think we missed you at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So again, my name is Solo. Like I was head of BD for 2 years for Galaxy. So fortunately, I was responsible for a lot of project releasing points campaign and users getting farmed for Quest. But for the last year, I've been making AI films. I'll just explain the concept of what I'm building and how it ties into like the tokenomics. But yeah, the past year I've been like buying large supply of small market cap meme coins and creating AI films to just get some virality and increase their price. And since then I've received like requests from hundreds of communities that want some content because virality obviously is powerful. There's one of these films that coined the term LA Vape Cabal, which may or may have not led to their demise. But obviously there's a lot of demand, so I launched a platform where I've garnered some of the top AI filmmakers on there, and it lets private brands or Web3 communities essentially crowdfund different bounties where AI filmmakers can get these bounties work with the community to create the film, have it released, and then the community members automatically are able to mint different collectibles from these movies. Now, we take a cut out of the crowdfunding, and we take a cut out of the royalties. So there is revenue generation like at its core. We do want an element where when users watch the film, they can click on the screen and help train AI agents that will automate this filmmaking. So a token here would be useful to incentivize this sort of action to automate AI filmmaking like in the future. But at its core, I find it hard to like push a tokenomic in a product that already has revenue. And yeah, basically it's hard to like push this. We already grow from community osmosis. Whenever a community launches a film on there, we gain their users. So how can we incentivize with a token like in that case? It's hard also to like justify sharing some of that revenue with the token holders, since we rather keep like 100% of it.
So for AI,
can I add one question?
Yeah.
Okay, because I think that one more thing is, if you incentivize the behavior and the people get the tokens, what is stopping them not to just dump it afterwards? Because what exactly will they be using it for? For example, what could be a use case there that could be implemented? I think it's something to look at as well.
I'll take the first part of what you're
Sure,
I'll leave the second part to you guys. So from the AI side, I mean, we're all seeing this boom in AI. Just to give you a bit of insight on me, I actually was in AI before blockchain, so I went the other way around. With AI, when anyone that's launching an AI agent token, AI related token, as a team, what the most precious thing that you want to incentivize, or that's at least my perspective, is the data generation. Data is power for AI. Like Google with Gemini and all the rest is kind of advancing very quickly in the race. Grok from XAI is advancing very quickly because they have access to proprietary data. All AI models today have consumed 100% of the existing internet data. So whoever can generate that proprietary data is going to have an edge in certain areas. So in your case, for instance, you want people to be contributing to that generation and providing data. So that is, for me at least, the number one thing you should be incentivizing through different caveats. But it's what's going to bring the most value to your business, because you're generating that proprietary data. Then how do you avoid people from selling? And there's 100,000 things you could probably do. But
I think the way I would tackle this is a fungible token needed for you? So if you want to launch a token, can you consider the NFT route? Because managing tokens that are, let's say, there's only 888 or 5,000 is the supply is much easier than a fungible token with a valuation and vesting going forward. Now you can do a lot of things with this NFT, because NFTs are a digital container that can store anything. So if you're a platform, the AI generating movies for meme coins and other communities is working, you will receive revenue and also maybe token incentives from them or other benefits which you can distribute to your NFT holders. So value can be shared across this way other than a direct translation to a fungible token. So maybe if you approach it in a different way, perhaps using NFTs, there's a solution that is more manageable and that prevents the sell pressure, the vesting of your investors, etc. And NFTs are also liquid. You can make them super liquid by going for the 404 standard, the fungibility with NFT changes, or you can go for this traditional NFT format as well, where you have more control over what you're distributing and also the valuation of it as well. Yeah.
For me to understand something maybe a bit deeper, it's you've been approached to create these different videos, and the question is, it's more on kind of how can we create a platform with the right incentives for content creators to come in and create.
I think the incentives is there for them, which is basically having to find work, but they can go on the platform and see these different bounties that are growing from crowdfunding, or private brands that just put a bounty like this because they want an advertisement. So the incentive for the creators to come in is there. For the users that crowdfund the movie, the incentive is getting that work that will then spread on social media or whatever. I guess the incentive that we want is that once the movie is released, we're drafting a model that helps automate this filmmaking process, where every AI filmmaker on this platform will have its own customized AI agent that can create films automatically for them. But to train this data, we need a system for when the user watches the film, they can provide like feedback, which we do have. But the thing is it worth it to launch a token to like incentivize really this behavior, just cut down this cost and just like stick to the Fiverr/Kickstarter route? Yeah.
If you're marketing this to people who will genuinely come in and use the platform, then you probably don't need the incentive to begin with, but you need the incentive later on for retention mechanism. But if you're launching it to Web3, I think from what we've said before, you'll get that initial uptake, and as soon as the token's launched, the majority will dump because they have no tangible motivation or interest in the platform itself. And I think it's just finding that balance between user adoption in Web2 versus Web3, and also the products you're launching in Web2 versus the products you're launching in Web3, because the user base is very different. And the incentive mechanisms will be very different as well on both sides.
Yeah, so when looking at the mechanisms, at the end of the day, you have to map out all the stakeholders, every single one, and then to see essentially what you want them to do, what you don't want them to do. Then as Mo said, does it actually make sense? And then as Jerry said, like, should we go for a token? Should we go for an NFT? Or maybe we should just give them Telegram stars or something. So there's a lot of options, right? And different people will want different things. And you can kind of categorize them. Obviously, then there'll be anomalies always. But then that tends to help out as well when you look at map that out versus your business model and how all mechanisms interact. Then you can start seeing what makes more sense.
Thank you.
Yep. Do we have time for one more, or are we at time? No response. We have time for one more.
One more.
Yep. Okay. We have time for one more.
That is if there is one more.
Is there any one more? Last one?
Yes.
There you go.
Hey guys. My name is Yuri, and we are building HypeTrack. It's the ecosystem for creators, like Web2 creators, streamers, bloggers, this type of people, to launch their own tokens, provide utility, and distribute tokens. Simple as that. Like, as for utility, it could be, selling merch, private photo shoots, whatever, like private parties type of stuff. And as for distribution, we don't want to go with airdrops or something. We want to do organical distribution, like cashback for donations or some activity on Twitch, whatever, something that people would actually do if they really, love the creator. So, like, there are a lot of questions, but I will try to make, one that concerns me the biggest. So I've been talking to many people, and when we were talking about how to launch this secondary market for this type of token, we always discuss the idea that made popular by Pump Fund, that actually bond curve and this type of sale. But for some reason, when I say that we want to go with a very simple period where there is no sales, there is nothing, that token exists, everyone gets scared immediately for some reason. I don't know why. And they say, now, if you already launched the token, you can't go and sell this token with a bonding curve. So now I'm super curious about that. I'm not a trader, I'm a mathematician. So to me, it just doesn't make sense a lot what's going to happen with the token in that case. So if you guys can explain it to me, it would be great.
It's fundamentally a zero-sum game where it's how can I make more money than the next person. But if someone's making money, someone's losing money somewhere else, and that's why they call it a casino from that perspective. So I think I'm not sure I've understood the question.
No. I mean, let's say we have a period of time where creator is actually distributing the tokens and providing utility for that, selling merch, private photo shoots, whatever. It's already, there is a fans already, there is an audience already. It's not a speculative token, it's a real demand for this token already. So we were trading it for like 6 months, and we see that there is already token on-chain activity about it. And now, but there is no price yet. It's just fans and the creator, that's it. And now we want to launch a secondary market for it. Go and sell, let's say, 5% of the whole supply to build the liquidity pools, to start actually allowing external investors to speculate on this token. So in this case, we can go with this sale type of stuff, with a bonding curve, to actually discover the price. That's, in my understanding, the main idea behind bonding curve, right?
So bonding curve fundamentally is a price discovery mechanism. You can use a different price discovery mechanism, and being a mathematician, you can design something that's novel that might actually be an upgrade and iteration on the bonding curve model that's then adopted within the space. So I think with where you're approaching it from, you should be looking at maybe where the innovation is versus what's been done before. Because you have a very different user base from the content creators and the people who are subscribing to these content creators versus the user base that exists in crypto and Web3.
Yeah, like the other ways of price discovery means someone needs to provide liquidity under the certain price he decides for some reason, right? So bonding curve seems to be fair way of finding the right price for the right creator, right? So that's what I was thinking. But everyone I've been talking to, they get scared for unknown reason that you guys already launched the token. TGE already happened. Now you can't do bonding curve sale. And I still
bonding curve sale of an existing token, you mean?
Yes.
So, but then...
But there's a live secondary price. There's no need to engage in a bonding curve. Unless you issued your token and it's on-chain, but there's no trading market for it.
Yes, there is no trading market. There is only fans, creator, and
they can send it to themselves.
Of token locked. Right now we are playing, let's say, with 1% of this whole supply. And now we're unlocking, let's say, 5% and going with bonding curve. Does that make sense?
You can do that, right? That's like a pre-sale mechanic.
Yeah, I don't see any issue with that.
Okay,
because it's like you only have 1% in circulation and there's no trading pairs. There's no liquidity fundamentally. It's different if you have 80% in circulation and then you're creating a trading pair. Then be very concerned unless the size of the liquidity is extremely deep.
So it's about amount of token we unlocked, and like at the moment we are doing, this sale. Because I've been told about this dark magic with market makers and all that stuff, but no one actually can explain what's going to be happening there.
Yeah. Well, fundamentally of the bonding curve, depending on which protocol you use, am I seeding 5% of the initial pool and the other 95% is in the underlying token, then there needs to be demand on the other side where people are giving up, if it's their ETH, their soul, to buy your token. And until that liquidity goes live, people who are holding this 1% already, they can't actually dump the token. So there's that layer of protection there.
So what should be proportion for this sale we are trying to do and unlocked prior this sale, amount of tokens unlocked prior this sale, and amount of tokens that we are selling at this, sale type of event? Yeah. To stay safe, what would be the proportion? 5 to 1, 10 to 1?
5 to 1, 10 to 1.
It's hard to
There's no scientific explanation behind that.
No, but you need to understand what's the size of the user base, who are we attracting. There's other metrics we have to take into consideration to make an informed suggestion. But as of now, it's very difficult to make an informed suggestion.
This falls into the when we ask a lot of funders, and I guess it happens to you as well. Hey, why is your initial liquidity 2%? And that's their reply. As I was saying, you need to look at everything and all the players, stakeholders, mechanisms, what's happening, what's not happening, what could happen, and then you can make a decision. Just asking us now here, what should it be, 5 to 1? Maybe it should be 50 to 1. I mean, might as well.
They've also asked us at the back that we're over time. So we will continue this conversation. But I want to thank every single person who came today, who participated, or even if you've just been here listening. But quick show of hands. Did you learn something new? Quick show of hands if you learned something new. Excellent. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
To replace my first goodbye and find another. My heart was like a stone when we stopped in pain. I felt like a clone, cold blood in my veins. Forgive my silence, this absence of time, the crime of distance, deception was blind. I keep a secret, a great adventure, a kind of regret. Could it have been future? Not going ahead, the hands play a touch. I'm taking this new gate. You bring me so much. Better give it up now somehow. But I'll never stop thinking of you.
thinking of you. Better give it up now somehow. But I'll never stop thinking of you. I better give it up now somehow. But I'll never stop thinking of you.
It's okay. If you want to know everything about crystal stamps, stay here. Start in 5 minutes. I start. Hello Nfc Summit. I'm very welcome. I'm very happy to be with you. I will show in 10 minutes what is crypto stamp concept. Crypto stamp, it's a real stamp and a digital or NFT just behind. You have already 35 postal operators who launch all through the world. You have the list of the country here. The crypto stamp. It's more than 500 physical stamp, 1,200 NFT, already mint, and different NFT, not the quantity, mint by the postal operator. How does it work? I buy a stamp, I scan the QR code, I see the digital, and if I want, I can put it on the blockchain, just write the number, and you have to send it, the stamp. So what that means? When I receive the stamp, I can have pictures, I can have soon, I can have cartoon, I can have everything you can have on dynamic of static NFT. Three kinds of crypto stamp. Most, I buy a stamp and I get the NFT. A lot of countries So you can have golden, you have a lot of strategy behind that. After you have, I buy an NFT and they send me the stamp. France do it. Austria with crypto outdo it. This is a very new, but it's the same. The only way is a stamp. Never see you later because there's very small quantity. And you have just NFT. USPS, New Zealand Post work with Vivi. Vivi, it's a huge platform where you have the young, they mean Disney, Marvel, etc. So you have young on it. And it's not traditional philatelist. It's new philatelist collecting NFT. After, you can do everything with a crypto stamp. I give you the example of the Liechtenstein. I buy a stamp, and this is the part of the paint I have on my NFT with VIP ticket for the museum and the certificate. You can do everything behind that. And what is the second market? The stamp market is very well structured. It's a whole market. The first since 1840 with the black penny. And I will talk after with the black penny, who are mint on Vivi, and what is the second digital market. I will show you something. This is Mitchell. It's philatelic reference. And I will take the example of the first of Switzerland series. Switzerland series launch a stamp. You don't know what you buy, but when you open the envelope, you discover the rarity 1 to 13. The stamp was sold at 8.9 euro in 2021. It's not old, 2021. So, by the way, Mitchell was a philatelic, just sell the stamp for the 9,000 euro. Just the stamp. If you go and you can check to OpenSea, right now, people ask just for the NFT with the stamp, he will ask 1.2 million. But that's nothing, he asked it. After you have you have Ricardo. Ricardo is like eBay, it's where you have stamp. So you can find this series to 50,000. And on philatelic reference, you have always this auction. You have David Feldman, it's a very well-known auction. He sells luxurious stamp. And he gave an estimation to, uniquely for the free, 100,000 French size. I will start the auction at 30,000. So the second market are not structured yet. You have a very huge things, and this is the difficulty of crypto stamp. You know what's the cost of the stamp, but the big NFT behind, you don't know what are the value and the global value of crypto stamp. After, we are not alone. This is all the operator working with postal. Maybe I miss one or two, but it's not one, it's huge. And you can see Tezos, Polygon, Wax, XDI, Ethereum. You have no beacon on CryptoStamp. And all the blockchain operators, all the specialists on CryptoStamp. Each country has its own strategy. And I just forget something about the second market. I'll talk about the Black Penny, the first stamp launched by the English in 1840. Vivi launched a Black Penny series, just NFT. And on the ultra rarest, 150, the collector receives the real one. A real one, you can buy it for nice pieces between 200 250 euro. You know how much it costs on BV? 4 times the real one. 4 times. You can see on BV, super rare, 4 times. So we are in a world in all moving, and something I really like on crypto philately, say you have a marketing challenge each time. Each country will launch have a revolution, an evolution on NFT. Now you have the Croatian, when you receive the Croatian stamp, you have a cartoon. So your son, your kids, the new philatelist, receive the cartoon. I'm here in Crypto Collector. I'm supported by ADEFIL. ADEFIL is a French association to develop and look at ideas to develop philately to the young. The traditional philatelists are on the road, and most are on numeric rupture. They don't have mail, they don't talk about Web3. This is not the target. The target is the young, is you. Why you? Because you have the vision, you have the project, you have the idea. You can do, and you have the vision to do it. And I ask you to join the philatelic revolution, a very old company in transformation with a Web3 evolution. And everything is open on creativity and on imagination of what we can send with a physical stamp. Thank you very much. 10 minutes is very short to explain crypto stamp. I bring some physical stamp on the crypto stamp corner with very rare stamp. One is one of the third existing on the world. And you can touch it, no, you have a glass, but you can see it, what is physically mean crypto stamp. Crypto stamps, I send a stamp, I receive a picture, a cartoon, a sound. It's not just a paper. And if I want, I put it on the blockchain.
Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. Oh no, I can't say anything. You're keeping me under I'm already ahead. Like embarrassing that you're keeping me under Catch me up, trip me over. Can't be warm when you're so cold. And I'll be walking on for days, cause I know that you'll be home. And now I'm feeling like I'm out of hell. Then you come complicate things when I'm doing well. Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. Oh no, I can't say anything. You're keeping me under I'm already ahead. Like embarrassing, cause you're keeping me under Catch again, you'll be home by 10. Cause I told you once, but now I'll tell you all again. Cause all my planning, I'm the one with sin. Come on, just open up and try to let me in. Cause you're keeping me under, you're keeping me on. You're making me violent, you're making me soft. You're making it easy, you're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff. I'll just say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. I'm already there. Back saying that you're keeping me under wraps. I'll just say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. I'm already there. Back saying that you're keeping me under wraps. 'Cause you're keeping me under, you're keeping me on, making me violate, you're making me soft, making it easy, you're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff.
Les mecs, non.
Un, deux, un, deux. Hello everyone. Thanks to assist with this conference, from tradition to tokenization, how the French Post embraces Web3 with CryptoSense. So I'm Soani Mouton. I'm Deputy Marketing and Sales Director at French Post. I have been an expert in e-commerce and philately for 20 years. I'm here because I'm part of a team that have created the first French crypto stamps, and I am responsible for the design of a French stamp philatelic program. So before addressing what is a crypto stamp and what the French Post is dealing with, I would like to share some information with you about the philatelic market and how the crypto stamp can be collected. So philately is a bit schizophrenic market. Why? Because on one side, it's a symbol of technical innovation. We are always innovated with stamps, innovation by the shapes, innovation by scented links, innovation with augmented reality. And on the other side, it's an aging market. Indeed, in France, by example, the average age of a collector is about 65 years old. So the sustainability and growth of this market rely to renewal of customers, especially younger customers and also international customers. So that's why the emergence of blockchain and the NFT solution give an opportunity to achieve these goals. Indeed, in each major innovation, it's an opportunity to evolve within a new model. So that's what we want to do with the NFT and the philately. This allows us to revitalize the stamp collecting market, new collector, new collection. You can start the collection of crypto stamps. For this, you don't need to get all the classical stamps. And the blockchain makes it easier to exchange. So it's a new stamp collection that emerged from 2020-2021, merging philately with blockchain. Several posts launched their NFT stamps, their crypto stamps, in Europe, but all over the world. And this market aligns with trends that have emerged in the art world in recent years. Here you can see some models of different posts all around Europe. So what is an NFT stamp? An NFT stamp is a physical collected stamp that has its digital twin recorded on the blockchain. On the left you can see the classical stamp. So it's an image that is printed on a piece of paper. And on the right you can see the token. So it's the same image, but with animation. And this image is recorded on the blockchain. So this new feature gives the stamp several advantages. The NFT acts as an immutable and tamper-proof certificate, which adds extra value to its uniqueness. The NFT stamp, so there is two products. the physical one and the digital one, the token. The physical one, is printing, is numbering, is pairing with its twin, digital twin, and the digital twin is based on what NFT can provide. The proof of origin, the time stamping, the qualification, the unique ownership, the transferability, and the indestructibility. We have a dedicated platform for this, who simplify the user experience for buyers. You have a wallet custody, you can pay by credit card, and we have also a dedicated logistic processes for NFT stamp. What is important in our business model is that in France, you buy firstly the token, and after we give you the classical stamp. So it means you don't need to get your own wallet, and you don't have to pay gas fees. In the other post, you buy first the classical stamp, the physical one, and after you have to drop your token in your wallet. And maybe sometimes you have to pay some gas fee. So let's have a look to one product. It was the first one. So this one is the physical stamp, the stamp block. Here you have the stamp, that you can use for your mailing, by example. It's this visual that is replicated on the blockchain. On the right, you've got the public keys of the NFT, the unique stamp number, and at the down you have a QR code that is used for order preparation and to pairing with its digital twin. So what is our offer? We launched the first one 2 years ago. So it was 100,000 copies, each €8. Last year we launched a triptych generated by the artificial intelligence. So there were 3 crypto stamps and a pack. Each one has 30,000 copies and €8. In January of this year, we launched a crypto stamp story with a Red Cross. It's a charitable association. 30,000 copies at €8 each. And today, for the Nfc Summit, we launched a new one. So how is the new one? The new one is called Monument 3.0. It highlights an iconic French monument for the futuristic and personal vision of an artist. The first edition is about the Eiffel Tower. You've got 3 crypto stamps, one in gold, 5,000 copies, one in silver, 10,000 copies, and one in bronze, 15,000 copies. You also have a pack called Pack Platinum, 2,000 copies at the price of €24. Inside you got the free crypto stamp. This one was sold out this morning in 5 minutes for the Pack Platinum. The gold one was sold out in 1 hour. So you have to hurry up to buy the 2 last one, the silver one and the bronze one. Let's launch the video, please. Promotion. Okay, thank you. How to order? It's very simple. There is a website dedicated to it, accessible for all. You only can pay by credit card. You can't pay with crypto money. You just have to open an account. And your NFT will be mint during the same day. And the day after, we'll send you the classical stamp, the classical stamp. Okay. That's okay. Thank you.
The one you're next to when the sun comes up. Every time you whisper down the phone, I've been giving everything I own to make you love me. Oh, to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I've been giving everything inside to make you love me. It's hard to make you love me, making you love me, yeah, yeah. Making you love me, yeah, yeah. Anything to make you love me, yeah, yeah. Make you love me, yeah, yeah. I was on top of the world today. Loving you takes my breath away. Troubles ain't nothing but a memory, yeah. You were my girl, black and white. Loving you lets me see the light. Ooh, I'm feeling your energy, yeah. I don't wanna front, this ain't just a crush. I just wanna be your go-to for that type of touch, yeah. I don't wanna rush, let's lose ourselves in us. I just wanna be the one you're next to when the sun comes up. Ooh, every time you whisper down the phone, I've been giving everything I own to make you love me. Oh, to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I've been giving everything inside to make you love me. It's hard to make you love me, making you love me, yeah, yeah. Make you love me, yeah, yeah. To make you love me, yeah, yeah. Got to make you love me, yeah, yeah. To make you love me, to make you love me. This is what I'm trying to say is when you come my way, it's taking me so high. So I'm trying to make you love me. Every time you whisper down the phone, I be giving everything I own to make you love me. Oh, to make you love me. Every time you hit me with those eyes, I be giving everything inside to make you love me. Said it's all to make you love me. Oh.
You closed the door on me lately, like you've got secrets to hold. How long can I keep waiting to know the things that you know? Oh, it doesn't feel like home when we're outside alone. Never wanna let you go if we say that we've grown. Why do we still fly so low? I never wanna let it go. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so low. You're something of a symphony, more than just a mystery. This is not the way it should be going.
ourselves in these places. Sometimes we can't find the words to say it. And I know temptation won't face us. We've been through this before. Oh, it doesn't feel like home when we're outside alone. Never wanna let you go if we say that we've grown. Why do we still fly so low? I never wanna let it go. Remember when you said to me, always speak with honesty. This is not the way it should be going so long.
Restlos ausverkauft. Okay, thanks all for joining us for this panel. I am Jeff. I lead Web3 and emerging technology for Vismazar. And today's panel, so can crypto stamps be considered a new market? It's all about a fascinating question. Are crypto stamps just a hype? Or are we seeing the rise of new collectors market? So that's the question we will try to answer today. Moments ago, we just heard a brilliant keynote from Luc Mangin, one of the most dedicated crypto stamps collector in Europe, in the world.
I'm a big collector.
And to go further, we are joined by Marcus Butcher from Dutch Post, Julian Jordan from the Swiss Post, and Leonard Chu from the Austrian Post. So let's start right with we were left off with Luc. So you've been collecting stamps for over 50 years or something. Can you share a little bit with us how you first discovered crypto stamps and what made you decide they were worth collecting?
Yeah, like you see, it's very simple to give the word to the senior because all around they are just young. In crypto stamp. I have collect stamps since 52 years now. And I found on crypto stamp in 2021 by a very, not because I discovered crypto stamp, but because my son, who finished his study, launched his own NFT. And when he bring the wages of my wife in 1 week, I said, oh. And I Googled his stamp and crypto. And in 2021, Austria already launched, Swiss already launched, and the first country started. And I see this new market, and it's why I start crypto stamp. I really like it, really enjoy wire, because it's like a game. You have like an S stamp, you have 1 to 10,000, you have something unique. You have a game. When you open the packet, like a Pokemon desk, you don't know what you discover. It's a fun. And you have all the evolution on technology you can have, and all the three here have very different strategy and do some very, I just love what they do. And each time country launch a crypto stamp, it's a discover on clever, on marketing, and on idea.
So it was like a natural evolution for you to collect crypto stamps after collecting stamps, physical stamps.
And I stopped to collect stamps. Cannot do the both.
So you guys, you've all launched like a crypto stamps initiative in your country, a program. So how does your vision align with Luc just described as a collector? Can you share a little bit with us? Maybe we can start with you, Marcus. So are you targeting, like, maybe rephrasing the question, but are you targeting the same collector like Luc, or what's your vision for crypto stamps?
We observed that the traditional collecting of stamps should evolve a little bit, and we observed when we started in 2022, 2023, beginning of the year, that there is an interest in the market. And our idea was to address new customers, of course. So to add a technical feature because there are people who are interested in digital art, who are interested in blockchain technology, and it was the idea to address also these people, because it seems to be a demand for this market. So, and therefore we developed our crypto stamp, and of course we had an eye on our traditional collectors, because it's still the biggest group of our buyers there, and we have to find a way to satisfy both of these groups. And that was a chance, an opportunity, and we took it for that. And I think it's right what Luc says. It's a natural evolvement.
Leonard, maybe you can share. I think you were the first, at least in Europe, to launch the crypto stamps.
So the story is quite funny, because the Austrian Post always issued special stamps. Like already 20 years ago, they began to release stamps in special materials. For example, we released a stamp that was made of the uniform of the post delivery guys, or we had a collaboration with Swarovski and we had stamps with crystals on it. And in 2019 we had the topic of digital collectible next, and that's why we thought about 2018, how can a digital collectible look, and how can we make sure that you really own the digital collectible. And so we found out about NFT technology, and we released 150,000 pieces in June 2019, and they were sold out in 1-2 weeks. And then the story began. Also quite fun, we released them on the Ethereum blockchain, so like 1 year later this wasn't doable anymore, because the transaction fees would be too high. So that makes this collection more unique, the first crypto stamp, because you couldn't do it nowadays, 150,000 pieces on the Ethereum blockchain.
Maybe Marcus, if you can pass the mic. Yes. Julien, what about the Swiss Post?
I can only second what Marcus said from the German aspect. We also see it's a thin line to walk in between the traditional original collectors, so to say, of stamps. They have different needs from the new market that we kind of enter with the crypto stamp, where it's, I'd like to say, some kind of a younger audience that we address with it. Like the crypto and NFT crowd are younger per se. So it's a mix of finding a good line in between, definitely, yes.
So actually that's a good transition, because you are all talking about attracting like new generation. So let's go to let's say part 2 of our panel. It's like, who's really buying? Who's really buying your crypto stamp? Is it really like the target you were aiming at, like the NFT collectors, or are there like really younger generation? I remember when we were the prep call together, you mentioned you wanted to attract new generation, but is it really the case? Who's buying crypto stamps?
Yes, definitely we have some new customers now who are buying the stamps, but the majority is still, of course, the traditional collector. So they are buying it because they would like to have all stamps released from Germany, and that's the main reason. And it's a small but growing group. And it's interesting to see that also a part of the traditional collectors starts to interest themselves for the technology and try it out. So I think we have to find a way to address the new groups. Maybe we are not in the perfect way right now. Maybe it's not well known enough. So we have to work on it. But we are going in the way we expected.
What about you, Luc? You've seen probably, traditional physical collector. Are there like new people coming via crypto stamps?
I will answer differently. I on board of huge philately association called Philapostel, and on Gafil was another philatelic. And at the first time, I showed Christophe, they said, this is no philately. Get lost. Get lost. I said, no, it's a stamp, I send it, and I show you. And I have to prove it to do my first philatelic exhibition with crypto stamp, I think 3 years ago in Paris. And they said, maybe there's something. And now I see the total evolution of the philatelic market. The traditional doesn't want to kill anymore. They respect. They have a huge gap. The middle age is 70 years old. Most never use the web. They never use buy online. And when the French launch is the first NFT, they just not understand at all. And now, on the evolution, the French Federation of Philatelic Associations is the federation of all the associations, just create the new commission of crypto stamp, the first federation. So now what's a commission philatelic? In philatelic, you have some challenge when you have competition between philatelics. So we open the crypto stamp challenge in France, and my mission is to learn to the judge to see how is the crypto stamp and how he can quote it for the competition. So we have the 80% of the traditional never goes to crypto stamp, and we discover a new market. People never known from the association coming, and very young. And this is the people, it's like you, it's your age, coming, and not for the stamp. And something I've seen very new too, take the Polish Association. A Polish Association, they just NFT. They buy the stamp, but I'm sure they put it on the box. But they want the NFT. So you have a different way. And maybe I can ask to the free post here, what, 1/3, 40% of new you never know before? No? Is it something like that?
Yeah, what about
the unique customers? It's the young one coming with crypto stamp. On your target, it's 40, 30%, 50% of new people. It's new. You have a new market coming. Australia is Regista-te is a leader, so
quite a big amount are the old philatelists, like they stayed from the traditional collecting and joined the crypto stamp collecting.
Right.
And then we have a lot crypto people, international crypto people that want to complete the collection. And we have also very normal people that are just curious with the crypto stamp, that came new to the topic, that didn't have anything to do with crypto before or with philately. And because it's a very new product in itself, it attracts a lot of new people.
What about you, Julian? Is it the same?
Pretty much the same, yeah. I was surprised at a moment that we have such a big group of the traditional collectors, because, as you said before, some of the traditional collectors at the beginning, they were quite skeptical, didn't really want to have anything to do with it or didn't accept it in the beginning, and now there's a big base of the audience is the traditional collectors. But it is a good mix. There's new people coming in as well, so that's good to see as well.
So just on my personal view, I never collected stamps, but this morning I just bought like my first crypto stamps here at the conference. I encourage you to go to the booth, to the crypto stamps corner to buy maybe your first one. And I think Leonard, you probably have something to announce.
You also bought the newest collection.
Yeah, and I bought the new one, the new collection.
Today we launched a new collection together with Hakatao. And we have 4 motifs, and the story is about always with Hakatao. This is already our second collection, and the story is always about Austrian cultural figures. And this time it's Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart and Hedy Lamarr and the different personalities. And there are 4 different physical motifs, and you can scan them, and you have the different NFT rarities. And yeah, we are already, I got the message like 1 hour ago, we are already more than 50% sold out. So, and yeah, we have still some at the booth. And you also get a poster if you buy the complete set. And maybe a t-shirt if we still have some left.
Yeah.
But congratulations, that's crazy. I think also we heard from Swani, the French initiative. They sold out like in 5 minutes this morning. The pack, so it's just like crazy. What are you following? In terms of the crypto stamps. Maybe we can get an idea of the percentage of crypto stamps compared to traditional stamps. Physical stamps collector? Is it like, I don't know, 10% of the market? Is it 5%? What's roughly the idea? of crypto stamps? And also, are you seeing like meaningful like revenue from the crypto stamps?
Yeah, I think it's maybe near 10% new customer groups, especially for the crypto stamps. So the rest, the 90% are traditional collectors. But of course, it's also some new revenue, because the digital features have a value and customers are willing to pay for it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so the business model is profitable, and like maybe the last 2 years were more hard in the bear market, but like the crypto cycles, it's also moving with the Bitcoin price and yeah, the crypto prices in general. And we have a very loyal collector base, and these held us through the bear market because they collect every stamp, and even when the NFT interest was at the lowest point, they bought all the crypto stamps, so we are very happy about our community. And yeah, it's working very well for the Austrian Post with the crypto stamp, and there are a lot of new things coming in the next years.
Julian, what about you?
Yeah, first it's also, I mean, if you compare the markets, it's a different number set, so to say. Like we have 1 to 2, maybe sometimes 3 crypto stamps per year, whereas we have 50 stamps in general. So it's a different aspect there. After all, we are a business, so of course, like there's revenue coming in as well. But I think the main focus is to get a new market excited about stamps as well, and about philately and what we're doing. So that's always kind of like been the main focus.
And so maybe for all of you, like, do you think there are like a competition between like digital and physical stamp collection? Is it like some type of competition between the two? Because it depends. You said, you know, some programs are, you know, both physical and digital.
No.
Some programs are just like digital. So just
no,
tell us a little bit more.
I will answer. It's not competition. It's complementary. Because when you have, you will have in September 5 countries, Austria, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Portugal. We launch same day, same time stamp. But the stamp, when you buy it, is to send it on your country, not to sell on another country. So it's not a competition. When I bought a German, it's for collection, and it's full margin for German. So it's complementary and not competition. On the idea, you have marketing competition to find the best way to sell. That's another way, it's marketing way, but not on positionment. When I bought some Austria, it's just for collection, or Switzerland, it's just for collection. It's not a competition between posts. After they can challenge, I sell more than yours on my country, but they don't go to another country to sell the stamp. That's why the term of competition is not right.
Yeah, I see. So yes, evolution and complementary between physical and digital. Yeah, see the same for you?
I would definitely say it's complementing each other and not in competition, because you do have the physical stamp that you can collect, and it's a collectible per se, as it has always been, and you on top of that get the digital asset that you can also collect. So it's two worlds in one, so to say. So it's definitely, for me, it's complementing each other. Yes.
I would confirm also, it's definitely complementary. I can say we will definitely not lose any traditional collector because of a crypto stamp from another country, for example. So it's available worldwide, but it's complementary. They are not in concurrence to each other.
You touched a little bit, Luc, about traditional collectors. How, like, from various countries, how did they first react when you launched the crypto stamps initiatives? Was it like mixed feelings? Completely no. What's this? So digital crypto. Now we more saying digital stamps instead of crypto stamps. What was the first reaction?
So some of the old philatelists, a minor part, they hate crypto stamps because they want a stamp like in the old way and everything the same, and that they can put it in their collector's album. But most of the old philatelists are happy that there is innovation in the stamp market and that we get new people in the stamp market, so most of the people are happy that the crypto stamp exists.
Yes, we have in fact different groups. Some of the traditional collectors are very open-minded and start to use technology. And we have other traditional collectors who may be afraid that they are missing something, but they won't use it. So they say, no, don't make crypto stamps. It's just more expensive to collect that, but I think it will have its way.
Do you want to add something, or your line? Yeah, your line. You raised also an interesting point during our prep call, Marcus. It's about like compliance or regulation. Like regulation sometimes limits what you want to do. Can you give us some example, idea you had and you were kind of blocked?
Yes.
At this point?
Yes, of course we have some regulations, sometimes by law, of course. I can say it's on 3 levels. The first level is in our own company. Because we are a postal service, we have to do crypto stamps and not crypto anything. So that's the first restriction. The more important is national restrictions, because we are aligned to the Ministry of Finance, what it's doing to stamps. And therefore, for example, we cannot show pictures of living persons. But the idea to present sports stars or music artists, something like this, that's very interesting for fans, but it's not usable for a stamp, because it's forbidden. And the last level is European government, of course, we have an eye on. There is the regulations for markets and crypto assets. And therefore you have an eye on it if you are combining something with additional features. Especially if they have some monetary value, then you have to be careful if you have products that is under regulation. So that's also a restriction.
What about you guys in Austria and Switzerland?
I mean, I second that.
Is it a bit more, I would say, like open than in Germany, like in Switzerland, or
not that much? No, we have similar regulations, and it's also we had, for example, you noticed a change in the model we have, like, but from the first crypto stamp moving onward. There's also regulations talking about if it's like close to a lottery, for example, with rare examples of stamps, and then you don't know what you buy, and then sometimes it's rare, sometimes it's not. We had to pay attention to that as well, because some of the regulatory grounds that were set. So.
Yeah, it's also a big issue for the Austrian Post. So, like with the legal department, with the tax department, with everything, you have to establish the processes in the company. And for example, the example with the on-chain store, there are many processes you have to set up in the company, because you have this on-chain store, you can buy a crypto stamp with cryptocurrency, but you have then to establish these processes, for example, with the tax department. You get cryptocurrency from the customers, you sell them at some point, and you make tax gains or losses, capital gains or losses, then the tax department has to check the gains, has to report it. Then also the guys in the warehouse, you need to tell them how our on-chain stamp works, because they get some data and then they have to go to some place and find the on-chain stamp, and it's not like the typical way of ordering some product. And also the legal department is a big issue, because we already had a lot of more deeper and creative ideas, but you're so restricted by the legal department, and there's always a new law. Also with the MiCA law, you have to check if everything is fits with the law. So there are so many points, and yeah, it's pretty much work.
Pretty tough sometimes, yeah. We're talking like right now, like each crypto stamps is linked to national issuer. Here we have Germany, Swiss, Austria. And to all of you, do you see a future where we'll have a unified kind of platform where you issue like your stamps in something global and unified in the market? Interoperable, international crypto stamps, do you see a future like this, or still like national issuer?
I can answer. I have an answer on that. You have an organization called Universal Postal Union, who will launch at the end of the year the Academy of Crypto Stamp to help the postal operator for regulation and law, because we are not equal on this way at all, and provide UPU reference industrial to help all the posts. The big post, like here, don't need UPU to do the cool stuff. But you have 192 posts, also the world, and now you have a focus at the higher level with this institution called UPU. So after, I don't know if one base is what you question, create one base. You have one catalog, but you don't have the same blockchain. So how to create a same blockchain? If you want to go to Tezos, to GFIN, to Polygon, it's just impossible. Impossible for the NFT. Yeah. And after international collector, it's a new market. The national collector grow and grow well, but international, you have maybe 10% of the crypto stamp collector of the market who do international. So I don't know if we need an international base, but they already have a catalog, so they know how to do it. And after, you have to think of two things. The second market, it's not clear at all. You have nothing to say to the crowd, like I can explain. It's total anarchy. It's not clean. But philately takes years to have a second market. And don't remember, it's a new market. They started in 1918. It's very short compared to the Old West collection. And what I'm sure is this market, and we feel it all, is grow and grow. When I prepare Nfc Summit, I print sold out. For Akatao, my diagnostic, they will sold out tomorrow. For France, and they sold out this morning. So this is new market, but it goes very well. Maybe, I don't know, in few months, Austria will announce they already sell 1.5 million crypto stamp. In few months, you're right, 1.5 million crypto stamp sell. Not stamp, crypto stamp. So
physical and digital.
Yeah. And like Switzerland said, so we see this. Okay, and after if you think you need an international base, I don't know.
Every issuer has his own techniques and processes, and that's for a reason. Especially in our case, but I think also in other cases, these reasons are dominated by national business rules and business. And therefore, I think unification is a good thing, but it depends strongly how the market and the technology is developing by itself. Then if there is a good technology, easy to use, then more and more will also use it. And then you can get an unification by this. I think we are all open-minded to have a cooperation, to make a combined issue, something like that. But actually, we are looking how we can process our business, how we can reach our customers, and how we can make it very easy. And I believe none of us has already found the secret key to solve this problem. So we have still wait on technology. Even if we look today and we go 3 years back when we started, for example, maybe the technology is easy of use from the wallet MetaMask. It developed by itself. It was as much easier now than 2 years ago, for example, and I think these are the engines to unification and to have a global market.
Okay, interesting. We just have like a couple of minutes of this panel. Maybe we'll go like try to answer this question I asked at the beginning. Like, is it just like a hype, a trend, or is it like really a new collector's market? Maybe if we can finish like this in like 1 sentence, 2 sentences, each of you, and maybe a final word you want to share to the audience about this market and this exciting market about crypto stamps.
So I think it's a rising market still. For example, the first crypto stamp, when it was sold out in 2019, it had crazy prices on the secondary market, like the red unicorn for €1,000 and so on. But nowadays we reach these prices again, but not with the hype, but with a stable price. And that shows me that collectors are interested in the product and they're buying also the old stamps, the first edition, and they will buy the new editions too. In some years, the new editions, like today, the Hakatao edition, it will also be worth a lot more. That's my guess. And we can see it also in the sales that it's working very well. And that's why I think the stamp market is ready for takeoff.
Thank you, Julian.
I would also say that it's definitely still an evolving market. I mean, it's volatile as NFT and crypto markets are in general, I would say. So it's definitely still evolving, though.
I think it's an evolving market. I'm not sure if it's a hype. I believe a hype was maybe 2021 or something like that. But now we see there are more and more use cases. There are more and more interested people. And therefore, I would say that's an evolving market, and we will see some special features in future.
Luc, final word maybe?
Yeah.
You will still be.
You are the next generation to take the support of crypto stamp. Don't wait for the traditional. It's you. You can support this. And it's really new. I'm really happy to see people I met on Telegram from Austria. You have the young, very well organized on the network. You have community very active. On all country, with Twitch, with Telegram, with Discord, with all the new way, and they are on it, and no way on Facebook.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I invite you all to go to the Crypto Stamps Corner, and you have at least a new client. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
I was hoping you'd be somewhere better than this, miles away from this simple town. And I was hoping you would be the one that I'd miss. I thought you'd be a thing by now, but you had to leave though. Sell that beautiful ego. You're the only thing you know. And as far as she knows, you still the only hero. You had to up and go. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change. Yeah. 'Cause we've been playing normal for a decade or two, cashing in on the weekly wage, try to ask you something, but it might seem rude. Do you like living life that way? Look a dream fading, don't you let it fade for you. Forget about waiting, ain't nobody wait for you. And I'm sitting here some nights, hope my luck is on the sunrise. Maybe it worked for you. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change. Yeah. 'Cause man, I froze at the sight of you. And I've been so patient with everything you put me through. And I know I could never go back, but I know you'd never notice that. Man, I was hoping you'd change, baby, be the one that I was new. Man, I was hoping I'd change, baby, be the one there beside you. Look a dream fading, don't you let it fade for you. Forget about waiting, ain't nobody wait for you. And I'm sitting here some nights, hope my luck is on the sunrise. Maybe it worked for you. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change. I was hoping you'd change, hoping you'd change.
I couldn't find no one to replace you, but I really don't mind. I never found myself, still I chase you. Don't mean to waste your time with another love. I'd be empty.
Hello. Hello.
Yep, all right, we're ready for action, guys. I got a full room of people, I see. There's a lot of interest in my presentation. Woohoo! Let's go, man. All right, well, my presentation, that's on the request of the summit, goes about digital twins. I just made it very simple. I'm going to explain to you guys what digital twins are, and I take, of course, crypto stamps as an example to show what crypto stamps, why crypto stamps are digital twins. So let's start. A digital twin, well, just to explain it very simple, a digital twin is an NFT version of a physical object. It's also called, in the Web3 sphere, Web3 tokenization, so real-world asset tokenization. You make a digital NFT of a physical object. So, why is that so unique and why is it so widespread at this very moment? Because every NFT on the blockchain of a physical object is 100% unique. It's verifiable on the blockchain, so it serves as a digital certificate. And you can connect it with platforms and marketplaces like Rarible, OpenSea. Those are, well, the biggest ones. So the new reality is that valuable objects demand digital protection. Well, maybe you walked around and you already saw booths, for example, very expensive wines. We are also talking to a company called the Secret Grand Cru. They make wines that are unpayable by normal people like us. And they want to be absolutely sure that you cannot counterfeit them. Because especially in countries like, well, actually I can't mention it, but in Asia somewhere, they are very good in counterfeiting. So what they do, they put an NFC chip in the bottle and it's registered on the blockchain. So every time you buy a bottle, it's verifiable and you cannot get the NFC out of the bottle. So that's just an example. The digital twin serves as a certificate of authenticity. So it's verifiable because when you look at the issued NFT on the blockchain, you can see who issued the NFC. In this case, for example, that Secret Grand Cru is the one who issued the NFC. So you're absolutely sure that the bottle you are scanning with your smartphone and shows the information that's on the blockchain, that it's the right bottle. It's all about digital ownership and portability. For example, when you want to sell that bottle of wine to another one, you sell the physical part and you also swap or transfer the NFT to the wallet of the new owner, and then you get paid. And it gives you enhanced transparency. That's also very interesting. You can see on the blockchain which valuable wine bottles are out there, so it's verifiable. So now we dive in crypto stamps. Of course, that's what we do. Crypto stamps do also have digital twins. And that's one of the most underestimated part of the digital philately, is that every crypto stamp has its digital product passport on-chain. So the digital twin serves also for verifying if the crypto stamp is a real one. And so compare it to the example I gave you of the bottle of wine. Also, the stamps are verifiable on-chain. And in countries, not Europe for example, but in countries in Asia, Latin America, and also in Africa, they use stamps for money laundering, and they copy them and they try to sell them for a lot of money. So with this new technology, adding a digital twin, say the NFT as a certificate of authenticity, you can also, I say that in good English, you can also secure every stamp you issue, because every stamp you bring out there is unique. So how does it work? A physical stamp is added with a secret code or a QR code with a secret code combination, an NFC chip, or other sorts of unique inks or whatever. It must be unique. So when you have the uniqueness on the stamp, you can claim it on a platform like ours, like Cybersme, and you can make or mint, as they call it, the NFT on the blockchain. In this case, it's a very good portable ERC-721 on Polygon that's in the Ether, Ethereum sphere or world, so it's very portable and it's verifiable. And then you have your digital twin. So you have the stamp, the physical stamp, which is very attractive for traditional stamp collectors, and you have your digital twin on the blockchain. And both belong to each other. Of course, you can sell them separately, but I advise you, keep them both together. Never sell the NFT sold from the physical one. So what happened worldwide? The former panel already discussed it. Here it shows the growth of the crypto stamps worldwide since 2019. So they started with the first one in 2018, and in 2024, so last year, from the 21 issuing countries in the world, 16 issued a new crypto stamp. So it's an emerging market. The total value of the market is estimated around $30 million. It seems not like a lot, but it shows that it's an emerging market, and it's very interesting. So for now, the last one, the fourth, the future. We noticed that there's a very increasing interest in issuing crypto stamps by postal organizations worldwide. So we have a lot of communications with countries in all different languages. Everybody is interested. It's not only because it brings innovation and digitization to the postal organization, so it's good for the image, but it's also a new way of turnover for them, a new way of earning money. Because philately goes down, the real paper philately with traditional stamp collectors, and they are dying out, just like me. I'm getting old, gray. I don't collect stamps, I collect crypto stamps. But it's good to know that there are more and more countries that like to issue crypto stamps and to preserve the cultural heritage or show that they have a beautiful country with beautiful landslides. So they make also the physical stamps, they make them very beautiful, but also the NFTs connected to them, they digitalize them with augmented reality and virtual worlds. So, and AI, so there's a lot of things going on making those digital twins very attractive. So what are we? I have to take the time into account. We are a smart and easy platform for crypto stamp publishers and collectors. So you, as a postal organization, you can publish your issues on CyversMe. As a collector, you can collect your stamps on CyversMe for free. So simply buy, that's the first step. You have to buy it, of course. You scan it, you register your account once, and then you can start claiming, connecting, minting, and of course also trading the crypto stamps. So the next one is very important. There is an NFT on the chain. So the authenticity and ownership is secured. It serves as a digital product passport. And please keep that in your mind. Digital product passports are the future. Everything is twinnable, tokenizable, and that will be called digital product passports. They're already out there for sustainable products. It's a EU legislation, so keep that in mind. I think personally it's a better word for an NFC. NFC sounds technical. A digital product passport, everybody understands that. So it's user-friendly, mobile optimized, and it's open for all postal organizations and collectors worldwide. Why digital twins works? As I told you, you get the tamper-proof and anti-counterfeit. It's traceability from production until the owner, and the ownership is irrefutable, transferable, and traceable. It's just that easy. So physical and digital gives your products digital power. Not only for collectors, but also for publishers, and of course brands. Brands really like product passports. Luxury brands, watches, cars, even decentralized finance like deeds and houses and land, they're all digital power. There's the product passport. I already told you about that. I'm a little bit in a hurry because I'm over my time, I know. So the future is everything is twinnable. So make sure that if you have a product which is valuable, like a crypto stamp can be very valuable, but every luxury good or whatever, make it twinnable, make an NFT of it, and make a link with the physical object and the NFT, and you are ready for action. And I think that in the future, and we already see the signs, everything gets a digital twin. And one of the best examples I can give you, there's a company called Geely. Geely is a Chinese company, and they started a couple of years ago with issuing NFTs for every part of the car they bring out. So every part is an NFT on chain. and that gives them a grip on the future with the sustainability, recyclability of cars. It's a fantastic idea. So I think everything gets a digital twin. That's it for now, folks. Thank you very much.
Sugar, I'm waiting for a time when I can lie beneath your skies. Don't leave me waiting. When the seasons change, I lose you overnight. And when it all falls away, sunflower. And when the night turns to day, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours. Sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours. Sunflower. Lover, I'm sorry. You bring out the worst in me sometimes. Don't leave, I'm begging. When the seasons change, I lose you overnight. And when it all falls away, sunflower. And when the night turns to day, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower, sunflower. Sunflower, sunflower, sunflower. Sunflower, sunflower. And when it all falls away, sunflower. And when the night turns to day, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower. And when it all falls away, sunflower. And when the night turns to day, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower. I'm losing hours and hours, sunflower. Sunflower, I'm losing hours and
So we're sharing the mic, yeah. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, okay. So, no question.
I have a
no
fan
question
base
from
of
the panel.
CTT here.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome CTT, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for, I don't know, last panel maybe on the crypto stamps.
Yes,
I think because we have the wine testing you were mentioning before 5. Again, I'm Jeff. I lead Web3 and emerging technologies at Forvis Mazar, financial audit and advisory firm. So now we are in the second panel around old giants, new chains. And this panel is about transformation, how some of the world's oldest institutions are using and moving to Web3 to reinvent the way of connecting with people. And with me today, I have the pleasure of having Leonard Schuh from Austrian Post, Nuno Matos from CTT Portugal, and his fan club, I think here, and Patrick Terranea from Cypher.me. Happy to be here with you guys, and welcome. Let's begin by setting the scene with you, Patrick. You've been explaining during your keynote, brilliant keynote. You've been on the front line of digital philately since 2019. What has changed since then?
Well, everybody who was here during my presentation, and there were a lot of people there, so saw the graphic from the sales. So it's old giants, new. What was the title?
New chains.
Yeah. So what you notice is that the first crypto stamps in 2019 and until now they are an emerging market. And what we noticed in 2022 when we came across the term crypto stamps, that it's a very interesting market because, it's twinnable, like I explained. And I love really the tangible digital artist thing like stamps, which is #1 collectible of the world. And when you can digitalize that and make an NFT of it on chain, that you have a very special product, and you can add all kinds of new digital extras to the NFT. So that opened up my heart for innovation. So we started developing our platform, and then we talked to a lot of postal organizations. Already Austria already had started their first ones. Portugal is now also getting into the scene. So it's emerging, and those traditional postal organizations out there in the world really see this as a new emerging market in which they should be involved as well. So digital philately has been born.
So why are so many postal operators, coming into this this space? I think you were mentioning like 21 at the moment, and like still rising. And I think what is interesting in terms, if we comparing to the like NFT hype, in 2020, 2021, maybe it was a hype around also crypto stamps, but it continued after this hype. The NFT boom just dropped a lot, but the crypto stamps remains. But so why so many like postal operators just coming into this space? What's the reasons?
Well, I know we agree with the three of us that traditional philately is decreasing. So you have to find new ways to find new turnover, and digital philately is the way to go. That's why they all join us in that.
Yeah, you both launched like the initiative in Austria and like Portugal. What was the motivation, the reason behind launching crypto stamps, digital stamps?
As I told before, it was
not... You need one of those.
As I told before, it was not planned that we make this hype and bring now the crypto stamp, because as I told before, we had these special stamps, like different materials and everything. We do that already since 30 years, 20 to 30 years. And then the next topic in 2018 was to bring out a stamp as a digital collectible. And then we thought about how we can really make sure that you own a digital collectible, and we found out about the NFT technology. And then in 2019, we released the first crypto stamp worldwide, which was 150,000 pieces and for $6.90 each, and was sold out in like 1 to 2 weeks. And there were leftovers at some post offices, so the people drove with the car around whole of Austria to get the last stamps, which is also a quite funny story. So online it was already sold out in the first days, but to really be sold out with 150,000 pieces that are distributed around Austria, it takes a little bit longer. And so then after that we launched multiple editions. We launched editions with other postal companies, we launched editions with artists, and we even launched a comic with an NFT. So there are always new things to come.
Yeah. I think in our case, it comes with a context, right? So when you look to the context of postal operators worldwide right now, it's quite challenging. In our case, it was really challenging for the last 10 years, I would say. We are based on a line of business that is declining heavily, which is mail. And in our case, 7 years ago, mail represented more than 100% of profitability of our company.
So all the other business lines, the transformation business lines, were losing money. That changed dramatically in these last 7 years, and now mail represents only 10%. What does this mean is that we are looking constantly for innovation in every single thing that we do, being that on a corporate level and finding new business lines and new things to do, express and parcels. We have launched a bank in Portugal as well, but also on a micro level when we look into philately, and Patrick said it quite well, philately is declining. We have to find other ways to make philately relevant for the future, to be more future-proof. And I think this is the most interesting way to do that on the philately landscape, and it was quite obvious that we wanted to be there. We were not the pioneers as Ociopost. We were late early adopters. We came a little bit later in 2023, so the market was not so nice to us in the beginning, but it was quite interesting to see how the traditional customer base responded. So I think here we have always the two markets, and we are constantly looking into the two markets, right? The traditional one, and how can we go into that traditional market, and that market responded quite well in our case. We sold the vast majority of our first crypto stamp was to our traditional customer base. And now we have to untap the new market, and the new market is this one, the one that we are targeting right here. And I think it all comes into this at the end of the day, right? You have to see what's the context as a whole, and the motivation for us is no different than the motivation of everything that we do right now at the company, is to find ways to continue to be relevant in our business lines. And the crypto stamp was one of those cases.
Okay, interesting, yes, it's decline of the core business. And also, you touched a little bit, but reaching like a new audience. So we discussed in the other panel, but that's interesting to have your point of view, like in Portugal. Who's buying crypto stamps in Portugal? Is it just like traditional stamps collector? Are you following like KPIs on, you know, who's the buyer, who's the typical buyer in Portugal?
I think that highly depends also on us, right? I think what's where we feel more comfortable is on selling to our traditional customer base. And probably that was what we did best on our first emission. Well, on our first emission, we partnered with Stampstack, which was a startup focused on this specifically as well. We probably relied a little bit more on them to try to help us with that new market that we're trying to get. Didn't go as well as we planned in the beginning. We sold quite a few, so to respond directly to your question, we sold more to the ones that normally bought. But I think the experience of being here on this conference shows us that is a lot of untapped market to grab and to pursue, and we have to go get all the new customers that are available and eager to buy as well. So we sold more to the traditional, but I bet I'm really a believer that there's a whole new market to untap and to sell this kind of new products.
Okay, interesting. So, and in 2023 and 2019 for you, Leonard, was it seen as risky to launch like crypto stamps?
So in 2019, it wasn't that risky because it was just for us a normal special stamp issue. And as I said before, we always make special stamps in different materials, and this was just a special stamp with the topic digital collectible. So our stamps always have also very high quantities. So 150,000 was also like something, okay, we have it maybe in the store for 10 years, who knows? And yes, but it went quite well. And with that start, it's not so risky anymore after that, because you made a good start, you get from the company more money, you can risk more, and yeah, that went very well with multiple editions. And in 2022, we also created a licensing program, and we started with the Netherlands. They also had like 100,000 pieces, I think, and were sold out in some days. And since then, they stayed in the CryptoStamp family, and we're getting more and more countries each year in the CryptoStamp family. So we have now Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, and also Portugal announced today that they join the CryptoStamp family, and we're very happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Transition, yes. Can you, I don't know, Leonardo?
I have mine. No.
Yeah, Leonardo, Nuno, I don't know who wants to announce or just say a few words on, like a partnership you are doing. Yeah, can you explain it to us?
We announced today, we have issued a press release announcing that we are joining the CryptoStamp family, the project from Austria Post. I think it's a natural evolution of what we have been done for the past 2 years. It goes into some lessons learned that we took from the first emission, and I think one of the most relevant ones is that together probably we have more strength to build this new customer base and to go into these new markets that I have been talking before. And Austria Post is a pioneer. They have the technology, they have the infrastructure, they have their marketing efforts already in place as well, and their customer base as well. And we felt quite comfortable with all our discussions. And as of today, we are part of the CryptoStamp family as well. And we are very eager to the launch that is going to take place later this year.
Fantastic.
A round of applause. Yeah.
Going back to the question about the risky, because I think it's just like in traditional entities, traditional companies, when you coming to, I don't know, to a manager, to the board saying, I'm going to launch something linked to crypto. It's just like, is this risky, point of view of, saying, no, we're not doing anything on crypto? That was my question, on going back to 2019, but even in 2023, when you're mentioning like crypto, it's kind of, seen as risky.
I think not that much, but probably, but risk comes with the job, right? When you talk about what we do as a company, everything that we do has a pinch of salt of risk. And when you talk about innovation, risk is a part of it, right? So we normally, when we talk inside our doors, we say that we are the first Portuguese startup. We are the oldest company in Portugal. We were founded in 1520. In 1520, normally, I don't know if this is going to resonate with you guys, but in 1520, Magellan hadn't concluded his trip around the globe, so the globe wasn't round yet officially. So we were founded back then, and we say that we are the first Portuguese startup, but we don't say it to be cool, to be like the grandpa that is cool now. We say it because it's true, because everything that we do right now comes with innovation, comes with pivoting a lot, trying to identify what we should do next and to change the course of direction quite fast. And this is one of those examples as well. So nowadays, when we go to pitch one of these things to our board, it's not that tough even when we talk about crypto and blockchain, because there's always a topic of innovation on everything we do. I'm not just saying this because it is, but it is true. When we talked about the partnership with Austria Post and so on, our CEO was the best advocate of this. He subscribed the Austrian Post newsletter, he received the newsletter, he challenged us, go talk with these guys, they're good. So I think this is part of what we have been doing, to be honest. Nice. Yeah. The mic.
Also, because you said if it was risky again, so in 2019 it was very early, and I think most people didn't hear things like crypto is a scam, and there weren't so much rug pulls and everything, so it hadn't this negative touch with it. So probably it wasn't that sensitive for the people at the company, and I thought it's just like some other way of storing pictures. Maybe. Yeah.
Can I add something to the risk?
Yeah, of course. I wanted to see your point of, this type of rebranding from crypto stamps to digital stamps.
Yeah, when I started in 23 and I heard the name crypto and I was trying to get other postal organizations on board and also talk to traditional stamp collectors, they really didn't like the word crypto because it's, of course, it sounds like cryptocurrency, and that's very, difficult word to use for those stamps. So, within the Universal Postal Union, there is now there will be established a digital stamp digital philately academy for all postal organizations around the world, and they will try to transform the word crypto stamps into digital stamps with an NFT or something else. Because crypto, when I go to Latin America or I go to Africa or Asia, when you use the word crypto, postal organizations, they say, okay, well, we try, but when they go to their ministry, because they're all aligned with their ministry, the ministry say no crypto. So it's a no-go area for a lot of countries. So we have to rethink that and take that, that risk, as you can call it, out of the this new emerging digital collecting world. Yeah.
I think risk has a lot of variables, right? Probably the level of risk is highly correlated with the amount of the bet. And for us, probably the amount of the bet was a little bit lower than, for instance, Austrian Post. They have to build the infrastructure, and we partnered and decided to pilot with someone that already had the infrastructure, right? But one of the other risks was at the time, if the traditional customer base was able to use these kind of products, right? So, because that was one of the fears of launching these products, and we had to do a lot of evangelization, right, on how to use this. So, in fact, we brought a lot of people that were not NFT customers to the NFT space and the Web 3.0 space as well. Now we have to go get the other ones, the ones that are digital natives, and bring to the philately space as well. So we are trying to bridge these two gaps, and I think that's the magic of all of this.
Very interesting. Going back to the licensing system you have in place, so tell us a little bit how it works. You announced the partnership with the CTC Portugal. You mentioned you work with the Netherlands. How does that work? So you provide infrastructure. Tell us a little bit.
So if a country joins us, they pay a licensing fee, and we do all the complicated stuff. So we do all the technical things. We're minting the NFTs. We're creating the codes. We're making sure every stamp has a unique code. We are printing the stamps. We check with the current law and everything. We provide our on-chain store, so countries that join us that are able to offer their stamp for cryptocurrency if they want to. And also, what's really cool is that we can make the motifs cross over. So if you want to have the full collection, you buy one from Austria, one from Portugal, and they are all the same theme, for example. So that's also a little bit of a hunt and fun in collecting.
So is it we touched a little bit in the first panel also, but is it the first view on a global market? You seeing something like this? Like a global digital philatelic market, or is it just like, licensing market you're helping,
So this is our crypto stamp platform, and everybody can join if they want, every postal company, and we're always happy to get more countries into it. Yeah, and I mean, everybody has also the possibility to make his own platform, and because everything on the blockchain is public, everything is open, so everybody can make like a platform where all the crypto stamps, also from other platforms, not from cryptostamp.com, are shown and can be traded. So that's also fully okay, because that's the spirit of the whole blockchain.
Of course. Let's talk about technology a little bit. And Patrick, you mentioned in your keynote, and you built like an international platform through Cypher.me. What's your vision? How does it replicate, like a collector's experience in Web3? Is it your vision? Tell us.
Yeah. So what we do, when we opened up our platform, we started with the German Post, and we gained a lot of accounts on our platform, and we start listening to them what they really want. And the most common question they asked us: why can I only buy the crypto stamps from German Post? So we had to answer, well, there are crypto stamps out there in the world, but you have to go to the web shops of those respective countries and you have to buy them. And most of those postal organizations didn't do the international sales, or they didn't allow international sales. So we thought, well, maybe we can do something with that. So let's think about a universal platform that everybody can use, but also where anybody can buy crypto stamps. So that was the drive for us at that very moment, and we are still working on this. And during this conference, we also announced that we opened up our international web shop, so we can support also countries like Portugal and Austria, boosting their sales internationally. They can do it for their own national marketing and sales, and we help them with the international marketing sales. We already have the network of accounts, and so we help each other out promoting this into the world. Yeah.
Congrats, Patrick. Well done. Talking about blockchain, so we talk. Which blockchain did you pick? Why? Maybe in 20. It's a good question, because I think lots of traditional companies or like entities wanted to launch an initiative. Is just like, okay, which blockchain do I choose? So what was your choice in 2019, and has changed or not? What's your view?
So in 2019 we started with Ethereum because it was affordable, but we minted 150,000 NFTs on Ethereum, and we also put in each of the first editions some Ethereum so that they can make a transaction. And even the Ethereum on these wallets is now, I think, like €5 worth. So almost, this is like the floor price already for the crypto stamp. And yeah, and then 1 year later, it wasn't affordable anymore to do it on Ethereum. And the first thing we did, we launched a collection on Gnosis. It was called Está at that time. And there wasn't a clear winner in the layer 2 race at that time. So Gnosis was even the biggest layer 2 in this time. And then in the NFT mania and crypto mania, Polygon was hyping up. And at some point we changed to Polygon because there was a lot more support, like OpenSea support and everything. So that's why we chose Polygon. And since then, everything we launch is on Polygon. If it's a cheaper product, I would say, like, because you don't want to pay €10 to transfer a €10 stamp. But we also have still products on Ethereum, like our gold editions. They include a 1 gram gold bar, and they cost €500. So it also makes sense to have them on Ethereum mainnet, and then you can pay also the gas fee because it doesn't make so much difference.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, I go along with you guys because the Polygon, the gas fees are so low, you can include them easily in the price of the crypto stamp. So when you connect your wallet, you don't have to buy crypto first, which is, of course, for traditional collectors a lot of hassle. What Austria did very well is they minted upfront. And when you buy a crypto stamp and you scan it, you get the wallet with the NFT in it. So that opens up for traditionals to mint or to own an NFT as well. But let me tell you, there's also a funny thing which we notice is that the traditional collectors, they are used, and you already told it in the former panel, they are used to buy the physical stamp and put it in their physical album and then leave it there. So we really pushing the traditionals, well, get your NFT, because we have a mint window of 3 years. In those 3 years, you have to get your NFT, otherwise it's not possible anymore. The smart contract is programmed like that. And, well, we are trying to now push those traditionals to get their NFTs, but that's what's happening. So the traditionals just...
But that's curious, because the redeem rate is a challenge as well. So many of the traditional customer base, they don't redeem the NFTs at the end of the day. So you have the funnel of the conversion funnel has a lot of layers, right? And you have technology can be in the way of that as well. Technology is more with these two guys because they have the platform as well. We don't. We used Polygon as well with StampStack, and now we are using what Austrian Post has just said. But at the end of the day, technology has to provide an easy customer experience for the customer. And technology is more than that, is more than the NFT, and the meeting is also the engagement rate that we can get from these customers and all of the things that you can provide on top of the meeting experience and having the NFT with you guys. So, and that is one of the things that we found quite interesting on the Austrian Post perspective, is the amount of things that are on top of the minting part and all the morphing, and Lenny can talk a little bit about that, all the things that you can do with your NFT after you have it with you. And that engagement is really important when you talk about NFTs.
Yeah, exactly. And that was kind of the last topic I wanted to cover, because we just have a couple of minutes. But when we prepared this panel, I used to collect like Panini cards, you know, football player when I was a child, and it remembers me like a project called So Rare, when the NFT hype came in, and I see some similarities, you know, of crypto stamps and stamp collected, you know, over the years, and now do you see, you know, are you exploring like some type of technology around dynamic NFTs, gamification, even like AI to attract younger generation? Is it the next step for you in terms of digital stamps?
So.
And it would be the final also, if you want to say something also.
So we released in 2023, I think, the Crypto Stamp Safe. It's a physical stamp. You can open it, and then there is an item behind it. And also, when you reveal it on the blockchain, you see the item. And you can send this in your wallet, and you can combine it with any of the other NFTs we have. And then you can create a totally new motif. And so this was a more advanced thing for our collectors that wanted something new. And yeah, that's also... the people like it, and we have already established this technology in our company, so there can be many more dynamic NFTs in the future.
Okay, great. And one sentence for both of you.
Yeah, well, I love technology and I love innovation. So what we are doing now, we creating talking stamps with AI. So system agents, AI system agents who answers your questions, or you have to answer their questions, and they generate the image based on your questions, and it will be an NFT, which is a unique picture with a unique code on a blockchain, for example. But there's also other new technologies around there, like web browser-based augmented reality. So you don't need mobile apps anymore to have an augmented experience on your stamp. And that's what attracting the youth very much. And when you can augment them, you can also put them in a game. So that kind of stuff we are now, well, actually building, and that will make it more attractive for, well, every target group within the spectrum, I think. Yeah.
I think in one sentence, I think So Rare hit more or less the jackpot on linking real-life performance with the value of the NFT. I think it's a lesson learned for us on the crypto stamp space as well. We have to go get that kind of engagement and gamification. We have a lot of ideas here, but a lot more will happen in the future for sure.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Right back to you. You love to live on my last nerve, 'cause I don't give you all you deserve. Guess I'll keep making my return until I do my best to learn. I just keep on coming back to you, right back to you, right back to you, yeah. And despite the things you put me through, the things you do, I come right back to you, yeah. I just keep on coming right back, coming right back to you. I keep on coming, I just keep on coming right back, coming right back to you. Despite the things that you do, the things that you put me through, coming right back to you. I keep on coming right back to you. Coming right back, coming right back to you. I just keep on coming right back, coming right back to you. I just keep on coming right back, coming right back to you.
I'm glad you chose to take a break. Though it took me about 100 days to figure out who I am without you. There's no more tears left to cry. This is my last goodbye, and I shouldn't thank you at all. But thank you for being the worst thing that's happened to me. I said thank you. Oh, thank you for being the worst thing that's happened to me. Oh, thank you for being the worst thing. Thank you for being the worst thing.
Mommy, you got a foul mind, you're seeking away. I got the birds viewing the sun on the way. Come to the mountain and we'll regenerate. Look out for the wildfires, we live in LA. Gold diggers and goldzillas, eh? They all on their way, way. We get no water, we get no rain, eh? But you on your wave, wave. High trips on dinosaurs, hit the shores, cause we over the board like matadors. I said, hey baby, human nature, we in danger, need angels like you to step up and switch up the angles. I said, hey, leave your faith, your stars will change, they'll relocate. Yeah.
I belong in the sun with you. I belong in the sun with you. Sing it for me. Oh yeah. With you. Sing it for me.
I just wanna call you mine, repeat these types of days. I want you residing on top of my island, I need you to stay. I just wanna feel your breeze, your sunlight on my shade. Oh, I'm so excited, I don't wanna hide it, I know what to say. I wanna be on for the day, no matter the offer they make. We need to get lost in a cave, yeah, all for it. I wanna be on for the day. I wanna be on for the day. No matter the offer they make. We need to be lost in the days, yeah, all for it. I'm telling you that
I belong in the sun with you. I belong in the sun with you. Sing it for me.
two for the rhythm, three for the body, and some four with your little lady. One for my love, two for the rhythm, three for the body, get your whole up on it. I say one for my love, two for the little, three for my body, I can four up your little. I say one for my love, two for the rhythm,
Hi everyone, I'm Lynn Stambouli. I'm the founder of a company called Everrose, and we're one of the first platforms connecting world heritage, artists and blockchain. And over the past years, I've been working with cultural institutions to bring monuments, memories, and meaning into the Web3 space. So today, I am here to talk about the real-world asset ecosystem from the real WA to blockchain in the real world. And for that, we're going to talk about gold, about soil, about culture, and about horses, going to digital. And what is important today is what brings the new value can unlock, and what risk do we take by bringing real-world assets into the blockchain. So let's start about introducing the panelists of today. And we'll start by Suhail, who's running Pod. Maybe you can talk to us about what you're doing.
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Suhail, the co-founder of Part of Dream. We are tokenizing horse shares. So we are running a marketplace. We are selecting the best stallions around the world. And we are doing the breedings also and selling this Cape market to everyone.
Okay, very interesting. And I think it's a little bit linked to what you do, Benjamin, because you're also working with nature and the soil. Maybe you can talk to us about what you're doing.
Should I go with this way? Is better?
No, he has a mic.
Is that working? Yeah, I think I'm good. Well, a couple of years ago, my wife and I started to work on real farming, on a real farm, and we started growing hemp and good practices for soil. And we went to the EU regulators and wanted to sell our good effect for the soil. And we realized that traditional European funding was not covering for our costs of doing healthy and regenerative farming practices. I had a very big personal interest into decentralized finance, having worked in finance before. And so we're trying to build a sort of agrarian revolution by creating a coin which doesn't value the hectare from its horizontal surface, but rather from its volumic surface. How to value a land, not horizontally, but in a volumic basis.
Okay.
I guess this is what we'll speak about. It's called soilonic. This is our symbol is the earthworm.
Okay.
Because a good land is made of good worms. So we're gonna try to save the worms or make the worm great again, depending on your political views.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. And Erwan, can you talk to us about how you're tokenizing gold? Because I think you have a new concept.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Erwan Breuil. I am the co-founder of Golder One. Golder One is a new category of crypto. You all know maybe what stable coins are. There are a few stable coins of gold, which you have the value when you buy for $1 of this stable coin, you have $1 of gold. Golder One is really different. The idea is to make the people that were afraid of crypto to come to crypto. There are 93% of the population that doesn't want to hear about crypto. You can have a Bitcoin at $1 million, they won't come because they're not reassured. The idea of Golder One is to back the token by gold, but to also use what happens in traditional cryptocurrency to have a rising value of the coin. I'm not going to describe it now, but once again, the idea is to bring the general population to crypto, and the main idea is that it will be backed by gold, and it has a specific system, but I'm not going to describe it now.
Okay, and for the three of you, what gives tokenized real word asset real value? How do you give a real value coming from soil, coming from horses, or coming from gold? Maybe Suhail, you can tell us how you did this.
Yes, of course. I think you need to have like something backed by a physical asset, and also you need to run from the beginning a Web2 company. Because to have physical things, you need a Web2 company. You cannot just start with Web3 company and go and say, okay, we are selling like nothing, but it's not physical, but we call it RWA. And here we have the gold, we have the soil, we have horses, and I think this is how it works. You need to back by something. And the most, I think, the good example of that is gold. You know, everyone knows that. So we are doing the same with horses. So we back all our token by our horses. So we own like more than 300 horses, and every single dollars that we raise, we are going to put the majority of them on a fund to buy more horses every day. And this is how we backed, I think, for us, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that the three of us on this panel, because I think we're kind of doing the same job and applying it with different goals. You know, like one goal is to create a gold community, one other goal is to value horses. My goal is to think of how to value impact. I think it's really hard to value impact. It's very hard to put nature on the balance sheet. It's a very hard issue. You have an accounting system that allow you to put nature, but people are usually saying, okay, we'll put nature on the balance sheet by counting CO2, counting different elements. What took me a lot of time to think is how to value soil. And there's one, and in finance, I believe that comparables is the best way to say what's the value of your underlying asset. And the way something struck me one day. I was like, well, what about if the farmer was digging his land and putting his soil into bags and selling it at Whole Foods or selling it at Leroy Merlin or selling it, what would be the value of it? And then it struck my mind that the potting soil could be a great comparable to the value of a healthy soil of a farmer.
Absolutely.
And the last thing, and then I'm super happy to hear how you see that, but the last thing is that since we're measuring impact on every single sale of our coin, 50% of the value goes to the farmers who are stewarding healthy soil on our behalf, on the behalf of the investors.
Yes, very interesting. And Erwan, maybe you can talk to us what's the difference between gold one and a stable coin backed by gold?
Yeah, but I want to answer the first question.
Okay.
No, I think because it's important. People at the moment are tokenizing absolutely everything, okay? You can understand why. It's better to have an asset behind the token. Okay, but that's step one. We're not going to tokenize the whole world. Where's the market if we tokenize absolutely everything? An interesting real-world asset has to have a complete background. Every aspect must be interesting. The legal part must be very specifically studied. The marketing, it's not you take gems or petrol or soil or whatever and you say, oh, I'm going to tokenize them. It has to go much, much deeper than that. And that's what the three of us are doing. It's a whole ecosystem that must be built, or else it's just a marketing effect. Oh, I have tokenized the gems. Well, so it's very important that the whole ecosystem is pre-built to bring an added value.
So what you're doing, the three of you, is redefining how value is shared, felt, and transmitted.
Yes, of course. I think the only difference between Pod and what they are doing here is about emotions, Because with horses, you can feel something that you cannot feel with owning like lands or owning like gold, because you cannot feel this emotion that's winning a race, giving birth to horses, seeing the horse, like the baby horse, growing up like for years, training for 1 year, going to the first race and getting qualified for the biggest race. That's the only difference. But we are all here talking about something backed by an asset and a physical asset, I think.
So in our farm we raise hemp and bamboo, and I often say that I like my bamboo more than my dogs. So I have emotion with nature as well, but maybe different than horses. But I do think that to your point around emotion, impact, impacting farmers, impacting community is something that is very important to us. And I'd like to stress something, is that I think you're absolutely right in saying that you cannot just say real world asset tokenization. You have to think of what that means. And as you very fairly said, the marketing aspect is one thing, but the legal aspect is key. Because you need to create trust in the value, you need to create trust in the reward system, and of course the blockchain is a great tool to distribute value.
Yes.
But the backbone will still be your legal commitments, and will still be the contract that you're putting in place that is going to be executed by the algorithm. And
I think that was one of the hardest things to do, to build this bridge between compliance, trust. I think there were other tokens backed by gold, but Gold One is different. And maybe you can tell us how you made something different to build trust.
One of the differences of Golder One is the legal part. Most, the traditional stable coin or security tokens, we've managed through the legal aspect to create a payment token. Golder One, because it's not directly linked to gold, is a payment token. So you can really use it like Bitcoin, but it is backed by something. That's part of building a real world asset that is different, a crypto that is different, a token that that is different. Our friend here is talking about emotion. I think you are very much on preservation. Here, the story behind Golder One is really to build the new way of having something very precious. Gold is in the imagination of everyone. It's so important. It's the most, it's very valuable. We're building a different story towards gold. And the real world asset that I believe will work in the future are the ones that are building a different story from the asset they come from. Or else I don't see the point.
Suhail, what was the most difficult thing to bridge to make it mass adoption?
I think as we came from the Web 2, it's very difficult to bring people to Web 3, you know? So bringing people from WhatsApp to Discord is something very difficult, you know? And you need to make things like in a different way. You need to still keep WhatsApp, sometimes put some of them on Discord, and you need to always handle new things, new way to improve your system. And actually, I think the legal thing is a very difficult point, even in France, in Europe, and everywhere. And we're talking about token, it should be a utility, it's a security, because you have revenue, passive revenue on it. So I think the legal thing is very difficult to handle actually on that.
What was the question again?
What was the hardest things to build a bridge from what you are doing right now and make it mass adoption? How to bring the mass adoption to your project?
Well, I think that's a good question. And when you're launching something, you don't know that what you're going to do is going to have mass adoption. So one of the main questions that I have in my mind is meme coins versus real world assets, you know, and we do have the ambition to make a meme out of soil so that it serves a real world asset purposes. And we had a conversation today with a very smart person who said you cannot be a meme and have an underlying asset because those are two different things. But in all the previous valuation that I've done with listed companies in New York Stock Exchange, I've always connected data and IP value. So if you're able to generate data impact with an IP value, then you sort of have a perfect brand. You cannot just value a brand without a community. A brand without a community is not a brand. So I think it comes down to, yes, you need a good narrative, but yes, you need a good underlying asset. And this is what takes time to bridge. The second thing that takes time to bridge is to bring all the partners on a project like this, to choose your blockchain, to choose your legal firms, to bring on the KOL that you want to bring for the project, and to convince the farmers that you're going to make them a check for selling their soil without touching their soil. You know, it's kind of a difficult journey for us, but
yes,
we like
it was probably difficult to talk to agriculture about tokenization.
Which is why we go through certifiers.
Okay.
So we go to certifiers and we tell certifiers, look, right now farmers are paying you to be certified, but they can't hire their price because nobody really wants to pay more for a certified farm. So we're going to give money to your farmers for putting on a ledger their data.
I understand. And Erwan, how did you build trust around Golder One?
Yes, that's the important part too. Of course, we're in a new world, so the legal part is very important, very difficult, and the laws are changing all the time, so that's very important. And the second aspect, absolutely, is trust. The first step of trust is, of course, the coin is backed by a real value. That's the first part of trust. But then you have to come back from, you know, all these shit coins, all these meme coins. People, even if you come with something new, are very much afraid of what's happening in the crypto world. So we have to build trust. And how do you build trust apart from what the coin is backed? Is, of course, the environment you build around it. The legal part, the people that take part of the project. It's the only way to have people getting secured is the whole environment you're putting around the project, and they will come step by step to it.
And Suhail, so how did you build that environment around the pod?
I think with this actual market, everyone is panicking, you know? So when people panic, they just buy gold, actually. And gold, for me, it's Bitcoin, if we take this example. And I think when you panic, if you buy, and that's why we're also going to RWA, you know, because the market is going slowly with this kind of project, because people, they want to see what they own, you know. They want to have something physical, and that's something that you cannot avoid, and you need to provide them something. It's not only about an NFT or certificate or anything. You need to show them that there is something real behind. And that's how we are trying to do with horses today. And the market is today Bitcoin. I think it will be tomorrow with some RWA and maybe some meme coin for 24 hours. But I think we are very far from the alt season, actually. And I think this kind of project will be the next months. I think it will be only RWA. I think gold, soil, and whatever.
There are a lot of RWA projects. I mean, we've been going around many conferences. How do you make your project step out and stand out between all the projects, Benjamin?
Well, I think it's, as I said, it's all about preparing it as much as you can. I have two amazing co-founders. I have a great CEO. We have a great large American investment fund who's backing us. We have a great blockchain, one of the most famous blockchain that's backing us. We have great certifiers. I think it's, you know, there's an expression in America that Americans always like to put on a deck. It's like the company we keep. And I think the company you keep is very important to drive your community. Second aspect of it is you need to create an IP on what you're doing, whether it's a logo, whether it's a worm, whether it's a name, whether it's a series of influencer events, whether it's a series of artist activations. One of our partners is an important art curator. She's working with artists to create special programs around soil. So, you know, it comes down to education, it comes down to parties, events, dinners, investors. It's like creating a great dinner. You know, if you miss the dessert, it's kind of like your dinner is not good and you've ruined it all. So you have to put all the ingredients together, let it boil, and then it's going to work, because if you have a good intention in life, I believe things work out.
Yes, to build a trust once again. What happened recently, a year ago? Why did suddenly Bitcoin skyrocket? Well, it's just because the financial institution finally went towards Bitcoin. When BlackRock started buying a lot of Bitcoin, when the states started to buy Bitcoin, when the first banks started to list Bitcoin, that was it. That was a year and a half ago. So why not do the same? Why not try to accelerate that? So what did we do with Golder One? We submitted our project to financial institutions, bank, countries, ministries of economy, to see the reaction. And the reaction is good. So we believe we can accelerate the way Golder One will be adopted.
And in your three project, it's about community. How do you bring the community again into your project? Cyril was talking about emotions, but Cyril, you have never seen a woman with gold. That's why you think we don't have emotions with gold. But it's about community. How do you involve your community in each one of your projects?
For Golder One, the way we increase the gold reserve is on the first market, 90% of the revenue goes to the gold reserve. And then on the secondary market, from all trades, there's 2% that goes to the gold reserve. So the gold reserve grows all the time. And that's the community itself that is building this gold reserve. That's how we create something that is not like Bitcoin, I try to trade and take the money back quickly. Here, the more you keep your Golder One, or the more you trade, the more the community grows. It benefits to every owner of G1. And to complete the trust, at any moment, if you don't feel comfortable, you can trade your Golder One against your share of gold. So all this creates a trust a trustable community. It's the interest of everyone that the system works and they contribute to the system.
So when I listen to the three of you, I feel that it's about reconnecting value to meaning. And it's very interesting. So whatever it's land or gold or horses, we're not here to copy the old system that was working very well, but to create a new system that will design a new world, maybe more transparent, more inclusive, and more connected. I think it's important to connect people. And can you tell us what the RWA project that will drive are not only opportunistic project, I think, and I feel that your projects are not only about this, but it's about bringing something better and more challenging for the years that are coming?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it takes a lot of energy and to be an entrepreneur in that space. Because most of your friends that are not in this space are like, okay, this doesn't sound very serious. But the reality is that the abstraction of decentralizing value is what drives me. So being driven by this idea of decentralizing value, you just have to choose your cause. What are you going to help? What is your emotion? You know, horses, gold, sword, those are different emotions. I've identified a problem, you know, like there's a problem with regenerative farming. It's not getting financed properly by traditional means. So
the problem that you're solving is...
Yeah, is how the farmer that's going to give good food to people, rather than just increasing the price of the final product, how can he make money in order to finance those transitions? How do you incentivize farmers that are doing traditional farming to go into regenerative farming, because you're going to give them more money and more means to do that transition? So if you just make a charity, you're a bit blocked, because there's always a new cause, there's always a new civil war, there's always a new thing that people want to give money to. But if you create an economy where people have a community interest to see that value going up, then people are going to stick to it, and then people are going to keep financing it.
I understand. And I think, Suhail, you're also helping horses and
Yes.
feeding them better. And I think this is something that is maybe connecting both of you.
Yes, of course. Actually, you know, you need to think about everything, because in the horse industry, people have like a lack of communication, you know. They don't communicate a lot. Even if you own a horse, they will not tell you he's good today, tomorrow he needs to have a visit by the veto, and it's not working well. He's going to race tomorrow or the next week. You don't have information. So there is a lack of communication in this way. And also, people, they need to compete as fast and as much that they can do, because they have a lack of liquidity and money, you know. So they're not waiting well, they are not feeding well, they are not selling also good horses. And this is what we are trying to change in this industry also. For the breeders, actually, they don't have enough money, because you need to stay and keep the horse from 0 to 2 years old, and try to put all your investment on it to have the best one. But if it's not the good one, you don't have money to run the other ones, you know. With our model, we are selling them at the beginning as full as baby horse, so they can have the money immediately and run their business, own other horses, and do whatever they want in a good way, and not just to be forced to go to races every day, but they can just have rest for the horses and just target the good race to run. And that's how we do, actually.
So basically they mitigate their risk by sharing with other people the future value of it, right?
Exactly. And by dividing, for example, the horse by 1,000, we are giving much more value to the horse also, because it's easier to sell a small amount of the horse to a lot of people. So that's how we do, and that's what is pod today, actually.
Yeah, I listened to your project and I understand that you really felt the market, the demand and the responsibility that comes by bringing the real world assets in the digital space. And can you tell us what is your long-term vision, the value-driven and the purpose that you're building? Maybe we can start by Golder One.
Yes, the idea, another idea behind Golder One is that in this world that is getting more and more complex, there will be space for only the best tokens, the best crypto assets. Golder One is, like I was saying previously, is built on the community. The more it will develop, the longer it can stand. And as gold, once again, is the most important asset, you know, to be used as a back value. I think it can last very long, specifically if we have, once again, the financial institutions that are backing us. And financial institutions are looking at real-world assets more and more. I could say that with the coming of real-world assets, the financial institutions are going to back the best projects.
And I think they're going to look to project with meaning and a vision. And this is what your two project, your three projects have in common, is your vision, a long-term vision about making the world a better place and building trust behind the blockchain, because we had a lot of problems in the crypto world and industry because of the trust. And when I see the project like yours, I think the three of you re-enchanting the world of the digital space. And I think it's good for everyone. Maybe each one of you have a sentence to close the conversation about the real world asset.
I think today we are talking about RWA, but 2 years, 3 years, 5 years ago, we started to do it without saying it's RWA, you know? And actually, I think this is the good way to do business. You need to not just go on the hype word or buzzword, and even maybe in a few months we are not going to talk about RWA anymore, you know? Maybe it will call, I don't know, whatever, you know? But what you need to have in mind is always to be a profitable business from day one. And as an investor myself, I know that I will not give money to someone. I will not even give him $1 if he's not already earning money with his own dollar, you know? So it's very important to build something healthy from the beginning, I think.
Well said. Yeah, it is important to be as healthy as possible. I agree. I would say that when we were one of our co-founders speaking tomorrow on an impact panel, how Web3 can create impact. So I'm on the real world. Our co-founder is on the impact. I would say that it's kind of time that traditional finance or decentralized finance, Web3 finance, crypto finance, real world asset, well, if we don't have a soil or if we don't have an earth anymore tomorrow to sit on it, we'll be out of it there, right? Like, I mean, we're spending a lot of time on space, on looking at other things. I think we have to look beneath us as well. And I'm very happy that the Web3, which is a great abstraction, this abstraction allows us to value something that is hard to value, such as an healthy soil of a farmer. So I'd say that my conclusion is real earth assets, maybe, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would say, as a conclusion, that I really believe that the timing is really good. You know, Bitcoin has opened the path. People have thought that it would be a good thing to back tokens by real-world assets. I think the majority now of the people can understand what's happening. So pick up the best real-world asset you identify, because the timing is really good now.
Okay, thank you very much for the three of you to be on this panel, and I hope this helped you to understand a little bit more the real-world assets. Thank you.
Thank you.
fait peut-être une photo.
Hands up, throwing my hands up, even if I can't win, even if you can't aim. I'm saying hands up, throwing my hands up. I don't need my pride, I don't need my pride. Hands up, throwing my hands up, even if I can't win, even if you can't aim. I'm saying hands up, throwing my hands up. I don't need my pride, I don't need my pride. Shoot me down if I'm ready I'll be a fool. I'll be a fool for you. If it makes you smile, I'll be a fool for you. Then it's all worthwhile. I'll be a fool for you. If it makes you laugh, I'll be a fool for you. Then I'll make it last. I'll be a fool for you. I'll be a fool. I've been taking long, I've been writing songs, I've been feeling gone, don't know what you want. You probably prone to stay all night, I'm probably prone to play alright. I've been in the wrong, I can dig it, yeah. I've been in the long, feeling in the chairs. She gon' get hers, I'm gon' get mine. We bring the life, she fantasize. Now I got it yelling, till I round two, yeah. I said I got it yelling, till I nah, yeah. Let the drum breathe. I've been on the drink, I've been on the weed, I've been on the plane, I've been overseas. You probably say old likes the same old scene, the same old sights. I've been on the road, I've been on the train, I've been on the boat, running from the pain. See you there, I can't resist. See you stare, feel your kiss. Subliminal, criminal tease, minimal, yeah. Seminal.
I've never been good at the way that I deliver a message. I'm overwhelmed with everything that I'm feeling and forgetting. Oh, but here it comes again. Emotions coming down like a rain. And I ain't gonna change something that I can't contain, I don't hold back. And you know that I can make you cry, baby. I wear it on my sleeve, and maybe that's just me. I need to cry, baby. And you know that I don't hold back. Oh, I've never been the one to sit back and maintain my composure. But when I walk in the room, I'm used to my mood taking over. But here it comes again. Emotions coming down like the rain. And I ain't gonna change something that I can't contain. I don't hold back. And you know that I can be a cry, baby. I wear it on my sleeve, and maybe that's just me. I need to cry, baby. And you know that I don't hold back.
Waterworks, I know my worth. Ducking love, avoid getting my feelings hurt. No cap, I be all up in my bag. Poker face, but even queens get sad. I got played before, showing my hand, so I fall back. I'm like Autumn, don't call me unstable, I beg your pardon. Tough as nails, but hell, I'm being honest. On the outside, I'm trying to be the toughest, but way down, I'm more like David Ruffin. Nights like this, I wish the raindrops stopped coming down for my eyes, but I really got a lot to let go of. I let it all pour out. Precipitate, I should be straight by now. I admit I can't keep it all in, and you can't keep a real woman down. You know that I'm a
baby. I wear it on my sleeve, and maybe that's just me. I need to cry, baby. And you know that I don't hold back.
Three, come on. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. As long as we are together, I could face any storm, any weather. 'Cause you're the sunshine that brightens up my world. I'm so blessed you're in my life. Even through all my mess, you're by my side. I'm a better man and I'm grateful I have you, girl. And when the rain comes, when all has been said and all has been done, we always seem to stand the test of time. Here's where I wanna be. All love showed us for all to see. You got me so ignited, and no, I cannot hide it with you. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. The sun comes up again when I'm with you. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. I love everything that's about you. Not ashamed to say that I can live without you. Got me tangled up and I don't wanna be free. Mind, body, and soul is amazing. Even got the moon and stars that you gazing. On reflection, girl, you're the better part of me, yeah. I'll be that shelter for you to run and hide you safe within these arms of mine. This promise you can believe. I'll be the man you want me to be. You got me to the core, 'cause you're everything and more. Everything's alright, yeah, everything's alright. And the sun comes up again when I'm with you. Everything's alright, everything's alright. since you came into my life. Said everything's alright. Oh, everything's alright with you, baby. Yeah, everything's alright, alright. Oh, when I'm with you, everything's alright. Yeah, everything's alright. Oh, the sun comes out again when I'm with you. Everything's alright. Everything's alright. Yeah. Baby, it's just me and you. Nothing that we cannot do. Oh, baby, it's just me and you. Nothing that we cannot do under the sun. Oh, la 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 la.
Hello everyone, I'm Sirk. I'm an artist and I'm creating generative art mostly. And today I would like to introduce my new project, turning brainwaves into art. Before I start, I want you all to close your eyes just for 30 seconds. I will continue to tell more about when you all close your eyes because it's a kind of experiment that I'm doing in the booth as well. Now think something that makes you happy or that makes you really sad or childhood traumas, you know. Now you can open your eyes and I would like to ask you how you feel, but you probably won't be telling me that because it's your secret, it's your trauma, it's your maybe happiest moment that you won't be sharing with me. So I want to tell more about this project, what's going on with these brainwaves and how I turn those brainwaves into art. First of all, the project is called Veil of Echoes. I've been working for this project for the past year, and the goal of the project is making memories unforgettable, exploring the brain, expand mental health awareness, because we having too many memories since our childhood, and then we get some traumas as well. But in this project, we can really fix those by visualizing them. And the next process, basically we wear an EEG device. It's a medical level EEG device, as in the hospitals or medical clinics. So when you wear an EEG device, you focus on a specific memory or a trauma. It can be anything you want to visualize. Then it turns out to in the visuals. It's kind of experimental. That brainwaves turning into some abstract art. I didn't add any visuals or any artwork here because I want to make it clear, but I got a booth in the main event next to Rarible booth, so you can come today and tomorrow to experience this live version. So technically, it's quite complicated, but I made sure it's easy to understand. Basically, I'm using EEG device that you wear in your frontal brain lobe. And there are 5 signals: alpha, beta, delta, theta, and gamma waves. And we get these signals using EEG device. And using Touch Designer software, I turn them into a generative art, actually. It's created by only using your brainwaves, nothing else, and nothing brush. Your brainwaves, actually, your brushes. Final output is your brainwaves turn into a video art because it's created real time. As soon as you are wearing this device, it starts creating and continues to create visuals continuously, but it changes up and down depending on your brainwaves, depending on your emotions. For example, today we tested it with some of our friends. They used the device twice in the morning, and later they were tired and they were thinking about their friends that they lost back in the days. So the output was really different than the first one. So for this project, I used a different approach, a color palette that represents mental health awareness. And then also, as I said, I used Touch Designer to convert brainwaves into a real-time art form. So what's next? Because I started this project for mental awareness, and I want to integrate AI and machine learning to this project, then we can really create AI images or videos in real time while we are thinking something. Think about, you think your childhood memories and you see a photo or a video image that generated in real time with this way. And also, my goal is to expand mental health awareness in Web3, and also I want to bring this setup to mental health clinics, galleries, and exhibitions. I want to make it open for everyone to experience it, and also it will probably be fixing too many issues, because I started this project when I was having really bad times in my life. I started therapy, and I used EMDR technique that helped me really nice. And then I started this project to relieve my soul from this kind of traumas, or it can be good memories as well. We talk about more bad things, but this project aims mental health and then creating nice visuals, and we can remember those really good, even if they are bad, but we can relieve our soul. Thank you everyone for listening to me.
Too young for the day, always the reason why. And I was running through the maze to find where the wind blows. I could hear you in the haze, and now if we get close, life is strange. Life is strange. Time will pass, the seasons press rewind. You need to change, see the place. It's all in my mind. In my mind. I put a smile on my face. We take our time, move the reel, record the tape. It's all in my mind. In my mind.
What you looking for in your back pocket? I think that we could make a deal. And the only type of profit is having love we know is real. 'Cause I want what you already got. No type of cover up. Show me what you're made of. 'Cause this ain't the lottery. Waiting on an open door and thinking it'll change your life. Yeah, like the finest wine or feeling good inside. It don't happen overnight. There ain't no backdoor, no shortcut, no price tag, no freeway. Can't cut the line and skip ahead to replace what you feel inside. Yeah. Show me where you wanna be, baby. We'll get there eventually. Maybe I'm here for the ride. It gets better with time. 'Cause this ain't the lottery. Waiting on an open door and thinking it'll change your life. Yeah, like the finest wines or feeling good inside. It don't happen overnight. You got the golden ticket, baby. You got the golden ticket, baby. You got the golden ticket, babe. Say all along, 'cause you got the golden ticket, baby. You got the golden ticket, baby. You had the golden ticket, babe. Say all along, all along. Like the finest wines or feeling good inside. It don't happen overnight. I'm gonna do
I'm alone on a Saturday, I'm alone, smoking this shine and losing my mind. Take me home to that better place, take me home. The stars above your lady's love, and oh yeah. Sweet spell on me. Ooh, no. Hey, I'ma take your ass to outer space, 'cause that's where you belong.
Touch on.
Just 1 minute.
I think I improvise.
Okay. Like everybody.
We're gonna be fine.
Hi everyone, thanks for coming. This is a kind of enormous topic, and so I also don't want it to be boring. So we're going to be fast and improvised and exciting and
Nice to meet you.
oh yeah. Probably worth starting by just introducing myself. I run a magazine called Right Click Save, which has sought to document the global movement for digital art over the last few years. We started out really trying to archive overlooked and undervalued artists from around the world. We kind of grew out of the crypto art movement, and there are a number of crypto artists here today. I think there's an open question about whether the crypto art movement is still ongoing. Perhaps that's something that we can touch on. But increasingly, I also write for contemporary art publications. I and everyone on this panel are fully invested in trying to bridge this perhaps unbridgeable divide between the digital art community and the mainstream contemporary art world. So that's a project that's ongoing. And I think this kind of, yeah, as I say, a very, very broad topic hopefully allows us a fair bit of freedom in how we interpret the age of digital ownership. I would say, just as an introduction, for those of you who may be new to this area, from my perspective, the last decade has seen a fundamental change in how we do business and how the art world works. I think that the way that art is certified on the blockchain, the way that it is transacted with NFTs or ordinals, the way that it is compensated through smart contracts, and the way that it is created in the first place, perhaps through generative AI or other means, has fundamentally changed. The mainstream contemporary art world is still resistant to those emerging technologies, but I think probably if you're here today, you're aware of them and you're mindful of their emergent potential. I want to probably start with Dengis, if you don't mind. We'll move this way. Just to sort of have your initial reflections, to introduce yourself, but also to just tell the audience something about how these technologies, this age of digital ownership, has changed your practice, has changed your career.
Are we talking about AI in particular, or like the technology as a whole?
Whichever way you want to go.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Leopoldo. I go by Dengis, the name you see over there, for people who are not familiar with my work. I've been a digital artist for like more than 15 years. I know I look young, but I'm not. But so yeah, I started working with Photoshop back then, like when I was like a freshman, and so I've seen a lot of things change. So I've seen like the rise of 3D. I've seen the rise of AI. So I think like all of these small technologies are powerful in the right hands, because I seen them as tools rather than I see them as stuff that add to art rather than take away. So like when digital art became a thing, like when Photoshop first came out, what it was like 92 or something, 95 maybe. It's not like traditional paintings went down in value, or people started saying, oh God, traditional art is no more. So like I think we have a really good decade in front of us, like maybe 30, 50, 100 years, and we have this ever-evolving technology. So yeah, I think we can, for artists and people that perceive and live and collect art, we're in for a good run. And I personally, like you ask yourself, I make use of these new technologies, because I do mainly 3D now, and I do help myself with AI for some tedious tasks, stuff that's very hard, technical. I don't want to get too technical, but yeah, so I myself have a personal barometer that asks, like, have I put enough work on it myself in order for this work to feel mine and to myself to feel proud of it? So this is how I sort of draw the line, between what AI does and what I do. So yeah, I think it's a very good thing to add new technologies, whatever that is, to your own personal workflow. And then everyone is free to, draw their own conclusion and do their own work with it. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thanks, and Kay?
What's the question?
Just if you could just introduce your practice. Is that working?
I don't know, is it?
There we go.
Okay.
But also to just tell the audience how this new age of digital ownership has maybe changed your career or practice.
Okay. I have an organization called Linda. I got into crypto 3 years ago as a degen, just buying the bottom during COVID, and then I was a full-time trader for some time, and I got really depressed like 2 years ago. And I started talking to friends about collecting art might be a salve for the kind of feelings that I had. And then my addictive personality kicked in, and I've been collecting, pretty much dominating collecting art on various chains, like all the chains since then. And then last year, a buddy asked me to do a show, like IRL, and I did one, and then I met another friend, and he makes screens, and I like to organize events, and now we've done 7 events around the world, and we did one in Italy a month ago, Primavera Digital, and like 250 people showed up. We did one in New York, and like 4,000 showed up, and I don't know what I'm doing, but we're doing. My life changed because of technology, because I wasn't into art really before I got into blockchain, and now it's all I do for most of my time. How has technology changed my practice? I didn't have one before, and I didn't know that events and like promoting and trying to expand the digital art ecosystem was what I was supposed to be doing, and I like it a lot. And I came here for the first time last time, and it was last year, and I hadn't been to either a tech event or a Web3 event I thought wasn't kind of not good, and this one was amazing because of the domination of like art here, and people actually talking not in a, well, I'm sure it's happening in Kabali, but not in an overly extractive way in terms of what the art market is. And after I came here, I kind of got inspired to do other things, and now we're doing stuff across Europe as well as the United States and South America. That was a worse answer than yours, but it was yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah, it was great. Hello everyone, I'm Zerk. I'm an artist since 2004. I'm actually a street artist. I was painting walls and murals and changing stickers with artists, friends, but at some point it was really hard to keep these copies in real life because it can change their colors. You can maybe put a copy on them, like you can lose it. So after I met Photoshop in 2005, I think, I started to create those stickers or those graffiti on digital art, in a way of digital art. Then I met Adobe Illustrator, then I put them into bigger images and bigger resolutions, and then I turned them into 3D form. Then in 2021, I started to NFTs, like minting my first artwork. It was a photography. Then I realized that it's a technology that we are looking for as an artist back in the days, because you can lose contacts of anyone, you cannot store your artworks at all, but with the technology, with the help of NFTs or crypto and blockchain, you can secure them as well. So digital ownership is something easy and that we should be implementing to our lives. So it's really matters for the digital art if you are coming from an art background as an artist. So yeah, that's the point I share.
Ludovica, I feel it's probably worth just framing Ludovica's involvement, because you've been basically running an NFT platform for the last few years. And for me, 01 is one of the last remaining platforms that is dedicated to this idea or this ideal of a creator economy. I just wonder if you can say something about how you've seen that evolve in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think just to give some background, I'm not an artist like them, so my position is more on the other side, and my background is more into traditional art. So before I was working in like galleries, then in fairs, and then after that I kind of like moved into like enterprise works, working with I don't know, Mercedes, brands like this, to lead kind of like all their cultural and special projects. And one of the things I really didn't like about in particular our galleries was the unmeritocracy that was happening there and all the conflict of interest. So we were dealing with artists that were more like that had the chance to be there, and so we were like representing them, we were selling them, but there was not a true and real way, uncurated way to present their work, nor cool cultural interconnection. So when I kind of like discovered a bit more like the tech, blockchain and NFTs in 2020, I really found what could be the key to expand, broaden up this gatekeeping system as the traditional art world, and make it more open, not only from a transactional way, but also from a social way. And so in 2023, I began this platform called 01. Today is also an app. And I think the objective at the beginning was, how do we restore cultural value in the internet, and how do we use these technologies to do that? So at the beginning, I remember that like the biggest challenge was to create a platform that was very easy to use. So like no mint fees, no hard like MetaMask wallet connect to enter. And so I remember that we were paying for all the gas for all the artists to create and to collect. And we were working with we were among the first to implement social login to access the app. And we saw that in 1 month we had 2,000 artists joining the platform just for how easy we made it. And we eliminated at the time the concept of liking and implemented the idea of collecting. So it was you create 1 work per day and you collect up to 10. And this was a very rewarding mechanism, because it was giving and making the technology not only accessible to everyone but also empowering. And so I think at the beginning the challenge was in allowing other people to understand what is the value behind a digital asset, not only the traditional OG crypto people, but also the new generation of both artists and collectors. And so I think that over time, my main goal has been how do we create a new target audience that is of under 30 years old people. And so we began courses, we began all different type of activation in schools. We work with Columbia University, we work with University of Berkeley, University of Cape Verde, we work with the University of Tabriz in Iran. We kind of expanded globally, and we started seeing the power of cryptocurrencies as a transaction currency for people, for example, from Iran to America, to the United States, as well as the ability of removing the galleries from the equation and allowing the creator to build their own audience and to grow with them with the royalties that are enforced. And now, of course, the challenges have changed. I'm very happy to say that 01 hosts like 60% of the artists that minted for the first time in our app, which means that effectively, in some ways, we are really like supporting students or supporting young artists to access this incredible new tech, no matter what is their social, economical, or cultural background, and we're able to create a bit of a digital space where like really different individuals can meet and empower each other.
Yeah, and I think, you know, being here, from my perspective, you know, I've been coming to these for a few years now, and I think sometimes you don't necessarily get a sense of how exclusive the digital art space has become, but, you know, at the time of the bull market in 2021, there really was this kind of genuine vision of an inclusive, more horizontal, more affordable art world, which I think is something that 01 still pursues, that kind of belief. But in the last, you know, couple of years, this idea of a kind of minimum 10% resale royalty has kind of fallen away. Obviously, the bear market has gone on and on. I just want to ask, perhaps start with you, Sir, just to give us an insight into how you've had to adapt to this sort of changing ecosystem.
I think it was quite hard for me because the crypto was really new for me. Like as an artist, as a traditional artist, even buying my first crypto was a big struggle because I used some other chains and I stuck the money on the blockchain. But after you adapt, you really try to understand because you need to do your research and know more about blockchain and how does the things work, you know. So it was really hard for me coming from, I born in Turkey, economically it was really hard for me to even mint my first NFT, but after that I realized that okay, this crypto and NFT can change my life and I can introduce my artwork more people. Then I started to connect more people all around the world because I need to travel to show my artwork all around the world before NFTs, but now I can post something on Twitter and I can get too many views from all around the world and find like-minded people. So it was hard to adapt this digital art and NFTs, cryptos as well, but I'm really happy to be as an NFT artist, I can call it.
And I was just staying with you for a moment, if I can. You know, your work is, one of the things I've noticed is, and I think this is partly a question of necessity, a lot of artists have had to adapt their practices to the conditions of the market as much as anything else. And I noticed that you work across chain, you work across ETH and Solana. Just wonder if you could just say something about kind of the practical realities of kind of being versatile in that way.
I think most audio artists most probably using Ethereum, but I talk to many artists like you can just create art and mint on any chain like ordinals. I hear many things about ordinals like people doesn't like about it, but we should be creating and besides from blockchain, we should focus on the artwork itself. Doesn't matter. I got a collection on Solana. It made more than $1 million secondary volume so far, and I had collection in ordinals. It's like 400 pieces, and I inscribed them using like maybe more than one Bitcoin to inscribe them. I spent that money, but I mostly use Ethereum. That I believe because punks and crypto squiggles and other OG NFTs are built in Ethereum, so I switched back to Ethereum, but I proved that I used other chains as well. Cross-chain is, I think we should be using more and more.
Yeah, and Dengis, I'm just going to go straight to Dengis, if you don't mind. Just say something a little bit about how you've had to adapt to this sort of change, this evolution from the bull market to the bear, and maybe how you think about kind of the sort of cross-chain future, perhaps.
Sure. So, I mean, I think 2021 created some sort of expectations that cannot be really held up onto for the future. And I think every artist that has had some sales in 2021 So pretty much their sales to be shrinked or reduced, or like I think I was at a talk earlier this morning and Eric Snowfro said it better than me. He said what happened in 2021 cannot be replicated, and that's for good, because like again this created a false sense of expectation. It will not be replicated, it will never come back, and it's good, because like otherwise it will be unsustainable. That in 2021 happened because like it was new at the time, and just like every new thing that comes out, people wants to be first, wants to in, and wants to throw money in whatever thing they think they will make them more money. So that's why that happened. And then like when 2022 happened, like it was like June 2022 with FTX crash, everything went downhill. And like I think you don't need to be like a seer or a crystal ball to to say that like most NFTs, and when I say most I mean like 90%, will go to zero eventually, because like they were created for one reason and one reason alone, which was making a profit. So I think now we have a pretty good chance to look at the future with an open mind, with a bright mind, and to realize that a lot of still valid artists are still here, and not only here on this stage, but even sitting and watching this talk. So yeah, I think one gotta focus on the good thing and remove the idea in your mind that this place is just a quick speculative binge thing. So yeah, this is how I did it, and I was already aware of this in 2021. So yeah, I'm happy I stuck with my vision, and that's how I kept doing it.
And just a follow-up question. Your work, it taps into a kind of cyberpunk kind of aesthetic.
Yes.
And obviously like retrofuturism, cyberpunk culture goes back many decades now. I'm just interested from your perspective maybe how that kind of cyberpunk vision exists right now, how it's been iterated, how you've iterated on it.
Sure. So, I mean, my work in particular, I like to describe it as romantic cyberpunk, which is actually a term that like a Chinese writer used first to describe one of my works. So I sort of adopted it. Now I use romantic cyberpunk in my bio. So that's because I think I'm a really optimist about, do you know the effective accelerationism movement, where essentially people think that technology will really be used like to improve like the poverty line, or to improve like the health conditions of human beings, like using AI to detect and scan things like cancer, tumors, like get them removed way before like humans are currently able on. So I think in my art I like to depict a future where, yeah, I mean, things are dystopian, and like people will always have less and less trust in the governments, in big corporations, and money will always be tighter. But I like to add my romantic touch and like to side with the human and living beings, the silhouettes and the black cat you see in my works, sort of as if they are the spectator, and if they are, I don't know, like the people trying to make a living and try to make it through day after day. So yeah, it's a thing where I am a really pro-technology guy, but we always gotta remind ourselves that we are human, and humanity always goes first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Kay, I wonder if I can come to you. I wonder if you could just sort of shed light, because obviously there's a big natively digital component to this conversation, and I think one of the interesting things about coming to a space like Lisbon is that a lot of us have met in a natively digital space first, and so it kind of creates a slight cognitive dissonance just being here in the first place. But I wonder, that thing about hosting physical events, live events, but engaging with that natively digital sort of ontology, if you like, how is that jarring? Is that easy? What's the reality of running something like that?
Context. My thesis is that I'm old enough to remember that technology doesn't matter after some time. So I think it's really interesting, all the shit that we're doing, but on any given horizon, all art goes to zero anyway, physical or otherwise. So the way me and my partner, I have one other business partner I do this with, is that We have a collectors group called 30CE, which like people kind of don't know about because like all of them are normies that we know through the ways that we, walk around. Some are like Nepo rich kids that we really like. Others are like, different types of people of industry. They don't know, they kind of get blockchain, but they buy it for the art. And they have a time horizon because we've recruited them a certain way to be like, you're not going to flip this. Like this isn't a way to make money off it, maybe 50 years or 100 years from now. If they do, that's great, but we didn't set that expectation at all. The context there is that these folks come to some of the shows, they tell other people, and then they're coming to our shows. So and if I say normie, they're not going to know what I'm talking about, but they're coming to our shows. We also have digitally native people, some of them are here, who have come to the shows who are like, they're down with us, right? So the integration that happens is on a smaller scale. We have 50 to 100 people meeting each other, not like millions of onboarding, which again, coming from a tech background, I think that's really optimistic that we're going to onboard billions of people into Solana or whatever else, but it's just not happening right now, right? So my gig is like, if we're talking about that we're all a limited high school classroom size space of an echo chamber of people talking to each other, the shows that we do are recruiting others to come in and like, it's slow burn. It's not going to happen. And some people's work now is amazing, right? But the stuff that I'm sitting on, I'll be dead before it's worth anything. And that's okay, because that's happened every other time in history, so why not? This is my mentality. And I don't make art, so I'm not banking on a buck for this, and I don't make money on the events. Our gig is like, I will be dead by the time anything I'm doing makes a difference, and that's okay, and it takes a second. I don't know if art and culture is the thing that we want to, or it can be. It historically hasn't been the way that a whole bunch of people come onto something. They're very niche things that are like nerdy and geeky, and then we have little gatherings and meetups about them, and then there's a conference, and then 20 years later, Adobe is whoring the whole thing and selling it out, right? So we have it now that there's a spectrum of shows that I don't do that are like already sponsored and sold, and I'm like, we're like 7 years into the game, and you're already trying to sell culture. My gig is like, we just do shows, a lot of artists show up, we try to get sponsorships, I end up paying out of my pocket, and it'll be okay in the long run, because like 10 years, 20 years down the road, when this art has reached a level where it's worth sponsorship, then everything starts happening. I think that we try, and I'm a trader, so I'm not trying not to make money, but I just think we treat it too quick. Everybody's in a rush after, I don't know, 2020, 2021, 2009, since people are making digital art. And it's like, yo, we've been in the game for a second, not hundreds of years, so why is everybody in such a rush for this to become globally adopted? I hope it does, I just don't think it's going to. So I'm doing the slow burn of keep doing shows, people show up, and the crowd gets bigger incrementally instead of exponentially. Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
I think one of the interesting things about this NFC Lisbon is you do see these different communities overlapping. And I personally don't draw heavy distinctions or clear distinctions between meme coins and digital art. Why
don't you have a distinction between meme coins and digital art?
Why don't I?
Unpack that for me.
Well, I think that they're both different communities, but I think ultimately they both have different attitudes to cultural value. I think they're both concerned with cultural value, but their reference points are fundamentally different. I would argue that digital art probably has a more developed set of narratives and probably has greater confidence in its own law, if I can say that. But I don't see them as fundamentally different. There is a wonderful writer called Max Haven who says that in the last 20 years or so, not only has art become financialized, but finance has become more cultural. Speaking as a trader, I wonder whether you could just say something about whether you like that idea, because it feels like being here, that's something that is
Finance has become more culturalized?
Finance has become more cultural and art has become financialized.
Art is definitely becoming financialized over time. You can talk about this better than I can. I don't want to dominate here, but financialization becoming culturized sounds to me like meme coins that I no longer trade anymore are looking at a timeline that's a few months. I don't think that's culture. I think that's flash in the pan. And I participate. So financialization being culturalized, if we talk about the different chains are so, except for Tezos.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, except for Tezos. So many chains are focused on let's hurry up and get the DeFi. That's that's culturalization of the financial blah, 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 whatever you just said. That's kind of bullshit, right? That's the financial operating system of the world is becoming the culture of blockchain. It's cool, but it's just a feature, right? Art is a cultural thing that happens to be using blockchain. Did that make sense, what I'm mad about, or did that?
I mean, I think you're more intelligent than I am, so I just ask the questions.
I'll give it to him after this. I don't understand the finance becoming culture. I don't understand that part. I don't read the author you are referencing, so I don't understand how those two things are
Well, I suppose the point he's making is that art is starting to follow the logic of the derivative, and therefore the worlds of culture and the worlds of finance are becoming closer. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's happening, and I'm not happy with it. I guess that was my statement.
You're not happy with it?
Everything's not a coin. You know what I mean? Like Boghossian and all these guys are in like the regular art world that I don't understand. Everything becomes an asset after time. Yeah, that's going to happen, but like it's not fun, and it's not like long term. And the Medicis were greedy as fuck, but like they didn't think 100 years from now they'd be selling for this much. I don't think so. But we're thinking about that right now, and I think that's uncomfortable to me, and maybe not other people on this stage from the looks that I'm getting. So.
Ludovica, how do you feel about, as someone who has literally created a gift economy online, on-chain, how do you feel about this notion of a kind of financialization of culture? Can we avoid it? And what are the alternatives? Because it seems to me that you are offering an alternative.
Yeah, I think that like the reason why at the beginning we built a bit of a gift economy is because on one end, there is like traditional market, which was completely, I think like the emerging traditional art market was completely separated from the financial part of it. Everything was dealt from the gallery standpoint. The artist was never had to actually deal with the like selling, purchasing of works. And on the other end, there was like all the digital art, which to me at some point felt almost too much related to money, where artists were making art a lot based on market conditions, and a lot as well like showing off sales, showing off prices, which then I think like from someone who like really works together with artists and loves art in first person, felt a bit almost as a prison, because like I'm only gonna mint on Ethereum when the market is high, because I don't want my piece to be unsold. When like among the most important and biggest artists in the world have even not sell anything throughout their life. And this does not devaluate their work, or making more editions. This does not devaluate your work. Picasso, knowing that his work has become valuable and not having money to pay taxes, has made over 20,000 works just to distribute, and yet his value is still super high. And I can mention this, like I can mention many more artists like this. So I think that like 01 was a bit of a response to this. Like what can we do? What can we offer artists in a bear market to still have fun, to still give value to their work? And this is why we implemented this concept of creating to collect. And this is like not something we invented, it's something the Roman Empire did with the do-des mechanism. People were like, I give you something, you give me something. Impressionists at the beginning, to make their work valuable, they were gifting it to other artists that they believed that were more valuable than them. So it's just a way to like artists supporting artists. Of course, like in the past 3 months, we also implemented an addition to this like base mechanism, an ability to sell your work, and an ability for collectors to purchase it. But I think that like it's not a one or the other one. I think it was a good moment to kind of like restore the real purpose of making art and culture, and also the real purpose of like being online. Because I agree with what you said before, like physical is gold, but if we think that many people cannot travel for visa problems, money problems, just like social internal project in the world, digital is actually a safe space for many people. In our community, we have a lot of people from Iran that could potentially never be able to come to New York in their life. And in the app, they're able to interact, participate in the metaverse. We did like a metaverse exhibition in London last week, and like people from Iran, Asia, Indonesia, Thailand joined. So at the end, for certain people from certain circumstances, is actually like a place for them to be in.
And also for Iran, in terms of politically. And also for Iran, in terms of, you want to hold it for me? Okay. And also for Iran, in terms of politically, people can't participate in the current culture they're in, so digital is the only opportunity they have, right? So, and when we talk about things like this, that's why my eye twitches when we talk too much about the finance part of it, because I don't know if that's I know it's a near-term goal for a lot of things. The fact that you said people are on ETH because they want to value their stuff in the moment, and then I also think that Ordinals and BTC had its moment, but it's in a dip right now, so people are moving away from it and not pushing on how can I increase the size of an inscription, is bothersome.
There's a lot that's bothersome. Just a final thought. I mean, for me, it's great to have such a range of speakers. I think one of the things that particularly Ludovica's words remind me is that actually a lot of the initial digital art collectors working on the blockchain were themselves artists. And I think when we think about this new age of digital ownership, I do think there's a question about what the identity of this creative entrepreneur, this figure that, you know, because we used to have very concrete senses of a difference between an artist, a collector, and a curator, and I think that, frankly, one of the consequences of this new age of digital ownership is that those identities have blurred, and that we now exist across a spectrum, but where it's going, God only knows. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, guys.
Wish I had some yellow gold. Heard that it's your kryptonite. Wish I had some yellow gold. So you wouldn't put up a fight. I just wanna love you right. Even if it's just one night. Always seem to like what I can't have. I'm a girl that's always picked last. But now I know what I want when I want it, so nothing's gonna stop me now. But here I am in the same situation, forever parked in the lonely station. I want a person, but the person is taken, and I just want this cycle to end. Wish I had some yellow gold. Heard that it's your kryptonite. Wish I had some yellow gold, so you wouldn't put up a fight. I just wanna love you right. So even if it's just one night, I'm like a latte on a cold day. Goes down smooth on some Friday. Yeah, I got the moves, I can make them spoon. I just need the chance to woo. We all have fences around our hearts, but you got thorns and arms and guards. I'm throwing rocks and pebbles at your window, so when you gonna let me in? Heard that it's your kryptonite. Wish I had some yellow gold, so you wouldn't put up a fight. I just wanna love you right. So even if it's just one night. Wish I had some yellow gold. Needing your loving. Batman or Robin. Partner in crime. Just give me a sign. I'm begging, please. Even if it's just one night. I'm pleading for just one night. Wish I had some yellow gold. 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 I wish I had some you and me. Heard that it's your kryptonite. Wish in the deep.
Hello, hello. Thank you everyone for being here. I know it's the last talk of the day probably, but we had some time here to walk you through on what we learned after spending millions of dollars on KOL marketing and having kind of the playbook we wish we had when we started. So I'm Marco, I'm the co-founder of Open Labs. I'm here with Salvo as well, who is also my co-founder. And yeah, we wanted to walk you through a bit what we learned after engaging with KOLs and working with a lot of companies over time. One thing that we learn is that Web3 is obsessed with KOLs. So everyone wants KOLs, everyone knows that they need, but sometimes they don't really know how to use them properly. So what we have learned is that most campaigns actually fail before they start. This is because there isn't a proper strategy and plan, and companies just go and get KOLs because they think they need it, but they don't know how to use it properly. And at the same time, they use these KOLs as a sort of billboard. And we've prepared some sort of 5 myths that we have learned over time, and Salvo will walk us through it. Salvo.
All right. So let's start with the first lie, which is projects usually tell us that they need more KOL. So KOL is like a fancy word to say influencers. The thing is that this is not usually the truth, because we work on campaign where there were a smaller group of KOLs that achieve better performance than a big group of KOLs. So usually this is not the case. Usually project wants to work with KOLs that are aligned with their branding rather than just with some random ones. So let's go to the next one. So the next one is that one post is enough. This is not the case. If you come from marketing, you know probably the rule of 7, where you need to see something at least 7 times before you actually remember it. So no, one post is not really enough unless you have a product launch that can do the job as an amplifier, but usually you need recurring visibility, and that's where ambassador programs work very, very well. Next one. So all you need is budget. I mean, that's not the case. If you could just pay to get visibility and sell your products, everyone could do it. But we see many projects with zero budget achieving, even better performance than project spending, lots and lots of budget on this. The thing is that you want to work with KOLs that are basically aligned with your project. And yeah, probably giving them skin in the game with a token can be something very powerful, and that's where, we've witnessed some of, good stuff. So they need to convert. I mean, not really. Your project needs to convert, right? If that was that simple, basically everyone could use the same influencers, the same KOLs, and all projects would achieve the same results. But that's not the case. Project could use the same group of KOLs, but achieving different performance because KOL don't need to convert. They act as an amplifier. So if your project is good, many people will see that. But if your project lack some of your marketing strategy, or the product is not great, then more people will see that. And next one, the last one, is one of my favorite lies, which is more follower is better. Is not. I mean, there are KOLs with 100,000 of followers that are usually botted, and they don't deliver any results, any performance. Followers is just a vanity metrics, don't mean anything, and using a data-driven approach, looking at other metrics like smart followers, or the content quality is much more powerful than working with KOLs that have lots of followers that at the end of the day means nothing.
Yeah, so this is kind of the 5 lies that we learn over time. But of course, there is other things that we learn, and it's kind of how to do a proper launch. So back then, this was last year ago, this is when we launched Open. So what we did is we had a campaign with over 50 KOLs, and in the same day, everybody was posting their PFP with orange color, just saying Web3 content sucks. No context, no nothing. And it kind of went viral. That's because people wanted some cool content to actually see. Sometimes people don't want to learn about the project, but want to be part of something. And how you do it is just by triggering their curiosity. So this is how the launch of Open looked like. And And we have seen over the timeline for a week or so, everyone was wondering what Open was. Everyone wanted to join, even if they didn't know what was it. So this is kind of what we learned by launching Open 1 year ago. And, we also learned a way to kind of frame any sort of campaign that we have done. So we know that acronyms are good, but we follow now the 3F process. So one is fit. So we want to have the right KOLs onboarding in the campaign. If you're launching a gaming project, you wouldn't want to have a DeFi guy on you. Same way, if you're working on an AI project, having an NFT people in your community might not be the right fit. The flow, so the content really need to connect with the people you're talking to. So helping KOLs to write the right content for you is important, but at the same time, you kind of have to give them the freedom of write in their own tone and make sure they connect actually with the community. And last one, having feedback. So really understanding how the campaign is performing, how is the community receiving this message, and if there is something to change, you can still change in real time as the campaign proceeds. So this is what we learned, by running multiple campaigns. This is some of the companies we have worked with. We have working with big companies such as BNB Chain, Avalanche, and Bonk, and even growing one such as Cookie3 and many others. And we have built strategy from scratch over and over, and we have worked with many KOLs and kind of seen what work over time and improve things along the way. So this is a bit about us. If you are looking to run or help some with KOLs, feel free to connect with us. Thank you very much.